Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Standing Committee meeting of our Communities Department for Wednesday, the 13th of April. Just like to open, first of all, welcome everyone's councillors, staff, anyone watching on live stream, the community. I'd like to open the meeting now with the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Right. Do we have any requests for leave of absence? Well, we've got everyone here today, so we'll move on. Councillor Duff, would you be so kind as to provide recognition of our traditional owners? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge the elders, both past, present and emerging. I'd also like to acknowledge the Waka Waka people for their persistence and congratulate them for receiving the native title determination on Waka Waka country yesterday. It was a memorable day, and just congratulations to the Waka Waka people. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor, item 4 is declarations of interest in relation to today's committee agenda. Now call on councillors to provide any such. Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 9.7, the Bundy Mountains Community Association application under Stronger Communities Program Round 7. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises due to owning a freehold property on the Bundy Mountains, and I'm a member of the Bundy Mountains Community Association. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting's being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. Also wanted to note in the minutes for item 9.13 that I am a member of the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce. However, I do not hold an executive or position, and therefore nominate to stay in the meeting and be part of the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor. Anything further? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. With regards to item 9.10, I am a supporter of Life Flight. We just had the Life Flight weekend this weekend, but I don't see that my interest would be any greater or lesser value than anyone else in the community.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll take that as noted in the minutes. As a member, of course, it doesn't give rise to a declarable conflict of interest as such. Mr Sia, I'm sure, would confirm that. Anything further, councillors? No? No? Okay. 9.13, I'd like to provide notice to the committee that I could be perceived perhaps to have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to the building in Kingaroy Street in that item. It's the old Trendsetter building is in alignment with the pedestrian crossing, which crosses across to the laneway. The back of that laneway is business premises where our company operates our accounting practice. We have signage in that laneway, and I think I would request that the committee give that consideration as to whether you. I think what I'll do is leave the room, Mr CEO, and allow the committee to give consideration as to whether you feel I'm able to participate in that item. In light of that, we don't own the building as such. We don't expect to get any benefit from whatever use that Trendsetter building is applied. All of our clients are primary producers. We only work for primary producers. We don't work for anyone else, and they all park in the Alfred Street car park. But that's a matter I'm happy to leave with the committee to decide upon, so I'll leave the meeting now, Mr CEO, and allow the committee to decide that matter. Thank you. I'll call on Councillor Jones now, Deputy Mayor, to take the chair. Thank you.
Oh, Bree, do you want to bring up the motion? Yeah, okay. So someone will need to, a deputy mayor, someone will need to move that the mayor stays or goes. Literally is that simple.
So I can move that the mayor stay in the room because I don't think he has any greater benefit than any other person because he doesn't own the building.
Somebody want to second that? Councillor Potter. Right, we'll bring it up. Where is it? The council resolve that member. No, is that it? So there's the recommendation is that the council resolve that Mayor Otto has a declarable conflict of interest in the matter, and notwithstanding the conflict, Mayor Otto may participate in the matter, discuss and vote upon it. So we'll open it up to the floor now for any discussion or comments in regards to that. Councillor Schumacher.
Yes, thank you. I just had a question, CEO Mark, just in relation to consistency and what we've done in other instances with that building and any decisions relating to that building. I had thought the mayor had actually nominated to leave the room. Just wanted to make sure. I don't personally, mind either which way, but yeah, just for consistency, I'm just keen to understand, has he left previously in any of the discussions that we've had relating to that building? And yeah, are there any implications if he now becomes involved at this process?
Okay, previously he has left. The KTP was the other one where he had left, and it's not, when I say not uncommon, given information or circumstances, council makes the decision on whether he stays or goes, and I'll go back, just process. So a councillor can choose to leave a meeting voluntarily, whether there's a conflict or not. That it's their choice, and you can't force a councillor to stay if they voluntarily choose to leave. What any council does is consider the information before it on the basis of the information that's before it, what circumstances has changed, and I think Councillor Henshin, if I may, the working group, the circumstances change, so it's a fluid thing. So you do have circumstances change. So Mayor Otto in this circumstance gave an explanation about why I've taken it previously thought with the building being in the alignment, and we'll note that in the minutes as to why he thought there may be a perceived conflict. His information to the chamber is he's comfortable. Well, I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but he's certainly comfortable that perception of conflict can be dealt with, and he can vote in the public interest on this matter. So the councillor moved no greater benefit or loss than any other person within the region of council developing that site. So it's just a question council decides on the information before it, and certainly if there's incorrect and this is not for this specific, but it goes for any council, if there's incorrect information presented to the chamber on these matters, well, it's the individual council's responsibility, not the chamber. So yes, he has left the room previously, but it's really now a decision on the chamber. He's asked the chamber to consider his options.
Any, excuse me, any comments, Councillor Henshin?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, this comes back to Curly, isn't it? I mean, with our declaration of conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest, whether you own establishments or lease establishments, and there's a rule and regulations there, so it's certainly a difficult one. And appreciate the Mayor's position on this, that's for sure, and I certainly appreciate the fact that he's noted it and prepared to leave the room. But yeah, just for the public, these are some of the choices we have to make that sometimes are hard, where we're dictated to by rules and regulations, and sometimes that's hard to get your head around. But yeah, I appreciate Councillor Shoemaker's input into that as well. So yeah, just a comment, that was all. Thanks, Deputy.
Councillor Potter, anything to add? No. I guess just my comments is the fact that with the future of that trendsetter building, we've always had it in our mind to open that up as a walkway to link Glendon Street through to Alfred Street car park. So it does direct, and we will be trying to direct pedestrians through that alleyway past the front door of the mayor's business, whether he owns a business or not. The question is, has he got the potential to gain a customer from that people walking through there? That's the question. And it doesn't bother me either way, but that's the question that people have said to me, and I'm not going to elaborate on that, but people have just said, oh, blah, blah. But that's the issue, is that we have future plans for that trendsetter building to become an alleyway, which will link a walkway from the Alfred Street car park that's just been completely reconstructed with hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on it, walk straight past his front door, straight across the street in and through the trendsetter building and out into the Glendon Street upgrade. So that was the only comment I've got to add on that. That was whether or not that can contribute to any extra people becoming clients of his, but I have no issues.
Thank you, Deputy. Yeah, and again, I can't express enough, like this is where it's curly, isn't it? I mean, we've got a building there, the trendsetter building, where we're in time, a walkway, and on one side of the fence you want to encourage business, and if that encourages business, more business to a facility or a particular business in time, that's a good thing. And here we have a perceivable conflict of interest that, you know, we're debating whether it is going to help or hinder. So that's where it becomes curly. And I'm all for development and improving businesses. And yeah, this conflict of perceived conflict of interest is a tough one. And yeah, in theory, I guess it certainly has the potential to increase business there. On that hand, that's a wonderful thing, and yet on this hand, we have a supposed conflict of interest. So we'll think about that over the next minute or so, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other conversations or comments? I guess just wrapping up in the last comments that the CEO made is the fact that any information that's brought to the chamber and presented to us before we make a decision, we aren't held accountable. It's up to the individual councillor that presents this particular conflict or is dealing with that. So we've just got a simple decision on whether we think it's good to move forward and have the mayor involved in any decision making. So hearing the comments of the CEO, I guess all responsibility lies with the mayor in whatever information he's got and put forward to us today. So if he's comfortable, I think that's an indication. Any other comments before we go to the vote? Okay, so we've got the committee recommendation that council resolve that Mayor Otto has a declarable conflict of interest in the matter, and notwithstanding the conflict, Mayor Otto may participate in the matter, discuss and vote upon it. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, just so that everyone in the room is clear, so for the reasons which we'll add to that is that there's no greater benefit or loss to any other person. The Mayor believes, different client base and the upgrade, or he has no contact or use of the building that's being upgraded. So we'll dot point those as reasons if people are comfortable with that. So I've got the right reasons? Yep.
Right, so we're now up to item 5.1, minutes of the Standing Committee meeting held on the 9th of March 2022 at page 6 on the agenda, where it's recommended that the minutes held on the 9th of March be received. Do we have a mover for such? Councillor Shoemaker, second, Councillor Potter. Any speakers? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to bring to Chamber's attention on page 26 and later, I'll be certainly notifying, as some of you have received an email from me, but I'll be bringing back to a standing committee meeting in relation to, on page 26 of the minutes, in relation to and it was in the confidential section last time, the application or the conversation held in relation to the sporting shooters' request for land. So if that could be noted.
Councillor, if we made, can we get, the first one is for the accuracy of the minutes, so if there's a mistake, yeah, I'd love to, and then I'll slot that in after we do this one.
Yep.
If
Okay,
that's all
thank
right,
you.
Mayor? Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. So let's just confine it to the accuracy of the minutes. Any questions, concerns with the contents of the minutes? Any matters arising we can cover after that. Councillor Duff.
Just one, so can I ask questions about the minutes, or is it only? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, all right. Any business arising from those minutes then? Councillor Henson.
We've got Councillor Henson, so we'll just note, Councillor Henson, that there'll be further information to come back about the sporting shooters application. Is that what we're noting? Page 26.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. CEO. There'll be I intend to bring a report back to council in the confidential section at a later standing committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. Councillor Duff, you had some matters. Thank you.
Just on page 12, I want to know, has the letter been sent to the Director General seeking clarifications when council can expect a response to the amendment to the planning scheme?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we have received that response, I think, the day after that meeting. So we didn't end up sending the letter because the response came back the day after the letter. So, and we discussed that at the when we had the planning workshop where we had the consultants up, that the response was essentially that that there wasn't enough information at this stage to make detailed comment, and they'd reserve the right to the formal process where we do. Where they will assess the proposed amendments rather than upfront. So it wasn't an overly helpful response from the minister.
The second one is on page 21 about the Anzac Day plantings. And I just wanted to know that we can be assured that all of the Anzac Memorial Parks will be beautifully presented leading up to and on Anzac Day. Because the Mergen RSL, in front of the RSL yesterday, there's bare gardens and weeds, and I was at a meeting where the president of the RSL sub-chamber asked me to follow up with that, and I've actually sent it through as a request, but just wanting to make sure that all of the gardens across our region will be beautifully presented for Anzac Day.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, my understanding is that the team did have things in hand, but I will follow up with that Mergen one. I did see that request this morning, so yeah, we'll follow up and see what is happening with that at the moment.
Just one more, and it's just I just want to know an update where we were at with regards to the shooting range and the sporting shooters, because we were supposed to continue negotiating, and I just wanted to know, is that's not in confidential, is it, that one? It is. Okay. All right, well, I might just leave that one then. Just was wanting to know, were we continuing the negotiations or what's happening?
Mr. CEO, what would you advise?
Oh, well, I can't answer the question, Councillor. I'm just not up on the full detail, but certainly taking Councillor Henson's advice that there will be a formal report come back as to where that's at. Yeah. So we've noted it for the minutes for a further report in closed session.
That's fine.
Would we be in a position to deal with that the next meeting? Where are we now? April, at the May communities meeting? Councillor Henson?
Appreciate the nature of this involves conversation with many people and departments, and just the information I've received, I'd ask that possibly be in standing committee in mid-May.
Thank you, Councillor Hanshin. We'll note that. I know we've received correspondence from the applicant there, Mr. CEO. Perhaps we could just make them aware that council will be considered at a committee meeting in May, so that they're aware that we do have the matter at hand. Yes.
Yeah, and
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, if I can just, our conversation in an email you and I had, that's being dealt with as well within this process. Yep, delicately.
Thank you, Councillor Hanshin. Yeah. Okay. Anything further on the minutes? Okay. If not, we'll now move on to item 6.1, and I'd like to now welcome Councillor Potter to provide her Community Arts, Heritage, Sport and Recreational Portfolio Report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We'll start off with the Youth Council. So the newly appointed South Bennett Regional Youth Council met for their very first official meeting yesterday. Participants in the Youth Council will meet monthly to advocate for needs for young people who live, work and study in our communities. Members will have organised youth and community events, take part in leadership forums and self-development activities. They will also gain a deeper understanding of how local government works in regional communities. Youth councillors come from all areas of the regions and all demographic backgrounds. The council is open to young people between the ages of 14 and 24, and the youth councillors have been appointed for a one-year term following an interview and selection process. I would personally like to thank each and every one of them for putting their name forward and helping the South Bennett become a better place for all. JT Academy. We have the final dates for the upcoming Jonathan Thurston Academy visit in May, and there is a flyer attached to this for the Kingaroy evening program, which includes the free bus pickup and drop-off times for the outer lying towns and villages. So please come along to this vibrant community event for an incredible evening of music, food and an opportunity to meet our dedicated mental health service providers within the South Bennett. Community Grants Round 2. Council received 29 applications under Round 2 of the 21-22 Community Grant Program, requesting a total of $63,393. The following applicants were approved. For the Hall Insurance section, $1,000 each to the Chipinga Reserve, the Tablelands Hall Association, the Queensland Dairy and Heritage Museum, and the Cumbria and District Memorial School of the Arts. In the next set, which is the Eventual Project, we have the National Council of Women for the South Bennett Regional Council bursary sponsorship, $1,000. One Day Tennis Association, Repair and Paint Tingura Tennis Club, $3,000. The Nanango QCWA, purchase of kitchen equipment, $2,798. Nanango Netball and District Association for training equipment, $2,276. The Blackbutt State School P&C for the Tuck Shop mural, $1,500. The Blackbutt Yarraman QCWA, purchase of electronic equipment, $2,000. Parkrun Australia, establishment of the Parkrun in Blackbutt, $3,000. Bunny Mountains Community Association, purchase of gazebos, $2,295. The Wando Junior Rugby League, building repairs, $3,000. Cumbria Kindy for the Cumbria Cricket Day, $500. South Bennett Junior Rugby League, Beyond the Nest, $3,000. Mergen Junior Rugby League, the DV Awareness Round, $2,500. The Mergen Business and Development Association for security camera repairs, $3,000. Kingaroy Netball Association, the Clubhouse Canteen upgrades, $2,580. Relay for Life for the South Bennett Relay for Life 2022, $3,000. Nanango History Room, the Sound Trails annual hosting fee of $440. Black Button District Community Organisation for a Culture Night focus on Blackbutt, $1,000. Queensland Dairy and Heritage Museum, the indoor-outdoor floor covering for $1,515, and the South Bennett Rail Trail Association for a web development and build for the South Bennett Rail Trail, $3,000. The next one was the School Awards, which was the Kingaroy State High School for $500. So down to the libraries. Betty Deskovich of Wandai, running under the name of Betty Henry, has written a children's book called Susan Meets BJ and Pony. It's a story of a lonely young girl who isn't happy with her life or her family, and she meets a magical eagle who teaches her lessons about sharing and how to understand and accept people's differences. Her friend, Betty's friend Evelyn Green, collaborated with the illustrations, and they used encaustic art, which is a painting with beeswax, in the underwater imagery section. She was also happy with the book, and she hopes that many children will enjoy reading it for themselves or enjoy having it read to them. Betty will be launching her book at the Wandai Library to begin with, and plans to have an event in partnership with the homeschool group of Kingaroy. Anzac Day event. On Friday, the 22nd of April, the Kingaroy RSL branch, together with South Burnett Libraries, will be hosting an Anzac Day event at the Kingaroy Town Hall Supper Room. This event will be attended by students from 3 local high schools to raise awareness in the younger generations and support topics they are currently studying in modern history within their curriculum. Some of the proposed topics are as follows: the origins of World War I and why Australia went to Gallipoli, origins of Anzac Day, memorials and statues in Kingaroy area, and war poems. These addresses would be supplemented with the 2021 presentations on the bugle, bagpipes, medal, dog tags, etc., starting at 9 a.m. and concluding around 11:30. The featured guest speakers and veterans will have the chance to mingle with attendees and discuss display items whilst enjoying some light refreshments. Kingaroy Library will have a display in the supper room for browsing, with Mayor Otto will be involved in the proceedings. The Excellent School Holiday Fund for South Burnett Libraries and the library staff have been very busy preparing an excellent take-home pack for the children to enjoy during the school holidays. Each pack contains a super cute make-it-yourself bunny basket and an activity book that's full of puzzles, colouring in, and even a few jokes. Kids can hop along to their local library branches from the 4th to the 14th of April to collect their packs. And the first 5 forever stay and play sessions. The introduction of a less formal first 5 ever session on a Friday in Kingaroy is proving to be a winner for families. The playgroup format of dropping in to chat and play with toys and meet other families is popular with both mums and dads alike. Just in March, we alone had 50 attendees. The turnout to this Friday's session is growing, and with the purchase of new resources, we expect that the promotion and word of mouth in the community that these sessions will continue to expand. Lovely vibrant new rugs for the Mergen and Kingaroy junior areas have added an instant colour boost to the junior areas, making them more appealing for families and the perfect setting for hosting sessions such as the above-mentioned stay and play and story times. Funds from the first 5 forever budget were utilised to purchase these high-quality rugs. With the arts, the RADF round 2, I'm pleased to announce that the following applicants were approved. The Bloom and Beautiful Blackbutt Festival for Creative Kids at Blackbutt Avocado Festival, $1,796.65. Topology, which is the Queensland Stories Tales of Timbertown, $3,000. The Kingaroy State School P&C for a creative writing workshop and an under-8 day show by Dino Yippity, $3,000, and the South Burnett Community Orchestra for a 2022 South Burnett Jazz Instrumental Music Workshop Series, $3,000. CQ Rasen. I would also like to let you all know the exciting news that the Regional Arts Services Network 2022 to 25 has now been announced, and CQ University is very proud to be one of the 4 Rasen providers. CQU is thrilled to be continuing their original 14 local government areas in the central Queensland area, which they worked from 2019 to the 2021. They are also very excited to be expanding the service to the new communities of Western and Southern Queensland, and will now be servicing a total of 25 LGAs. While they do have very large shoes to fill in these 2 regions, they are very much looking forward to connecting with and meeting more artists and art workers. They are very much in the early stages of planning and building their team, but please be reassured they do plan on working closely and in consultation with the communities of their catchment. So please follow the Rasen Facebook page for more updates and information. And we do thank CQ Rasen for all their support in the past and look forward to working with them under the new arrangements. And we also thank the CQ Rasen and Arts Queensland for funding the incredible night last Saturday night at Burnett Bands Together. The David Bryce Awards. The Queensland Regional Art Gallery... I'm having a drink of water, sorry. The Queensland Regional Art Gallery called for works which would depict a current rural scene, person or activity in late March under the David Bryce Award competition. There were some incredible entries across the individual categories. The competition winners for 2022 were Sandra Anderson, first for prize landscape, and she also got first prize in social documentary and second prize in social documentary. Belinda Cranz won second prize for landscape, Peter Anderson third prize for documentary, Max Walters people choice and third prize for landscape. And this exhibition will be at the Kingaroy Regional Art Gallery until the 29th of April. So I do suggest you go down and have a look at that because the photographs are absolutely incredible. Sport and Rec, the AFL Saints, the South Burnett Saints AFC, round 1 of the 2022 season kicks off on the 23rd of April in Dalby, and round 2 is at home at the Lyle Vidler Oval, and they verse Coolaroo. They invite you to come along and celebrate their 10th year with some exciting feature rounds. I did have an attached flyer, but I don't think that made it to this, but I will send it through to Council's media, if that's okay, through you, Mr Mayor, so people can actually see what they're up to, and I'll also post it on my Facebook page. Kingaroy Soaring Club. At the recent National Championships held in Narromine from the 7th to the 18th of March, members of the Kingaroy Soaring Club did extremely well, dare I say the best. So in the club championships, Jim Crowhurst from Kingaroy got first. In the 15 metre, Matthew Scudder got first, Ray Stewart got second, John Buchanan got third, and Adam Woolley got fourth. And in the Open, again, Matthew Scudder first, Ray Stewart second, John Buchanan third, and Adam Woolley fourth. So this, as I said, this further verifies my claim that the Kingaroy Soaring Club is the best in Australia. Orienteering Queensland, the South Burnett Regional Council is proud to be supporting Orienteering Queensland, who will be hosting the Australia 3-day Easter 2022 from the 15th to the 18th of April this year in the Maidenwell District. Organisers have received over 600 nominations from competitors who will also all have support crews and family members attending over this long weekend. Therefore, if you are driving around in and around this area, please keep an eye out for competitors and follow the directions of signage. And I wish all the competitors all the best over the weekend and welcome them to our region. I'd like to move that my report be accepted to Council. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pollard. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson. Okay, any speakers?
Yeah.
Councillor Jones.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just an addition to Councillor Potter's report, I'm just happy to announce that the Blackbud Avocado Festival has now got Events and Tourism Queensland on board. They've supported them. They've given $15,000 for a sustainability study and working with them into the future. So that is a big thing to get Events and Tourism Queensland on board. And Councillor Shoemaker, that may be coming out of some of the hard work that you've done behind the scenes. So the other thing I want to do is acknowledge Councillor Potter's contribution to the events over the weekend. And I know she's struggling to continue talking, but I'm going to ask her to respond to this in the fact that she had an enormous amount to do with both the Kingaroy Men's Shed Lifeline fundraiser and the bands, South Burnett bands together. So I personally would like to congratulate and say what a wonderful job that you've done to make those two events. They were fantastic events for our South Burnett region, and you didn't have a lot of an opportunity to say too much about that, Councillor Potter, so I'm going to ask you to respond and say a few more words. So please have a drink and please respond.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, thank you, Councillor Jones. No, the Burnett Bands Together was the funding from CQ Rassen, and I'd love to say I did a lot in that space, but all I did was get them the funding through CQ Rassen through and with that funding, it was literally done through a phone call through Trudy from CQ Rassen when I told her I wanted to have a bands, a battle of the bands, and she said, good luck with finding the funding for that. And then a few days later, she called up and said that she had the $6,000, but it can't be used for prize money. So that was when I phoned Rob Fitzherbert and Tony Cisneros, and basically they took it from there. So I really must congratulate Tony and Rob for an amazing job they did, and Musicians Oasis. So that was all COVID funding money that they had to sort of use up, and they had to use it by that certain time. So that was it. So that was just an amazing night, and the forecourt was packed with people. I came back again, I was here for the opening, but I came back again at 9 o'clock or 8:39, and it was just amazing to see the amount of people that were there and enjoying themselves. And with the men's shed, they did an extremely wonderful job. And I must congratulate the Kingaroy Men's Shed, because I do know, I went down there, out there again on Sunday morning to pick up my pallet that I bought. And they were all there working very, very hard. And I know they were back again there on Monday working hard, still packing up the fencing. But look, congratulations to everyone involved in that, because, you know, teamwork is the best work you can have. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jones and Councillor Potter. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, certainly echo the comments and thank everyone for the involvement in the Burnett Bands Together. And it just goes to show how simple, you know, an event like that can be, but just how impactful it can be. Certainly looking around, there were people of all ages. It was wonderful to see elderly people in our community out tapping their toes, and also just to celebrate local talent in that regard. I think there's a real opportunity for more funding for open air events into the future, and really keen to see our council try to partner with the community in that regard. And I know you'll take up that challenge with the Arts Committee, but in some of the research I've seen, you know, areas like Sunshine Coast have gotten, regional council have gotten up to $150,000 to run open air events. And I think what we saw on the weekend was that they can be and are very successful when we bring our local community together and everyone plays a role. I really do think with the work that we're doing through the transformation project and trying to encourage more people into our street, particularly at night time, and having the lighting and the safety elements there, and the response that we had on Saturday night just goes to show how our community is really hungry for events that they can do with their families in a safe environment at a low cost. And I certainly will be a big advocate for seeing more of it into the future as we build that infrastructure. And, you know, it was great to see community groups, service clubs, everybody come together and certainly make some money out of the event, certainly, but really see our community come together in that regard. So congratulations, Councillor Potter and Rob Fitzherbert and the team that were behind making that happen. It was a fabulous event. Great to see so many people come out for it. And yeah, my apologies, I couldn't stretch myself across the two, but I knew the Men's Shed had a pretty good council representation. I certainly enjoyed their event last year, and we'll be there next year by all means.
Councillor Hitchin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, congratulations, Councillor Potter. And I believe the dinner under the stars at the Men's Shed was postponed from an earlier date. So to get that back up and running again, that takes effort in itself. When things like that gets cancelled, there's always a bit of negativity. I'm astounded how in the community anyone can have negative comments about the things like the bands. The comments I've heard back from people, we want one in our town, be that, you know, and I don't need to mention them, the South Burnett. And I think that's somewhere where we could go with the bands just as an example. But yeah, positives, why there'd be any negatives with things like that, it just astounds me. But wonderful job, wonderful attendance by the people, and congratulations not only to you, Councillor Potter, but to the Men's Shed and to Rob certainly, and the people behind the scenes that organised that and made it happen. So yeah, certainly look forward to that and future events similar to it. Congratulations.
Okay, any further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to say how great it is to have a youth council now. It's been a long time coming. I know that the youth have wanted to have a voice, and I just think it's fantastic to have that youth council. I also I wasn't able to get to the Men's Shed dinner under the stars, but I did happen to be the recipient of a pink life flight bear, and I had a reserve price for the auction, but they actually must have thought I would stretch my budget a bit more, so I got a little bit extra money. They got a bit of extra money out of me, but I just also wanted to flag that in the sport and rec section, I just wanted to acknowledge Chloe Plowman winning the National Young Beef Parade at the Sydney Royal Show, and Corey Evans winning the National Young Judges Auctioneer runner-up, and also Michael English from Nanega won the Young Poultry Judging at the Sydney Royal. So I just think the South Burnett did us proud at that national championship, so I just wanted to flag that as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 6.2 is the Housing and Homelessness Forum, 22 July 2022, and that's at page 37 on the agenda. Mr. CEO, did you want to introduce us to this one? Would you mind? Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be brief. Councillor Potter requested this to be on the agenda. It probably made it sound a little bit more formal. I think, Councillor Potter, and it's a little bit more informal, but certainly going back from when and the working relationship between the parties, going back to when we talked about the BBRF application, and then councils had the several, particularly working with regional housing and CTC. We had the application that's in with the department at the moment going through. Councillors have attended the regional forum in Bundaberg, if I'm correct, and it's probably, that's just, my lead in, but I might hand over to the councillors, Mayor, if I may, and they're probably much more elegant and detailed than I will be.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. So we might get the motion up and then we can have the councillors talk through it. So the committee has recommended, the recommendation is that this committee recommends to council that the South Burnett Regional Council support the South Burnett Housing Forum Committee by way of hall hire and insurance for the Housing and Homelessness Forum to be held in Kingaroy Town Hall on Friday, 22nd July. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. Second, Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers? Okay, Councillor Potter, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, as we wrote in here, Councillor Shoemaker and I and a few of the council staff members and CTC were very lucky to be able to attend the Regional Housing Forum that Bundaberg Regional Council held. That was a complete eye-opener for us. We learnt a lot. And I think we came back from there understanding a little bit more about how housing works within our communities and how we can actually take those learnings and bring them back to the South Burnett. And this is something we want to bring to the whole community. It's not going to be a closed event. It's going to be an event open to the whole community because there are people out there that that want to invest in housing. So it's not just for government people. It's not just for the locals. We want to bring in investors as well because they're the ones that have the money that can build the units, that everything like that. So I think if anything else needs to be said, I might leave it to Councillor Shoemaker because she's got a little bit more information with regards to the other side of things. So thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've done a bit of homework that I will read out. The purpose of the forum is through collective social learning, addressing the housing crisis in the South Burnett and looking ahead as to what that looks like over the next 5 years. The purpose of the forum is to collectively create a strategy that aims to identify short, medium and long-term solutions and potential partners to address the housing crisis experienced in the South Burnett. The forum will define the contributing factors that are putting pressure on housing stocks and proposed developments and aims to create mutual understanding across the community of the housing and homelessness needs in our region. A report that I've read and will share by Pawson, Martin, Sisson, Thompson, Fitzpatrick and Marsh, 2021, attributed the following factors to the current housing crisis experienced in cities and regional areas such as the South Burnett across Australia. The factors include the COVID-19 pandemic, rising house prices and rents in a largely unregulated rental market, intensive post-millennial housing affordability pressures, the rate of homelessness exceeding that of population growth, inflated mortgage debts, adjustments to Australia's social security payments due to the public health and economic needs of the pandemic, and complex governance due to inconsistent constitutional responsibilities and policy mechanisms for housing and homelessness across the 3 levels of government. As reported by southburnett.com recently, up until 2019, the South Burnett's population was declining. However, with the onset of the pandemic in 2022, the region's population has increased by 1.25% in 2021, representing 32,920 people who currently call the South Burnett home. There is a direct correlation between housing demand and population increase, and this has only been exacerbated by the Great Southern Migration and population push in the southeast corner. Due to the pandemic and Queensland's track record for low case numbers and limited lockdowns, many people have chosen to relocate to the South Burnett, and as reported by the Queensland Government 2022, this has resulted in a 19.5% increase in the overall land valuations since 2019. This too adds another layer of complexity to the challenges of housing affordability and the ability for first home buyers or those on low or medium incomes to construct or own a home. As reported by another report I've looked at, published by Day 2018, there's been a giant reduction in the number of young people who can afford to own their own home, and this is largely due because of the current house prices are largely overvalued. The report concluded that Australia's rate of population growth has increased dramatically since 1980. However, the number of new households has not increased at an equivalent rate, and explains that this has been expected, that all areas across the country would at some time experience the unprecedented housing demands of today. The issue has only been compounded by the lack of government-owned social and affordable housing to rent in the region, which has been reported that over the last 20 years, there's basically been a virtual moratorium on public housing construction, meaning that by 2016, the gross social housing provision deficit had reached 140,000 dwellings, and while largely frozen in scale, the country's public housing system has also become increasingly residualised and run down. As reported by the Queensland Government in 2022, there are currently 98 live applications on the housing register, with 76.8% of these assessed as having a very high need for social housing. In response to a question on notice raised by Nanango electorate's local MP Deb Frecklington in Queensland Parliament 2021, the Minister for Communities and Housing, Honourable Leanne Enoch, stated that as of the 31st of August 2021, there are 233 social housing dwellings across the South Burnett local government area. When compared to the region's population projections and the current demand on the housing register, it's largely unknown exactly how many social housing dwellings are needed in the region. Evidently, prior to the pandemic, regions like the South Burnett were already experiencing a decline in social housing. However, post-pandemic, there's clearly a heightened need for targeted response to tackling the housing challenges faced. According to the Queensland Government Statisticians Office 2022, the South Burnett's social economic index for areas is 60.4% in the most disadvantaged quartile, with 11,275 occupied dwellings and separate houses representing 91.9% of structures in the region that are intended for residents to live in. This means potentially 8 to 10% of the region's dwellings are either non-existent or deemed not suitable for human occupation. Furthermore, the Queensland Government Statisticians Office predicts there are approximately 183 homeless persons in the region, with very few options to obtain safe and affordable housing. It will be important to understand some of these gaps in service delivery, as it's likely a number of homeless persons may be much higher than what is reported due to the pandemic. Through the research undertaken, this forum aims to bring service agencies together to quantify the assumption that services are not meeting the needs of those who are homeless in the region. This process will also help to understand the supports available for residents in need of emergency and crisis accommodation and the potential solutions to meet these needs. Other stakeholders to be included include the Chamber of Commerce, Queensland, Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce, who have been advocating for more housing to meet the needs of business and industry, who are struggling to attract and maintain staff in the region due to limited availability. In a recent article published by southburnett.com, KCCI President Damien Martu said our manufacturers and trades are desperate for skilled staff who want to come and work in the region, but due to the lack of accommodation, they cannot get here. Clearly, the impacts of the housing crisis are widespread and far-reaching and will impact stakeholders differently. The aim of this forum is to understand and develop a strategy that considers how collectively we as a region may enable positive change and address the challenges faced through collaboration. I'm fully supportive of the Housing Forum and certainly commend this motion to the Chamber.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I just want to say that personally I believe that we're all working really well together. So to have Councillor Shoemaker and myself working with, with Regional Housing, Chamber of Commerce, CTC, and we're not in our separate silos as, we all used to be in our separate silos. To have us all working together for the benefit of the whole community, And I'm also just wondering, Councillor Shoemaker, whether we should actually change the word committee to working group, because we're not really a committee, we are a working group. So I'm just wondering if I'm allowed to change that wording from committee to working group, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I'm probably keen to go the other way, just to put this out there in terms of a roundtable discussion today. And you're right, I think there's, as in many areas, mental health's another one where we've had siloed approaches to these key social issues across our region for some time. And it's nice to see that that this has been an initiative that has started to bring people together. And it would be wonderful if we could actually, I think, engage with bring everyone into that group, as I'm sure you'd want to do, right across the South Burnett. So I know that there are other groups around the South Burnett who would probably like to engage, and I'm sure that if we can identify them, we can then bring them into the group. And of course, we've got the engagement that's happening with the Queensland Government as well. So I think if we can continue to work along that path of de-siloing, if that's the term, the approach to this, it's only going to get a much better outcome for the community. So, and I think in doing that, I'd actually like perhaps the committee to consider into the future whether we should actually formalise this so that we can actually put some terms of reference and some structure around it. And that'll actually then give the committee some capacity to be able to then report back to council, from which, as the local government, we can then take that to the relevant authorities, state and federal government. So I'd actually like to see us give this a bit more power, a bit more punch and a bit more teeth, so we can actually start to, get some good things happening. That'd be my view anyway, but, keen to hear what other councillors think. Yeah, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Mr Mayor. I think that's really important focus. I think that will come out of the forum. I think the forum is the first step in actually working together, identifying the stakeholders, identifying the action plan, identifying the strategy, and who, because we realise with the housing crisis, it's not just going to be one entity that solves the problem. It's really going to take cross-collaboration across industries, and that we will be one partner in that, and a strong partner at that. I know you're very passionate about housing. So I think in this instance, it is a working group. It really has just organically formed as a working group with the shared and collective vision of holding a forum and starting and really pushing that formalised process. So I think the committee could very well be an action out of and identifying who's part of that committee, who's leading that committee, I think will come out of the forum. I really do. So I agree, it really is a bit of an inorganic working group at the moment, and we've been very grateful. South Burnett CTC CEO Nina Temperton has kindly lent Matthew Kenny's services, and he's really passionate. Like he has consistently said, housing is the basic need from which everything else falls out of. If somebody's got a safe place to live, they then have an opportunity to send their children to school, they have their opportunity to go to work. Housing really is the core pillar of every community. So I'm really appreciative of the support and the driving force they've really put in behind this working group. And certainly also the QCOS team have been amazing to work with. So I think that will be an outcome. I think for now it really is a working group, and the focus is on having a forum and then identifying the pathway forward from there. And the whole vision is to create a strategy that really does look at everyone's role and how we collectively get the outcomes that we need.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, that approach? So the more people we can get to the forum, the better. And then the forum will be, as you're saying, a great opportunity to inform us as to how we move forward. Let's hear from the stakeholders and let them give us that guidance. Mr CEO, then that being the case, can we change that to say, rather than committee working group, with the consent of Councillor Potter and Councillor Shoemaker at this stage? Yeah, if we could. And then, as the council has indicated, then the forum will then inform the process, will help map out the path forward. Yeah, okay, that sounds great. Is everyone comfortable with that, Councillor Jones?
Yeah, I just want to make another comment. It might help the two councillors that are right across this. I was in a conversation yesterday, and most of the call-outs that the police are receiving at the moment that they have to deal with in certain areas across our region is domestic violence. Now, domestic violence is being created by the shortage of housing, and what's happening is the people from down south and everyone else that are purchasing former rental properties are now buying them to live in themselves. That's creating the shortage of housing for rentals, and it's forcing families to move back in with other people. That's where the domestic violence is occurring, because they get in there, they've got their own children. It's creating a problem between the two families that are trying to live in one house to try and lower the cost of their living, and it's creating the drama. So it might be a bit of information to take forward, and it might be able to be a good leverage point for when you get to that forum to use that information, because that's what's occurring across our South Bend region. I'm sure it's happening right across Australia. But the shortage of the housing is forcing families back in together. They're having conflict, and most of the damage or most of the call outs now for police is domestic violence. So a little bit of information, and you may be able to take that further. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Councillor Schumacher.
Yeah, sorry, Mr Mayor, I'll be very quick and brief, but I do, and I know Councillor Potter's on board, we would like to see our team unite in attendance and support for this forum, because we certainly recognise the challenges that everybody in the region faces. Councillor Jones makes a very good point. The impacts of housing are far-reaching, and the knowledge that you each have about your individual communities and the broader community of the South Burnett will be very valued at that forum. So please put the date in your calendar now. Your attendance would be appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. CEO, just a couple of things. Would we be able to ask our lovely Media Communications Officer, Jo, if she can work with Councillors Potter and Shoemaker? Let's put some really robust, when the timing's right, let's get some robust media around this forum if we could. And can we just ask your office to send out, as Councillor Shoemaker suggested, a calendar invite so that all councillors can get that locked into their diaries? And yeah, councillors, if we can all encourage people in our community that you think have an interest in this matter to come along to the forum. Obviously, the more people we have, the better. So that's great. Thanks, everyone. Are we ready to go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.1, I'd like to now welcome Councillor Henson to present his Rural Services, Natural Resource Management, Planning and Compliance Services Portfolio Report at page 38. Thank you, Councillor Henson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Probably should wet my whistle like Councillor Potter before I start. Bear with me. Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to bring this last month's report to Chambers and to the public. Rural Services Natural Resource Management with weed management. The aerial inspection was conducted by helicopter on the 16th and 17th of March, with over 600 kilometres of survey undertaken along Barkers and Baramba, Stewart River and Windra Creek catchments. Key findings from the aerial survey include the distribution and abundance of Parthenium weed within the Barkers Creek catchment system, south of Moffatdale to the Bunya Mountains National Park, is limited with no new sites detected. A new strategic high priority honey locust infestation was detected in the Upper Barker Creek catchment, and an extensive high density annual ragweed infestation covering approximately 20 hectares was detected within the Bunya Mountains National Park. This infestation is a major source of contamination to private lands downstream of National Park. The upper reaches of the Stewart River through to Gordon Brook Dam spillway contain no observable infestations of Parthenium weed, giant rat's-tail grass or honey locusts. And the known infestation of Parthenium weed in the Tablelands district are contained, however still require ongoing control. The distribution and abundance of giant rat's-tail grass in the Melwood, Cloyna, Glenrock, Windra, Bullcamp and Runnymede districts threatens large areas of high-value grazing country, and some evidence of buffer zone establishment was observed in properties containing core infestations. A known infestation of Parthenium weed west of Wandai was surveyed with new infestations detected in proximity. The aerial survey highlighted Parthenium weed has not spread significantly across the region, with the southern areas relatively free of this plant. The South Burnett still has a window of opportunity to ensure Parthenium weed is contained to known areas and in some sites completely eradicated. Giant rat's-tail grass is widely distributed in the region, however is more prevalent in northern areas. A rapid response to control isolated and scattered infestations are a priority for landowners, and to minimise the spread from properties with core infestation areas, the establishment and maintenance of a 20-metre buffer on all property boundaries is paramount. With weed compliance, interviews with landowners who are not actively undertaking an acceptable level of control towards the management of Parthenium weed and giant rat tail grass has been ongoing, with further areas targeted based on the results of the aerial survey. These interviews communicate the requirements of Council in regard to the degree of control expected for key species and provide an opportunity for landowners to seek further help and assistance to achieve proactive control of weed infestations. Wild dog and feral pig management. Through the aerial survey, several large mobs of feral pigs were observed following the watercourses in the upper Barkers, the lower Barama Creek catchments. These populations were near cropping areas and consisted of young piglets travelling with breeding sows. No council delivered 1080 baiting occurred over March period. Council officers are now focusing on the feral pig and wild dog control program, due for delivery from the 16th through to the 23rd of May. And Council will be providing meat free of charge for participating landowners as part of this regional coordinated control program. A total of 29 wild dog scalps were received for bounty payment within the March period. Equipment loaned to landowners. Splatter guns for the control of lantana were provided to landowners in Nanango, Alice Creek and Fairdale localities. Controlled spray trailers were loaned to landowners in Wheatlands, Dangor and Nanango for the control of Parthenium and lantana, and cat traps were provided to landholders in the Nanango and Greenview localities, and a pig trap assigned to support a landowner in the Belogie area. I can't stress enough to our primary producers and landowners the availability of that equipment is always readily available from Council, and a phone call will soon secure it depending on the amount that's out at the particular time. Equipment to landowners. Splatter guns for the control of lantana were provided to landowners in Nanango, Alice Creek and Fairdale localities. Council spray trailers were loaned to landowners in the Wheatlands, Dangor and Nanango for the control of Parthenium and lantana cat traps, which is what I read out before. Queensland Feral Pest Initiative Project Update. A grant agreement between the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries and Council has now been executed and first instalment invoice sent for payment. Council staff will now be finalising program logic and monitoring and evaluation plans in collaboration with the department in readiness for the project start date of July 2022. In the Coolabunga Saleyard staff conducted 389 cattle tick inspections and dipped 476 head. A total of 461 head were sold through the Coolabunga Saleyards over the March period. Low flow rates from the Coolabunga bore pump necessitated the short-term closure of the truck wash to ensure a constant supply of stock water to the yard. And the bore pump flow rate has now been addressed and sufficient water is now available to reinstate the truck wash facility. In planning and building, Council is currently seeking the services of a building certifier or a graduate building certifier technical officer, with the current increased number of building applications being received. Planning staff continue to host pre-lodgement meetings and follow up proposed development projects within the South Burnett. To assist with the current increased workload, external consultants have been engaged to assist. Preliminary discussions include solar farms, rural residential development, short-term accommodation, and auditorium and extensions to shopping complex. In March 2022, applications received. Material change of use for development applications with included dual occupancies, dwelling house and extractive industry, and reconfiguring a lot, which is 6 development applications on boundary realignments, subdivisions including 1 lot into 20 lots. And 1 application received for the development incentive scheme. Planning team received and actioned 125 customer requests and 4 pre-lodgement meetings in March. With the amendment to the planning scheme, Council hosted a planning scheme workshop on the 24th of March 2022. This workshop reviewed the planning scheme amendment project and addressed issues raised from the September Council workshop. The information prepared by the planning consultants and planning staff were well received, and constructive discussions led to the suggested changes to the draft planning scheme working document. Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning, the DILGP early interest check was received after a long delay. However, the department was unable to provide detailed advice in relation to state interests at this stage, reserving comment until the full extent of the proposed amendments are provided. The planning consultant will prepare and bring back to Council a working document of the proposed changes. In environmental health compliance, March has seen the return of full environmental health team back into the office and out into the field. The team has renewed 57 non-for-profit food certificate applications and 11 have been surrendered. There has been an increase in the new food business applications and approvals, with 6 new food premises opening within the South Burnett region and 1 that required food safety program. The team has been busy attending to customer requests that consisted of 10 food-related inquiries, 3 smoke nuisance complaints, 2 noise pollution complaints, 1 mosquito inquiry and 3 land contamination complaints. There have been no further updates from Queensland Health relating to mosquitoes or COVID to date. However, it has been noted that as of the 14th of April 2022, the Queensland vaccine mandate for most venues will end. And with that, and prior to ending that, Mr Mayor, if I can just bring to attention my fellow councillors and the public listening out there, the Burrendown Races 100-year centenary is next month on the 7th of May. We have a huge amount. Councillor Potter touched on a couple of them. We have the Nanango races this weekend. We have the Wandai races on Anzac Day. We have the Wandai Garden Expo this weekend over the Easter long weekend, and we have the Cumbia Camp Draft over the Easter weekend as well. So there's an enormous amount of venues, and we also have, coming from across my chamber, something on over in Maidenville Bull Ride. Sorry, yeah, I believe that was postponed earlier on and put on again at this date over the Easter weekend. So a huge amount of things. Also on finishing, Mr Mayor, and asking for my report to be accepted, may I take this opportunity to wish all my councillors and the South Burnett residents a very safe Easter weekend. And with that, I'd like my portfolio report to be accepted for this Chambers meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Do we have a second to Councillor Potter? Thank you. Speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll just give Councillor Henson another opportunity to maybe extend on the Parthenium weed around. When we were in Cherbourg yesterday, I had the pleasure of driving out there with Councillor Henson. When we left, he nearly put us into Baramba Creek inspecting the infestation of Parthenium weed along Barkers Creek. So, and on the way out, is there an update on the actual how we're working with the Cherbourg Council to try and work with them and get that through? And the other thing was the Japanese encephalitis with the pigs and all that sort of stuff. I'll put you on the spot here and I completely understand. Have you got any further update with that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Jones, and I'll throw this back at Manager O'May, but just on touching on the encephalitis, there's not a lot of control, especially for humans with that, which is quite concerning. Last month I brought it to Chambers that on that particular day there was a loss of life due to that. To date, I'm not sure of the figures. We may have lost or there was some infestations down south, certainly nothing to be too drastic in Queensland with. On the Parthenium, I would like to stress that certainly in the rural areas and certainly in Cherbourg, and General Manager O'May can allude a little more on this with our work with them. Honestly, you know, the rural people, there's a lot of responsibility falls back on them, because if people upstream aren't doing anything about it, it just leads to huge infestations downstream. And yes, when we were in Cherbourg, and certainly it's no fault, it's come from further upstream from there and it's down, and what we saw yesterday is quite concerning. We're lucky we're coming into the winter months where it cools down, and there's been the result in the survey done by the aerial guys has certainly brought not only the attention of Parthenium and some other declared weed species, but certainly varmint in our area. And I think that's been brought to the fore as just what's out there, which I think in time that we as a council need to address and talk about in further meetings, but I'll bring that back to council. So if I could throw over to General Manager O'May.
Just before we do, if I could interject, thanks, Councillor Henson. That's wonderful. Mr. CEO, would you like to? I'd just like to give the CEO opportunity, General Manager O'May, to provide any introductory comments, update in relation to discussions with Cherbourg Council in relation to Parthenium weed, and also any news to your office on JEV at this stage for our region. And then we'll come across to you. Thanks, General Manager O'May. Thanks, Councillor Hensham.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. On encephalitis, there isn't a lot I can say. The information that's been shared between Queensland Health is on an often occasion quite sensitive, and certainly there's been no human contact in the region that I know of, and they've been working with our environmental team as good as we can. Queensland Health's the lead agency on that, and it's not a space that we act on unless we're in partnership with them. It's not that we're not concerned about it or there's not precautions being taken, but they certainly are, and there's also certainly privacy considerations for it. But to the best of my knowledge, Queensland Health has, and to the absolute best of my knowledge, or the advice, Queensland Health has got it pretty much totally under control, and they're running the show. Sherberg's been extremely cooperative, and probably General Manager O'May will be much more over the detail, but the engagement with CEO Zala as far as working cooperatively, the relationship's very strong, and they've been very supportive. And Mayor, yeah, if I may, I'll just hand to Peter as far as any of the details that needs to be.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. General Manager O'May.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just confirm the CEO's comments about the Japanese encephalitis. We haven't had any further notification from Queensland Health, so yeah, we'd be responding to that. So it's just at a monitoring phase now. With the Parthenium, as reported, the aerial survey we're actually probably slightly. We're happy that it hadn't spread further than what we were aware of. So, slightly optimistic. It is something that we are going to need to get on top of while it is still in that containable phase. We haven't heard back from the state government on joint funding that they can, because that was a request from us in Cherbourg that if we could get the state government to provide some funding that we could do a coordinated effort. In response, we are also looking at, in response to the recent flood events, the QRA are looking at packages for environmental control. So one of those things we are looking at is that weed control and weed seed spread, and we certainly think if we could get a good package of money that we could have a targeted approach, this year, and then you'd have follow up each year, because with the seed bank, we won't be a one treatment thing. But yeah, we are sort of working with Cherbourg and just trying to make sure we've got a hold of where those infestations are. But we really need that sort of bulk attack that we can sort of get on top of it and then contain it each year. So that's really is just work in progress that we are monitoring at the moment.
Thank you, General Manager O'May. So, if I could just a couple of questions. First of all, just want to confirm we have corresponded with the Queensland Government in relation to seeking funding for the Parthenium issues through Cherbourg. So we have done that, confirming that. The second question I have, and this might be something I can see we've got our NRM coordinator manager in the room. Welcome, Jim. Second question I've got is, in terms of, you just raised the issue of attacking it. When is the timing right biologically to, what's the time frame on this? When do we need to do that? And through you, General Manager O'May, with your consent, I'll probably be keen to hear from Jim as to, the timing around when should we really be going hard on this spraying effort to attack this Parthenium issue. And then we'll come back to you. Thanks, Councillor Duff. Thanks, Jim. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, the best time to control Parthenium is when the season breaks in spring. So that'll be vary when we get our first storms. Parthenium is an annual herb, so it flushes a number of times each season. Depending on, it has a very short life cycle. It's an annual. It might flower and set seed, depending on stress conditions, within 3 to 4 weeks. So that's the thing with Parthenium. It takes multiple treatments over the season to minimise your seed bank and minimise your spread. So the thing with the enormity of the Parthenium infestation at Cherbourg is that it needs, that council has not got the capacity to manage that infestation. Like it or not, every day of the week, it has not got the capacity. And I guess that's what we're asking the state government to recognise that. Sure, it's their responsibility to control it under the Biosecurity Act, but let's just face reality. It's a large single infestation that's smack bang in the middle of the Barambra Creek catchment, so it's got massive downstream impacts. but it also have got impacts further to the south and beyond. So people think Parthenium only spreads by water. No, it spreads by multiple different vectors. So you've got a lot of people coming in and out of that Cherbourg area, whether it be contractors, animals, driving through the forestry. So they're the carriers, the vectors that are going to spread Parthenium throughout all the other areas of this region and beyond. People think it's impossible, like it's beyond help, but you just got to look at New South Wales and the amount of Parthenium that is coming to that state from Queensland, unfortunately, and they have stopped it, Mr. Mayor. It is possible to stop. So the state government is of the opinion that it is past the containment phase in this region. So, and I've heard that from a number of areas. They're of the opinion that we should be looking at managing it through the release of biocontrol agents with the rust, with the stem boring moth. But to have successful biocontrol agents, you need a mass population that's everywhere. So you'd be looking at boundary to boundary, all on our roads everywhere, to have a population that's going to carry the biocontrol agent to make it successful. We don't want that. I don't think we're at that stage now. So that's one thing that we need to make sure that the state government recognises, is that we're still looking at Parthenium as fully containable in the region and eradicatable in some areas. Like it or not, though, we're going to have to meet the challenge in getting the resources together for the ongoing management of the Cherbourg infestation. It is the single biggest threat to agriculture in the region now and in the future. So we've got to get on top of it. Otherwise, it's going to keep on going to all the clean areas that we have now in Spuds area, and that's relatively clean as far as we know. And it's going to keep spreading throughout this region and beyond. So it's more of just it's a multi-regional issue. It's the single biggest infestation of Parthenium in the southeast corner. And we're certainly not at a stage now, at a council point of view, knowing where it is, where we're going to rely on biocontrol. That's giving up.
Yeah, thank you, Manager. I certainly thank you, Councillor Hench. I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Hench for continuing to bring this forward as he's done this report, and Councillor Jones for the very important question on this issue. Councillor Duff, we'll go to you shortly, but before we do, I'd just like to put the committee on notice that I think once we get this report through, I'd like to continue this and perhaps consider a notice of motion in relation to where council would like to go moving forward in light of Jim's comments in terms of political advocacy. I've talked before about the use of a big stick as and when required. This may be one of those times when we need to do that with the backing of our agricultural sector to make the Queensland government aware that this is an impending disaster for our agricultural production capacity into the future. But I'm happy to leave that discussion until after we resolve the report. For Council. Councillor Duff, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm really disappointed that we haven't had a response back from the state government, because I moved that motion and it was as a matter of urgency. So it would have been well over a month ago when we wrote to them about the urgency of the request. So I'm just interested to know how you follow up with that, and how do we put them on notice with regards to that, because it was.
Thank you, Councillor, and that's really the point I'm making. I think we should just continue this discussion once we get through this report. Yeah, thank you, Jim. So, Jim, if you could stay with us, that'd be great. We obviously to continue this. Councillor Duff.
I just had another, just on the report. Have we followed up with the planning scheme? There was talk at that workshop about meeting with Brett Heading and his Baramba Avenue project. Did we follow up with that so that gets included in the amendments?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I think Councillor Shoemaker has been talking to Mr. Heading, and so have I, just following up on his proposal. I probably won't go into it because he's sort of looking at doing a different tax. So yeah, he has sent some more correspondence to us. So yeah, we are dealing it through, looking at whether it can be dealt with through the current planning scheme as a probably fast tracking what he's looking at doing. So yeah, we have had conversations. I'll probably take that offline with you.
Thanks, General Manager May. Perhaps Councillor Duff as the Divisional Councillor, if you could connect with General Manager May and Councillor Shoemaker after the meeting just to receive an update on that. Just a couple of other things here. I just want to bring to the attention of the community that this council, we've referred here to the fact that we've received an application for the Development Incentive Scheme. This council has, since being elected, introduced a development incentive scheme that, from my research, is probably as good as any in rural Queensland at the moment. We have offered a 50% discount on our local government infrastructure planning charges to commercial development, 75% discount to residential developments across the region, and a 100% discount on rural residential and rural development. Council has resolved to extend that to 30 June 2023. Now, that is a significant financial commitment from Council to support growth and development in the construction industry across this region. And as I said, I believe it's probably at the cutting edge of initiatives taken by any council in regional Queensland. Now, we know prior to this council, there was quite a bit of criticism raised in the community as to council's charges for development, and we have tackled that head on with this development incentive scheme. So thank my colleagues for the work you've done there. In addition to that, we are, through this planning scheme amendment, seeking to make significant changes to the planning scheme, which are about making sure that while we comply with state regulation, we make it as easy as possible for development and growth to occur in our region, providing opportunities. I'm thinking of the right term to use there, but one has to be careful. We're not talking about rolling out the red carpet, but what we are saying is that we want to open doors for business, for development of residential construction, commercial construction, right across our region, obviously working with the state government to make sure that's done within a proper regulatory framework. Now, we are also working with our planning team. Our CEO has been doing a lot of work in this space to restructure our council. And one of the things that council is considering is a position of an economic development officer who will play a role in development liaison between builders, developers, and our planning department. And we have also introduced pre-lodgement meetings now, which I know a lot of the developers have said are very valuable, so they can sit down with our planning staff, sort the issues out around the table over a cup of tea before they get into that merry-go-round of having to jump through all the hoops of development applications. So I'd encourage developers and builders to use that service. And also note that we will be continuing to maintain a focus on this area as a priority for council. So I just want to acknowledge and thank my colleagues for the work you've done on that and make the community aware. And I see here, Councillor Henson's report identified we're still seeking the services of an additional building certifier so that we can make sure that we're giving, that we're providing a more responsive service in that space. Any update on how that's travelling, General Manager O'May?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, applications are closed, and we hope to be doing interviews next week on that position. So yeah, a couple of candidates we are quite interested in. So positive news, hope.
Thanks, General Manager O'May, and thanks very much for the work you're doing with our P&C team, our HR team on that. Okay, any further speakers before we go to the vote? If not, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all, and thank you again, Councillor Henson, for the work you've been doing, I know, in this pest management area. Jim, while you're here, I would just like, before we go on to the next couple of items quickly, to get something up on the tail, get something up in terms of action moving forward in relation to the state government's response to the issue our region faces on Parthenium. Now, I'd like to put forward a motion for consideration, and happy to have it changed as council sees fit, that council, the committee recommend to council thank you, Bree, that the South Bennett Regional Council, that the South Bennett Regional Council work with our local state member of parliament and industry stakeholders to actively engage with the relevant Queensland Government Minister as to the significant detriment there, sorry, read D-E-T-R-A-M, yep, that's it, detriment, Parthenium weed is causing and will continue to cause to agriculture within our region, with a view to gaining a commitment from government to an appropriately funded and effective treatment program in advance of spring 2022. That's just a suggestion. Committee, happy to have that changed, tweaked before we put that up. But I'll first of all seek a seconder. Does anyone want to second that? Yep, Councillor Duff has. Councillors, happy to hear any thoughts, changes to that before we debate it. Councillor Duff. Well, any changes to the motion, first of all, rather than speaking to it?
Yes, I'm just thinking that we need to form a Parthenium working group, like to get some people that, like I think on that we need to have someone from the Cherbourg Council, like a group that actually advocate, because it's like industry stakeholders. To me, it's too loose, because how do you know who's got skin in the game? I think we should form a working group.
Okay, probably keen to hear from Jim on that one. A working group. Should we say an industry stakeholder working group? Bring a group together. Okay, so I'm happy to change that. Industry stakeholder working group. Thank you, Bree. And before local state member, can we just work with Cherbourg Council? So backspace our with Cherbourg Council, comma, our local. So put the word our back in. Thank you. Comfortable with that, Councillor Duff? Yep, thank you.
Yes.
So I'll now speak to the motion. Clearly from what we've heard from Councillor Hench and Councillor Jones and Jim, this is a significant issue. I think we can all see that from what we've heard here today. I'm disappointed that we haven't heard from the Queensland Government. I'm disappointed that we're not seeing the approach in Queensland that we're seeing in New South Wales. And I think that, as I said before, there are times when we need to make a noise on behalf of the people of our region. And clearly this, to my mind, from what I've heard from our technical expert here today, is the time to do it. It's now coming into May, autumn. It won't be long before we're looking down the barrel of spring. And of course, arranging, getting funding, arranging contractors, arranging chemicals isn't something we can just do at the drop of a hat. So we're going to need to get this, I think we need to get the advocacy machine rolling very, very soon on this if we're going to get any sort of outcome. Now, I know that there are environmental factors here at play. Will have to be taken into consideration. That there's more to this than meets the eye. But my view is that we need to stand up and fight the good fight for the people of the region on this issue before it is too late. So, General Manager O'May, your thoughts?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just wanted to provide an update. I've just been on our system and found that the state government have responded to our initial request, and it says, Jim was saying, they basically have pushed it back to saying it is Cherbourg, as trustee of that land, is responsible for management of weeds and pests. They basically have declined to, there is no on-ground funding from what they've said, and they've suggested, as Jim was talking about, the release of the biological control. So yeah, I wasn't aware of the response, but a quick search, I have found the response now that we did receive. But they have.
Thank you, General Manager May. So they've thrown the responsibility back to the Cherbourg Council, and Cherbourg Council have been very cooperative. They're doing everything they can to support us in this regard. But to ask their the small local council of Cherbourg, to fund something that is a significant it's a significant project here. They haven't got the funding within their budget to be able to do this. They run a very tight budget as we do. So that to me is simply cost shifting and shifting responsibility without providing the funding. And that's disappointing to hear, General Manager May, but thanks for the update. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That's just a classic response of passing the buck. And I mean, to try and suggest that, you know, to implement some bio, you know, with rust and with insects, you might solve a problem here and create another one somewhere else. And that's happened throughout the industry with many other things. And I don't have to say what that is, because I'm pretty sure most of the chambers knows that's happened. I just say, with Parthenium and the control of Parthenium between our borders, between Queensland and New South Wales, I actually had a lot to do with that in my previous life in crossing the border. New South Wales handled that, and exactly the same thing happened down there. You'd be aware, Jim, as well, that and they stopped the funding for it and handed it over to Queensland. It was controlled on the New South and Queensland borders on different spots, be it Gundawindi, Mungandai, and down to the southern or eastern sides of the border. And it has been managed in New South Wales because of Queensland's action on that. No thanks to New South Wales, that's for sure. It's still in place. I don't think people are aware of just how significant it is in the spread of it, and I certainly won't allude to it, but as Councillor Jones and Councillor Potter got my induction on Parthenium yesterday and saw what actually took place, yeah, it's disturbing. And I think the big stick's not big enough, Mayor. And it will relate to funding, and they'll keep passing the buck on this. And targeted areas, you know, it's fine if you talk Central Queensland or big areas where there's thousands of hectares. This is on watercourses within our region that has certainly the potential to spread rapidly, and we saw it yesterday. Yeah, there's some serious work to do in this space.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Any further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. As we've just heard Councillor Henson speak, he's a very, very knowledgeable man when it comes to water and weeds and all that sort of stuff. He has a background in that. He's rural, and I would like to see this council, I know we say South Burnett Regional Council work with Cherbourg, but I would like to see Councillor Henson given the opportunity to go and meet with the relevant Queensland Government Minister. If we could organise a visit, a meeting with Councillor Henson and the staff, and let them go down and take them on face to face down there with the knowledge that they have, including yourself, Mr Mayor. You're the leader of the council. Go down with take Councillor Henson with you. And I just think that we are missing a great opportunity and underselling the value of the councillors. And we all have different contributions to give to this council, but that bloke over there has massive input and knowledge of this particular weed and the rural sector. So I would like to see somewhere along the line that we organise a meeting with yourself, Councillor Henson and Jim, whoever you wish to take, and go down to that state parliament down there. The response that just come back, and shifting that onto the Cherbourg Council, knowing that they don't raise money, they're all grant funded, they've got no income whatsoever to control an outbreak that's the biggest in southeast Queensland, is pretty ordinary. And this time, Mr Mayor, I will back you with the big stick and whack them as hard as you want, because that's unacceptable, that response. And don't, like when there's a person in our midst that has the knowledge and the background that can go down and take on these people sitting in an office down there, I think we need to take it on and give Councillor Henson, yourself and Jim, or whoever you want to take, go down and meet them face to face. So I'd like to see this council organise a meeting with the relevant council minister and do it ASAP. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. I think the word actively engage there, I think your words, you've done a very good job of articulating what I mean by actively engage. That we put a group together, we take a deputation to Brisbane, and we give a very strong face-to-face message to the minister that this is not good enough. And I think that deputation should absolutely include Councillor Henson's expertise, along with Jim's and representatives of local industry. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Agree wholeheartedly. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Could I also note that that be invited to representatives of the Cherbourg Council as well? Extend an invitation to who they would like to put forward to come, because they'd be very important to stand beside us, South Burnett Regional Council, at that meeting as well.
Most definitely. Thank you, Councillor Henson. See our CEO's making those notes. Councillor Duff, before you go to the vote,
Yeah, thank you,
anything
Mr.
quickly?
Mayor. They actually, the Queensland Reconstruction Authority said there was absolute funding for weed management in the, with the flooding. So we need to find out what's happened with that, because that would be the bucket of money that we could get to do this, because it's all about the flooding is what's activated and made it much worse. So we need to follow up on that.
We can work with government to identify a funding source. Well, that's great. Thanks, Councillor Duff. So, Mr CEO, if we can note that as part of the resolution, we can perhaps seek a report from, get some information from the QRA through Brendan's office as to what's available there. Okay, shall we go to the vote on this one? Sorry, Councillor Schumacher.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to acknowledge I'm fully in support of the motion and the collaborative approach. As the regional development portfolio, and certainly as a farmer myself, I recognise the impacts of Parthenium on crop production and livestock health. I just wanted to point out, according to the 15-16 agricultural census, and I know we're waiting on the data from the new one, the agricultural sector is worth 192 million. That's what we produce out of the South Burnett, and I imagine that's actually grown quite significantly in that time. 71% of our outputs actually relate to livestock. It's the second biggest industry, agriculture, behind energy and mining, and so our support and advocacy of the industry and to really target issues like this is really important. So just thank you for bringing it to the chamber, and certainly agree.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now Councillor, just what I'd like to do is, if we can quickly work through 7.2 and 7.3. We do have some good community people in the chamber, and then I'll be looking. I'm going to move a motion to escalate 9.4 in advance of 8.1.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I was actually going to move a motion to bring 9.4 forward now, if that's
So
possible.
look, can we deal with 7.2 and 7.3 because we're on a roll with these
Sure.
issues, if that's okay, and then I think we can bring 9.4 forward, Councillor. Yeah. So look, NRM, we've just had a good discussion on that. There's the stats are provided in the report. Council, it's recommended that that update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Henson. Any questions or observations in relation to that report? No. Can we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. The next one is the 7.3 Planning and Land Management Operational Update at 45. Recommended that it be received for information. Mover? Thank you, Councillor Henson. Seconded Councillor Duff. Speakers, questions in relation to that report? General Manager, an overview. How are we tracking in terms of building applications, development approvals? Are we still seeing a consistent trend of work coming into our planning department?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, so just the monthly stats updated. So yeah, relatively consistent figures. So we've probably passed the peak, I would say, in the building thing, but in the building industry, but we are still seeing a lot of activity, still getting new applications, a lot of interest in the planning applications. So yeah, they certainly are. Still coming in at a steady state. But yeah, just stats are there for council's information.
Thanks very much, General Manager. Councillors, any points to raise? Councillor Schumacher.
Just think it's extraordinary that in the month of March we had 125 planning customer requests for the team. That's huge. Number of inquiries, like they've tracked strong throughout the year, but goes to show that interest in growth in our region, that interest in opportunities is really quite there. It's important that we continue to meet with, work with, do what we can to support growth outcomes, but that's really quite clear how much work your team's putting in. Thank you, Peter, and how much we have been under the pump with the vacancies in your department.
And of course, again, for the Community Council is actively working on reviewing all of our land holdings. We understand that there is a land shortage, particularly with primarily limited to residential development across our region. Residential development, new home unit construction is being hampered by the lack of land. We understand that. We're doing everything we can to try and incentivise development of subdivisions. And we're also working on auditing our own land holdings to see whether we can free up land that can be used to provide more land for residential subdivision. I know Councillor Shoemaker's been working on that, Councillor Potter, and we have got some things that we have in train there. So great to see that work happening. If there's nothing further, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Councillor Shoemaker for your motion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move a motion that the committee considers item 9.4, Leopard Court, Kingaroy Street tree complaint.
Mr.
Yes.
CEO?
If we just want to keep it settled, that the committee deals with item 9.4 now.
Yes. And then I would actually like to move I'd like to move a motion in regards to 9.4 after that.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Okay, so we have a procedural motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Jones, thank you. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Okay, we now have 9.4 at hand. And we'll go to Councillor Shoemaker for her motion. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, Lena. I'd like to move that the committee recommend to council that the arborist, and then down 1.1, that the arborist report dated 29th of March 2022, of March 2022, be received and noted. And number 2, that council adopt option 3, remove, in brackets, leopard trees number 1, 2, and 5 on the arborist report dated 29th of March 22 as the preferred option, and that works be conducted as soon as reasonably practicable.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Do we have a seconder for such? Councillor Jones, thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly appreciate the report and the team's contributions to the investigation that's gone into this long-standing issue in Division 4. I'd like to point out I have amended the motion because I feel as the divisional councillor, and I know certainly yourself, Mr Mayor, we have been up in the area, we have been talking to the residents of the area, and that the report details quite clearly the challenges and the issues in relation to this issue. We've canvassed many stakeholders, and I don't want to see our council create more divide in that community over this discussion. It's pretty clear the views of all residents in the area are expressed in the report, and in having a good look at it, the reality is that this issue has created a long-standing heartache for residents who live in Leopard Tree Court. And I think we need to do something about rectifying that sooner rather than later. We have had a look at the capital options, so we can increase the size of the drain, and that can be a capital project that council considers into the future. But the reality is that will come at an enormous cost. There's further investigations that have to occur, and I've received direct feedback from the residents in the area as to the reasons why they would like to see this project, this issue resolved. The residents have addressed that the removal of the trees will improve the livability of the area. The tree branches, seed pods and branches, seed pods and leaf litter is a nuisance. The removal of the trees will not cause a negative impact to the aesthetics as the canopy of the trees is large enough to maintain the current street appeal. I agree with the comments that the residents have put forward. I do think we need to solve this issue. The reality is the street sweeper truck is too busy. It cannot get in the area regularly enough to actually clean up the leaf litter. And what's happening is we're actually during flood events or decent rainfall events, or to be honest, just even a shower in town, creating such an issue that residents in the area are actually forced to get out with their shovels at all hours of the night and clean out the drain. And that's to avoid water flooding their home. I think we can do something to fix this problem. I would like to see us as a council show some leadership and actually address the issue, which has been a long-standing issue in Division 4. And yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm fully supportive of the motion. I don't wish to engage any further. I think it's pretty clear. We understand the views of the community in relation to this. I think it's important that we move forward with some action.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is brings warmth to my heart, this one. Hearing the words of Councillor Shoemaker with consultation and all that, everyone knows my stance on that. It is good. I just got a question in regards to tree number 6. I noticed we've identified 1, 2, 5, 3, 4 and 6. Now, the only question I have, obviously, and I'm happy and will take Councillor Shoemaker's lead on this because she's obviously been up there speaking to a lot of the residents there. I just want to make sure that when we take 1, 2 and 5 out, we're taking enough out. We don't want to have an issue later on. I'm fully supportive. Get up there, get them out. Yes, we'll cop some flack. I see comments there. One person doesn't want anything changed, but the majority of people up there are saying that they want something done. You can justify it by the cost that it's probably costing council in all the time that they've been there in regards to maintenance and going up there and cleaning drains, all that sort of stuff, the street sweeper issues. Yeah, minimum cost 35 grand. I just want to make sure that we're taking enough trees out when we go up there to take them out. So, Pete, is that a fair?
General Manager O'May, could you provide advice to council on that? Thank you.
Yeah, 3, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think the Arborist report in that, I think, was just trying to get that balance of still retaining a canopy but removing a number of trees. So, the answer to your question is probably depends on who you ask. Unfortunately, so some people would take them all and some people would leave them all. So it was trying to strike that balance. If you take 5 out, 4 and 6, there's still a big canopy there. I'm not sure, but I believe maybe the person who's that property owner, and Councillor Schumacher might know, was a support of retaining the trees. Is that correct? Yeah, that would be my saying, yeah.
Thanks, GM, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, GM, for that. So, look, I'm more than happy. Councillor Henschel and myself were only out at Rurulan the other day, and leopard trees are deemed as a pest now. So it's not as if, and we're proposing to replant other types of trees. So leopard trees.
Excuse me, Councillor Jones. No, correction, not leopard tree, they were Trelliana trees.
All right, thank you for the correction, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Henson, you saved me some embarrassment and probably some issues down the track. I see the Mayor was looking at me sideways thinking, what the hell is he talking about? Anyway, I'll get back on track. Fully support this recommendation. Let's just get up there, get it out. Majority of the people up there are wanting this result. 1, 2 and 5 to go, and I'm sure that the maintenance benefits to us as a council and the region certainly outweigh the money that will be spent in the coming years.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Okay, if not, we'll go straight to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Further to that, before we resolve this matter, Council, there is a matter there with the drainage that Councillor Shoemaker's raised, and also with the street sweeping. Now, from I think what we've seen up there, I think the report identifies the street sweeper can't get through there because it's such a tight little roundabout. So I'd like us to consider whether we've got the appetite for having a report come back to council at perhaps the June standing committee as to what other options are available. We're still going to have a couple of these trees there, a few of these trees there. They're still going to drop those pods and all the other mess that they drop. Whether there's an option for us to look at a smaller street sweeper for these types of roundabouts. I know around our median strips in Kingaroy, we can't get all of the leaves that collect around median strips. If you drive up Fisher Street, you'll see all those leaves, and the street sweeper just can't get around them. Whether there's appetite in council to consider some equipment that'll allow our staff to deal with these sorts of issues. That was the first one, and I'd also like to see that when we do our CapEx consideration, our capital budget consideration, General Manager Jarvis, if we can have a report brought to the budget committee meeting for capital expenditure as to what options are available with that drainage, stormwater drain there, because as the report identifies, and Councillor Shoemaker and I've seen it, it's in the wrong place and it's not sufficient to take away all the debris. Now, I think the drainage team have probably got some options for us, but we need to have those costed and brought forward to a budget committee meeting so we can consider it in this next year's capital budget. So I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that before we put a motion on the table. Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, certainly the improvement to the drainage is still on my CapEx wish list for discussion when we have the capital discussions. I'm thinking from the information that I've been given from the infrastructure team, there was a little bit more work that needed to be done to assess how much water that drain actually needs to be able to take and the size of the drain. I've been given a number of different costings as to what the actual cost of that capital works could be. They range from $10,000 upwards. My concern is if we go and do the extensive report that we were looking at doing, the cost of that could actually outweigh the cost of actually fixing the drain. I do think a report needs to come back on the capital options to fix the drainage problem up there once and for all. But I do believe that will mean conversations with the impacted stakeholders in the area to make sure that we're getting the right outcomes. So I certainly would be supportive of the infrastructure team. And the reason why I didn't put it in my resolution was because I think it needs to come through that infrastructure team in terms of a proposed capital works program, and certainly would be open to their advice and recommendations in that regard, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. In light of that feedback, I'd like to now put a motion on the table. I'd like to now, put a motion on the floor, if we can. Thanks, Bree. That a report be brought to the June Infrastructure Standing Committee as to options for and capital costs associated with improved drainage, stormwater drainage in Leopard Court, Kingaroy. Full stop. And then hit enter. Thank you. A report be brought to the Capital Expenditure Budget Committee meeting in relation to street sweeping infrastructure options to address issues caused by the inability of, we'll fix that later, Free, current machines to service all residential roundabouts and median strips. I think that probably tells the story as to the intent. Okay, so I'd now like to move that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Speakers? Councillor Potter.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Did you say in relation to street sweeping infrastructure? as opposed to just sweeping infrastructure.
Yeah, thanks, Bree, street sweeping.
Thank you, that was all.
It's probably not my best work in terms of wordsmithing a motion, but I think the intent's there, Council. Okay, Councillor Duff, we'll come back to Councillor Shoemaker.
I just wanted to say that was the idea to, with that eco-vac, was to be able to pick up those areas that we couldn't do with the street sweeper. So whether that's an option.
Yeah, I think the report could consider the eco-vac versus a smaller street sweeper. I've seen some councils that have the little one-man street sweepers you sit in and they drive around and they can get in all the little nooks and crannies. We could consider that. We could consider the eco-vac. I think we need to let the staff come back with the options. That's probably what I'm like wanting to hear, if possible. So, Councillor Shoemaker, anything to add before we progress? Thank you.
Yeah, I think the intent aligns with the work that we're doing around the CBD infrastructure and potentially even looking at some of those machines that we're looking to procure to maintain our CBDs, and even considering how they may be able to support residential areas, or if they're able to support residential areas. I'm not sure in terms of the budget constraints. I know they're tight, but it may actually allow us to have a look at the current level of service and create a pathway to, if there are options to improve that or find efficiencies or innovative technology to solve some of these problems. I think it's a conversation that needs to be had, and certainly one where we can look at our existing fleet. I certainly feel and would like to pay tribute to our street sweeping employee who's on the ground. I have met with him. He is strapped from one end of the region to the other, and it's pretty clear he works very hard to try to meet the needs of our different communities, but really just with the one truck it's near impossible. I know there's a lot to be considered in that second option, and I certainly am fully supportive. I think even with the removal of the trees, we are still going to have to look at those capital requirements of the drainage inlet there, and I would like to solve this problem once and for all for the people of Leopard Court. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Jones, before we wrap up.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I know these are only reports and I don't disagree with any of the intent in either of them, but I just want to highlight with drainage problems, there is hundreds across our region that all fit into this category and have been on the waiting list for a long time. And I know it's only a report, but I just wanted to highlight that, you know, when we come to capital discussions and all that, I'll be certainly listening to the conversation around this, but there's a lot of other issues across our region also that if we're going to start talking about drainage issues and all that, there'll be a lot to be thrown on the table to discuss as far as capital expenditure goes, and they've been on the list for 5 or 6 years and they've caused a lot of grief to a lot of people over a long period of time. Just wanted to highlight that, that's all.
Councillor Jones, and look, I'll wrap up with concluding comments and then we'll go to the vote. And there's been some really good discussion here. There are new technologies, as Councillor Shoemaker's highlighted, for addressing street sweeping. I think, you know, we have in our corporate plan, this new council identified that the livability of our region is really, really important. And, you know, we can do better in the way in which we maintain and clean and look after our existing assets. And if we get the right technology, our staff can do a better job, and we can get happier residents, happier staff. Could be a good outcome for everybody. In terms of Councillor Jones's comments, I think this comes back to the discussion we've had about renewing the assets that we've got. Now, this might be an upgrade, I understand that, but yes, there are a lot of stormwater issues. There are a lot of table drain issues. There are a lot of tail drain issues, as Councillor Duff's talked about. There are a lot of, you know, road and general residency drainage issues right across our region, including our rural sector. And it's a discussion we're going to have about how we're going to fund the rehabilitation of those drains into the future. Because they talk about in the media rain bombs, it would seem that we are living in a world today where rain comes in large amounts in very short periods of time. And from the observations we've seen in recent time, I think it's fairly clear that our drainage network is not sufficient to cope with what seems to be a problem that is not going to go away. And I think we're going to have to seriously, once and for all, now face that issue and address it. Because as you've said, Councillor Jones, it's been there for a long time. And it's another issue we're going to have to face and address. Otherwise, we're going to have more road damage, more flooding and inundation of people's yards. And I just don't think we can afford to have that in the future. So we are going to have to apply our minds to this issue, I think, over coming months. Yep. So I'll wrap up with that. The motion's there. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all, and thanks for the great discussion. I'll now move a procedural motion that we break for morning tea. Councillor Henson, quick off the mark. Seconded that. Thanks, Councillor Henson. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay. Welcome back all. I now move that we resume the meeting at 11:37 a.m. Do we have a seconder for such? Councillor Shoemaker. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. We're up to item 8.1, which is the Waste Management Portfolio Report at page 50, and the recommendation that we received by the committee. Do we have a mover for such? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded. Councillor Potter. Okay. We'll take that report as presented, I think, Council. But prior to doing so, does anyone have any questions in relation to the report? Yeah. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, just one question. Just wanted to understand, so Department of Environmental Sciences are doing a waste data review for the Kingaroy Waste Facility, and then they've commenced an operator self-assessment for our other facilities. So we're doing the operator self-assessment, but the waste data review, I was just trying to understand those two a little bit better, the purpose of them and what, why we do it and what it will bring back for council, or is it a regulatory function, those sorts of things, Pete?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Shoemaker. Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. So, yeah, this is part of our licensing requirements at the Department of Environment and Science. We hold a licence for the environmentally relevant activity, the landfilling or waste disposal at all of our sites. So, yeah, they do regular inspections of our sites and audits of the sites. So, yeah, the data review, again, is for our return, so with the waste levy, commercial, domestic waste. So it's really just part of their auditing and review of our sites. The operator self-assessment checklist is really to assist us to self-assess and make sure that we are complying with our licence conditions. So it's just part of their regular inspections there.
Yeah, and just a supplementary question. We talked about at the recent waste collection discussion that we had with council, the workshop, we talked about the waste recovery strategy. Have I got the term of that right? I just wondered, has that work started, or the plan for that moving forward? Thanks.
Yeah, so that was part of, we have actually put in for the funding for that, was the BBRF funding. So we did actually put an application in for, and what it will do is allow us to update our waste management study, but look a bit further into the some of the impacts of the climate change and those things. So yeah, that we've submitted the application and are waiting to hear.
Yeah, thank you for the context. I think that's a really exciting move forward and a very timely and important one. So thank you for the work and the opportunity to sit down and really understand our collection contracts the other day. Really did appreciate the work that the team's put in, and I know there's a lot more work to be done in this space over the next 12 months. So thank you, Peter.
General Manager May, we'd also, as a council, like to welcome our new Coordinator of Waste Management, Hyrule. Is it Hyrule? Hyrule, to our team. It's great to see that you've been successful in engaging Hyrule in a very important part of council's core business. So thank you, and please pass on our warmest welcome to the team. Okay, shall we go to the vote? Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. 8.2 is the Environment and Waste Services update. It's at page 51. It's recommended that the update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Henson. General Manager, anything to bring to the committee's attention there?
Is everyone else looking at the planning stats again in this?
I am.
So yeah, actually, we've got the wrong attachment there. It's not just me. So yeah, we will have to update. So generally, this report is just the update from our environment waste. So so that's actually, we've actually put the wrong attachment in there. I've just noticed because that's the planning stats update repeated.
Oh, it's
I will find that attachment and circulate it to the council and certainly come back with any queries. Apologies for that. So
thanks, GMMA, but from your knowledge, there was nothing there that is particularly pressing at this
No, it
moment
was-
the
it was
council
re-
needs to be aware of?
no, really just those updates on number of impoundments and CRMs in that space, waste collection stats and that. So yeah, I have seen the report, but we've just So I will circulate that shortly.
That's fine, GMMA. Human error happens to all of us. So if you can circulate that by email, that'll be much appreciated. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. 9.1, I'd like to now welcome Councillor Duff to present her Rural Resilience, Parks and Gardens, Property and Facility Management and Indigenous Affairs Portfolio Report at page 56.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So the first item is Parks and Gardens. Mowing is continuing throughout the region in all parks and open space areas. New efficiencies have been introduced via changing the cutting height during the faster growing periods, which allows more areas to be covered in a lesser time and with a tidier finish. Turf regulator, Primo Max, has had its third application in most areas and is showing good results. Clean-up of the retention basins in Kingaroy and Mamarambi have been undertaken, along with slashing, mowing, whippersnipping in all water treatment plants and waste facilities. Storm damage clean-up was also undertaken earlier in the month following an intense morning storm that went through Kingaroy urban areas. Anzac Day planting has been undertaken in readiness for the upcoming commemorative services. Aerodromes. Inspections are continuing to be undertaken at both Kingaroy and Wandai aerodromes as per schedules. Feral animal fence is progressing with on-site meetings conducted with contractors and service locators to identify underground services prior to commencement. Council also engaged professional service provider to survey ensuring the fence height does not impede the obstacle limitation surfaces prior to construction. Staff are working with QFES in preparation for a planned burn-off from the boundary of the gliding strip to the road verge on the Kingaroy-Kuya Road prior to the installation of the fence. This will reduce excess grass vegetation, allowing easier fence line removal of existing boundary fence and allow better preparation for the installation of new feral animal fence. Council has and will continue to engage with all stakeholders with progress updates and will work with QFES to notify residents of planned burn-off dates. This will be done via letter drops and media releases once dates are confirmed. Dam manager and staff are prepared for the arrival of the Easter holiday guests, with booking numbers strong to date for the Easter period, the 14th to the 19th of April, Banduma 610 and Bioki Peterson 1046. Dam managers have secured accommodation for 2 contracting companies working within the Proston area over the next few months, booking the lookout cabins and bunkhouse complex at Banduma Dam. The rail trail damaged sections from Mergen to Wandai have been repaired to allow this section to reopen. There are still some washouts along the side of the rail trail that need gravel rocks to reduce further erosion in some sections. Works have started on the Mergen crossing heading to Gameri and is anticipated to be completed by the end of April, dependent on weather. The trail is open from Mergen RSL to Kingaroy at this point of time for users over the Easter period. Indigenous Affairs, Councillor Potter, Shoemaker, Jones and I attended the International Women's Day event that was held at Cherbourg. This was a wonderful function with a deadly fashion parade from many threads. It was a privilege to be surrounded by many of the strong women of Cherbourg who shared their stories of inspirational women past and present. Last week, the Mayor, myself and fellow councillors attended the opening of the new Kingaroy Hospital. It was brilliant to see the state government embrace our local Indigenous culture by incorporating the Welcome to Country, Waka Waka dances and Indigenous art unveiling into the official opening. Councillor Potter and I have been working alongside Venus Rabbit and Nikita Law of Cherbourg to ensure that Indigenous art will be included in the Kingaroy Transformation Project. Council has sponsored through our Indigenous Affairs Fund a Youth Week art competition that is being run through the Mergen Cherbourg Youth Hub. The competition is to celebrate Youth Week, which was the 1st to the 11th of April. The competition is open for the 10 to 18-year-olds from the Mergen, Cherbourg and South Burnett communities. Artworks will be displayed at the Youth Hub throughout 2022. All artwork must be received by the 20th of May 2022. Finally, following yesterday's historic federal court determination hearing on country in Cherbourg, can I add my acknowledgement and congratulations to the Waka Waka people on the court's recognition of native title. In rural resilience, Council has commenced a series of flood recovery events aimed at supporting our primary producers impacted by the recent flooding. The first event was a primary producer information session held at Mondial Hall on the 5th of April, where various support agencies were on hand to provide information on funding and other support available to impacted property owners. Further primary producer sessions are scheduled for BP Dam Wednesday the 26th of April 2022, Clonard Hall Wednesday the 4th of May, and Bowie Hall to be confirmed. Whilst offering information on available assistance, these events double as a great chance to connect socially with neighbours in a relaxed, informal format. We've also commenced a series of flood recovery fundraising breakfasts, and I encourage everyone to get out and support these, with all proceeds raised going to Blaze Aid to assist those impacted property owners. The first breakfast was held last week in Kingaroy, raising over $1,100, with the next event scheduled for tomorrow in Mergan QE2 Park, Thursday, 14th of April from 7 till 9 a.m. Further breakfasts will be held at Nanengo Reg McCullum Park, Thursday the 21st of April, 7 to 9 a.m. and Wandai Coronation Park, Thursday the 28th of April, 7 to 9 a.m. These events are a great way for us to show our support to the wonderful Blaze Aid volunteers who are doing an amazing job supporting our community pick up the pieces after our third consecutive flood event this summer. I would like to congratulate and thank Blaze Aid for all their hard work. Also supporting Blaze Aid, can I acknowledge Mayor Otto, who hosted an Italian night for the Blaze Aid volunteers, cooking the dinner, and Pizza Perfection, who donated all the pizza for the night. And that concludes my report. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move my report.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Okay, speakers, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you for your comprehensive report, Councillor Duff. You've certainly been busy across your various portfolio. I just, in relation to some of the work that's happening with Venus Rabbit and Nikita Law, and certainly on the back of the momentous occasion yesterday with Native Title Declaration in Cherbourg for the Waka Waka people. A little while ago, I shared with everyone an email which included, like on the bottom of it, that some councils are actually adopting like a template that has, you know, Waka Waka country, or proudly sent to you from, and we'd like to acknowledge our country or our traditional elders, or. And I'm actually wondering, in terms of some of the work that you're doing, whether there might be an opportunity to use some of the art aspects in terms of developing like a proper footer or something that goes on council's correspondence. Certainly, I'd like to see it, to be honest, eventually brought across all of our corporate branding, but something that acknowledges that this is Waka Waka country in the South Burnett and becomes part of our branding style guide into the future. So I guess it's just something that I've been thinking about for quite some time. I did share an email with some examples. That was quite a while ago, but happy to dig that up, and just think it would be a great thing if in your Indigenous, and certainly with Councillor Potter's arts portfolio and some of the opportunities that are underway, if we started to maybe think about how we could incorporate that into our organisation, I think it would be a really important step in the healing process.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. And if I can, just Councillor Duff, perhaps update Council. It's a good opportunity to do so. So yesterday was a day where we had the opportunity, of course, all of us to network with people, and in doing that, I had a good meeting, brief discussion with Minister Crawford, and so the Queensland Government looking to progress the path to treaty, and the Premier will be making an announcement on that in coming months, I expect. Minister Crawford was very buoyed by the way in which our councils work together, and the way in which our council embraces our First Nations people. So he's very keen to come and meet with our council and the Cherbourg Council and have discussions around what does it mean to recognise in a tangible way the native title of the Waka Waka that's assigned to the Waka Waka people. So he's talking about those sorts of things that Councillor Shoemaker has raised. So then it's not just a symbolic gesture as such. We then have issues to consider in relation to, yes, the way in which we, our style guide, our letterhead and our website, acknowledgement there. We discuss concepts around not just signage, but future naming of assets in our region. We talked about concepts in relation to perhaps opening council meetings with welcome in Waka Waka language. We talked about integrating the Waka Waka art and colour schemes through all of the things that we do across the region, because of course they have their own colours the Waka Waka people that are broadly recognised. So it opens up a really good opportunity, absolutely, for us to have these discussions. And so the minister was keen to bring together the stakeholders. He's keen to bring the elders to the table. And in speaking to the elders, they suggest that a good starting point would be to get the Waka Waka dancers to come and present to council, because they have a lot of knowledge about their culture, and they can give us, I think, they can help us get a much better understanding of what it means to be a Waka Waka person, and then they can then perhaps start that conversation where we can then bring government to the table with ourselves, with the Waka Waka elders and the representatives, to then start to look at, what does it mean to tangibly, practically implement recognition on the ground into the future, and what's our council's approach going to be on that. So you raise a very good point. Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Yeah. Councillor Duff, yeah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I 100% agree that would be a good thing to do moving forward. And I love the fact that we've already on our regional entry signs that we've got the Waka Waka symbol, and we've also in the Mergen footpath we've incorporated Venus Rabbit's artwork with the owl and the serpent. And I think that this having Nikita and Venus work together for the Kingaroy Transformation Project is moving towards getting more and more stuff happening, as the Mayor said, to go beyond the symbolic stuff, but actually just meet with them and talk about other things that we can do. But absolutely agree that would be a wonderful gesture to have that right across our region, to something that we put on as our style guide, 100%. So thinking that, this is an opportunity to with what happened yesterday, to move forward and try and build those relationships and build just advance on what we've already achieved. So, thank you for the idea.
Councillor Jones.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, thank you. Just want to raise an issue. We need to be aware as a South Burnett region and a South Burnett council that the southern end of our region is not Waka Waka. It's Dala. Okay? So just when we go forward, make sure that we respect and represent all cultures that are in our region. Waka Waka is a majority, yes they are, but please just be cautious and be wary that the southern end is not Waka Waka, it's Dala.
Has there been a determination in relation to the area around Blackbutt and that southern end? Mr Sear, do we know if there's a determination on that? No.
The western boundary, General Manager Mayfa, the Hawkwood mob / originally knew them as Woolly Woolly as well. So whilst again it's only a small, but we do have Woolly Woolly / Hawkwood mob come in, and I think they have got a determination over that end. So there is that third group that comes into our regional shire boundaries.
I think this is probably best managed by council acknowledging the determinations, and where the determinations exist, we can that then opens up the opportunity to then directly engage with the Waka Waka representatives who are duly appointed, the committee that's appointed to represent their people, and we will have to watch the other determinations that come through over time to make sure that we are then, when those determinations happen, we are also recognising the other traditional owners on parts of our region. So it's a good point you make. Thanks, Councillor Jones. Anything, Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, Mr Mayor, of course. And I'm probably keen to understand, Councillor Jones, if you've got any relationships there in that area in relation to that we could certainly, if it's in your area, if you can help to connect some of those dots. Because I do recognise it is a small part of our region, but one that we need to acknowledge, absolutely. Yep.
Any further speakers in relation to the report? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 9.2 is the Parks and Gardens update. That's at page 59. Is there anything there, General Manager, that you would like to bring to the attention of Council as an introduction? Thank you.
Three, Mr Mayor. Just probably an update on where some of the capital works projects are, and just monthly statistics. So just probably questions by exception.
The recommendation is that the Parks and Gardens update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, second, Councillor Potter. Okay, questions, observations, councillors? Councillor, sorry, Mr CEO. Thank you.
Mayor, I was a little bit slow with the very good conversation about the Indigenous groups, but just there will be further information coming. But the Festival of the Dams is scheduled for the federal election weekend. It would have normally been held on the 14th of May, but it was moved or pushed to 21st for a couple of reasons. So there will be further information, but it's started planning for that, and it's at Bunduma from memory again, this first one. So, 21st of May, so if councillors want to mark their diaries that weekend.
Mr. CEO, could we perhaps just send some correspondence to the Committee of the Traditional Owners to let them know that that's happening, and obviously offer for someone to come and do a welcome to country?
Yeah, certainly, Mayor, certainly. Absolutely. So, so as I said, it's very early stages, so yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. Just while we're interjecting and digressing, Councillor Jones, Councillor Duff, I've received a message that your Facebook page has been hacked, and residents are trying to contact you to let you know that they're receiving messages. So you might want to just quickly deal with that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have dealt with that.
Oh,
Yep.
good. Thank you, Councillor. I didn't think you'd mind me raising that publicly. Okay, so where were we? Sorry. Now, yes, Parks and Gardens update. Any question? Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just want to know the QE2 park, we've done that design. When's that going back to the community? They're asking what's happening with it.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, so shortly, the only thing we are looking at now is we were, not that we were successful, but we have been invited for the QE2, the Queen's Jubilee planting thing. So we have been requested to put a formal application in under that program. So they're just tweaking that so that we can make sure we do incorporate an avenue of trees or something in, which is due at the end of the month. So yeah, probably just a slight hold up with making sure that we don't proceed and then get funding to put an avenue of trees in So yeah, slight hold up, but yeah, we'll be over the coming weeks and probably after we do that design. So I would say in sort of early May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just wanted to find out also what is happening with the Wando Public Amenity refurbishment, because it said that it was to commence early 2022. So just wondering, it's only 5% complete. Where's that at?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, so that one has been impacted by the loss of our technical officer in Parks, who left at Christmas time. So who was handling that project has been handed over to Leanne's property guys. So yeah, that has delayed the project because they've got their work. So it's basically being scoped out and tendered and priced up at the moment. So yeah, that was just a staff changeover has delayed that one with losing that officer.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I've just got a few. So when, just with the Wando swimming pool, when are we starting that project, and when are we likely to be finished that one?
I'll hand this one to Leah.
Yeah, certainly. Just with the Wando swimming pool, we actually are about to call for quotations on components of the pool. So moving the equipment shed, the bathroom renovation. So all the designs are back for that. They'll all be individually put out for quote, and there'll be a number of contractors willing to put in quotations for that work. The actual design, we have got the first design back, and we're just going backwards and forwards with the consultant at the moment, just to make sure that what we're designing is can come within budget. As you can appreciate, with the costs of everything rising, we just want to make sure that we don't design something up that we can't afford. So we're just working through some initial costings and trying to get those designs right, because it needs its own independent filtration system. And yeah, that's an extra cost to us. So we're just working through that. The pool will close here on the 19th, and then we'll be able to start progress 19th of April, and then we're progressing with works for Wando swimming pool while the pool is closed. So once we have everything bedded down, we'll come back with a detailed schedule of works, if that's something that you'd like to see. But our intentions is to commence those works over the coming months and get some of the works finalised before the pool season reopens in September.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just want to know also with the Wando Sports Ground fence line, I know there was an insurance claim and that seems to be taking a long time. Where's that one at?
The insurance claim is still outstanding, and we're still waiting on confirmation back from the insurer for the Wandai fence. We have cleaned it all up. It is ready to go. We're just waiting on the insurance claim.
And through you, Mr Mayor, what about the remedial works for the roads? Where's that at?
Yeah, we are in property. Did you?
I think,
It's back here on page, access road remediation, Wandai Sports Ground. So it's on page 67.
yeah, I think, yeah, I think it's in property because it's an asset.
Oh, I thought it was in properties. It is, but we're still in. Oh, Parks and Gardens, sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
I've
it's
jumped
in-
ahead, yeah.
Next item, yeah. Thanks, General Manager and Manager Leanne. Just while we're just looking at terms of progress on capital works, Blackbuck Park or Banarkin Park's renewal. Is there any update for councillors in relation to the consultation with the residents around their plans for their park? Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, so each of these projects probably are behind where I would like to see them, but we've got the designer who met with council with the QE2 park, so we've rolled him over into these other ones doing those initial concept designs that we can go. The community group and Councillor Jones had a design up there, so we're just trying to get him to put that into a concept plan that we can take out. So yeah, that is expected to go over the coming weeks as he comes off that QE2 one. QE2.
Thanks, General Manager. The other one that I had, just in the Kingaroy Apex Park, I know this one's been sitting on the list for a long time. I keep watching it and waiting to see when that's going to happen. The car park, the path and the painting at Apex Park, is any update on how that's progressing?
Yeah, this is one that we have, again, with the loss of that technical officer of Parks who was looking at that. It has been transferred over to the infrastructure guys. Unfortunately, when we're passing these projects to the other departments, they've already got their list of work. So, so I'm not sure, but I think it's at that preliminary stage because we've passed it on to the infrastructure guys to deliver that project now.
Just wondering, Mr. CEO, whether we could perhaps, and I'm probably be guided by my colleagues, but whether we could actually look to try and progress that as a priority of council, in light of the fact that I think the residents would like to see that done before the spring comes around, if we could have it done before October, if possible, because we might not get the usage over winter, but certainly coming into spring, there's a lot of families that use that for barbecues and parties and children's play areas. It'd be nice before they come out in the warmer weather and start getting activated again to have that done by October. Would that be a possibility?
Yeah, I could definitely follow up with the manager and with the infrastructure guys and get a timeline bedded down for council.
Thanks, General Manager. Okay, further speakers? Councillor Schumacher.
I just had a question in relation to the scope for Railway Park renewal and Proston. I actually thought we'd done that with the basketball updates and things like that, or is this a different project for Railway Park? I've probably got my parks confused, but I actually thought we might have completed that one.
Yeah, through you. So yeah, we did do the basketball soccer thing. So that was in the previous. So this is just an extension of works in that park, just further embellishments. And again, the designer is putting everything that's down there and just sort of putting so that we've got a design that we can chip away with these small projects as we have funding, so we can just keep adding to the thing. So yes, we completed the basketball one under the previous. So this is just further embellishments.
Yeah, thank you.
Manager, just wanted to make an observation here. Just on page 62, we can see there the dams update and just year to date, BP Dam. So BP Dam last year at this stage had 8,543. Is that accommodation, visitations or bookings? This year, same period, 9,883. And I notice you've got over 1,000 bookings in already just for that 1 week in Easter. So that's a good news story, isn't it, in terms of BP dams tracking along, becoming quite popular. Boondoom is not such a good story, but I think you've explained that's because of the waterline now. But BP Dam, focusing on BP Dam, a good news story for council in terms of the work we've done there. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Yeah, so BP Dam has certainly been popular. Has also been buoyed with probably shortage of accommodation for contractors coming into town. We've got really steady, or strong, not steady, we've got really strong demand for contractors looking for accommodation, particularly the Moffatdale area. So that has helped, particularly around the cabin, booking of cabins and that. But yeah, BP Dam, certainly close to Sunshine Coast, it has been. Boondooma, the camping, unpowered camping sites has certainly been down for, Boondooma just seems to be falling, a little bit further behind.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm keen to discuss with as a group into the future with our marketing of these council assets is whether there's appetite in council to look at some really serious signage on those major highways coming out of Brisbane. The highway, the road between up through Caboolture, from Brisbane heading north up to the Sunshine Coast is goodness knows what the traffic count is on that road. Similarly, on the southern side, the road heading out on that freeway, Ipswich motorway, is a lot of traffic on there. And I know I'd just like to see us consider into the future, just something for another day, whether we want to consider some serious billboards there that say, hey, this is BP Dam, or this is Boondooma Dam, or this is the Bunya Mountains, or I don't know, just a discussion for another day, but just wanting to flag that because they certainly are tremendous assets, aren't they, that we can continue to promote, and it's great to see some good results there. Yeah. Thanks, GM. Okay, any further speakers on that report? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 9.3, the properties update at page 64. We'll go straight to you, Manager. Anything you wanted to highlight there in introducing such? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to highlight a few projects and activities that's going on for properties. Just on the Kingaroy Memorial Park master plan, or Memorial Park and Pool master plan, as we stand at the moment, we've had 624 responses to the community survey. So an enormous amount of people are providing feedback on the survey. And yeah, quite extensive in their comments that they're sharing and ideas and concepts. So looking forward to all of that information coming back through council, and obviously our consultants have to consider all of that feedback. But yeah, certainly the community of the South Burnett, and in particular Kingaroy, are really wanting to have a say about this master plan. So we will continue to encourage that. We have decided to leave the survey open over the Easter break. There's a lot of activity happening in the park at the moment with families travelling through and visiting. And also we've decided to leave the survey open actually to Anzac Day, with the Anzac ceremonies occurring in the park. I think it's an opportunity for families that are visiting the ceremony to make use of the QR code and fill out the survey. So we'll probably close the survey the day after Anzac Day, and that's probably long enough because we really want the consultants to pull quite a comprehensive report together. At the same time, we are still running a number of focus group meetings and individual meetings with groups. So there is a meeting or a workshop that we're having with the disability service groups of the South Burnett on Thursday the 21st of April in the reception room, and that's where we want to hear back from a number of those groups on how they're utilising Memorial Park and how they'd like to use it in the future. What is coming back through a lot of the workshops and individual meetings that we are having is people are really keen to see the draft plan with a number of options and really want to get involved in those discussions as well. So, and that's fair enough. I mean, they've had input into the community survey, they've expressed their interests and thoughts and ideas, and they probably want to see how that's coming back through in those draft options. So there's probably a bigger job coming of getting all that information back out to them and getting them to understand all the different types of ideas that the community have. So yeah, just an observation, not everything's going to fit in that park. So there's quite a few comments coming back, and I think there's opportunity for council to look at that report and look at some of the ideas, and maybe some of those ideas would filter into some of our other parks and other open space in town. So yeah, there's lots of work in that space. So I just wanted to raise that with council. The South Burnett Aquatic Centre, we did report last month that it's 100% completed. Very, very positive feedback from the community with the additional disability bathroom in the Nango, and certainly worth the wait. You know, people appreciate the closure. Did have a significant impact on people that were using the pool for rehabilitation, but yeah, very positive feedbacks from some of those members and patrons, because they can see why they needed to wait for the additional bathroom. Just on the Monjaw Hall, just an update. We will bring a report back to this council meeting in April. We have received the quotations back for the re-stumping of Monjaw Hall, and we will bring a report back to council for council to consider those quotations and to hopefully progress that project. The Monjaw Hall re-roofing quotations were received, and we worked with that hall committee to actually put a gambling community benefit fund application in, so that's all been submitted. The works at Mergen Showgrounds, the electrical poles that were damaged in the storm, that works has now been completed, so we were able to get Ergon to get us those poles of a matter of urgency to get that up and running again. The question that Councillor Duff previously had in regards to the works at the Wandai Sports Ground, certainly the works have been awarded to a local contractor to commence the grandstand works. That has occurred. I think that actually went to, I'll have to check exactly which contractor, but that work is occurring. The Wandai Sports Ground road works, the road remediation, ONF have received an order to do the survey for that site. Once we've got the survey completed, then we'll be able to just finalise the scope of works for the remediation works to occur there to improve the drainage away from the building. And that's probably the major highlights. I mean, the Mergen squash courts, those works are about to progress early May, so that's quite a significant project to get underway with the Mergen squash courts, and obviously the Wandai swimming pool is a priority for us now to get those works underway as well in this closure period. So lots happening in terms of capital projects. The ice machines, once again, we've received a delay in the delivery of the ice machines. I think there's 3 here in Australia and there's 3 on a ship floating around somewhere, and we're hoping that we'll take delivery of them this financial year. But that's just how it goes. So, and the leasing, just on leasing, there's a number of reports that are going to be presented following this report for the leasing, so I might just leave that to the individual reports that we've got coming forward. And also the land sales, you've got a report coming forward there as well on progressing with the divestment of some of your land assets, so we might leave that to then as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. So it's recommended that the operational update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, second Councillor Duff. Speakers? Councillor Duff.
Just wanted to find out about the Heisel Progress Association, just where that's at, because they're really keen to progress and get that, do that work with the trees and start to clean that area up. And they were hoping to have a lease in place at some point in time, and they have sent you through some information about plans and things that you had requested. So I'm just wondering how we can fast track that, because the committee are very keen right now to get some stuff happening.
Sure, thanks, Councillor, and thanks for supplying that plan has come through today from Councillor Duff and some comments there. So what we'll do is we'll review those, the plan that they have proposed and some of the comments there. And yeah, we'll just work through that with the committee and bring back a report to council for further consideration at a future standing committee meeting for council to consider. I haven't read the documentation, but we were keen to have a look at the works that they're proposing, what sort of costs are involved, how are they going to continue to fund some of the works that they're proposing, and also look at approval from DTMR to actually carry out those works on that lease area.
Thank you, Manager. Manager, just in terms of the swimming pool work that we're doing, Memorial Park, the Kingross swimming pool, clearly from what you said, a good outcome with the Nanango pool and the Aquatic Centre. We've got the Wandai pool work happening over winter. I was just wondering whether we should actually look to activate some good news media stories around this, and perhaps if we could, media teams extend an invitation, set up a series of photograph opportunities and extend an invitation for all councillors to perhaps do some, let's get some photo shoots and put some media, if we could, around the survey and the community engagement we're doing on Memorial Park, the finished product at Nanango, and also some community information around the plans for Wandai and the time frame for the works. So might be a bit of travel for us all to get across and get a photo shoot together, but that might be a good opportunity to get some good news stories out there to show that council is working to improve community facilities across the region. So if we could leave that with you, perhaps to work with our media team on, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Duff, just had a question in relation to the insurance claim. Manager, is it possible that we could maybe just follow up on that insurance claim for the Wandai fence and maybe just circulate an email out to councillors? I know they're difficult to deal with, these insurance companies, sorry, but if you don't mind just giving them a little bit of a prod, because I think we all know that the Wandai Footy Club are doing a great job. And they're so keen, and I saw the contractors there yesterday working on the grandstand. I think they've got games coming up, and just to be able to show them that we are helping to try and push that insurance claim along.
Certainly,
your thoughts on that?
happy,
Yeah.
happy to keep talking to our insurance team. With the assistance of the finance team, I mean, Carolyn's team and Karen has been wonderful in just trying to improve the communication back to the insurer broker. We appreciate they have a lot of insurance claims across a lot of flood damaged areas, and that's why it is taking a long time. So, yep, with the assistance of finance, we'll keep requesting for them to review our insurance claims.
Thanks very much, Manager, and thanks, General Manager Jarvis, for your team. While I'm on a roll here, what did you say with leases? Will we get an update later in today on the leases? Bunny Pierce Oval, for example, with the new group in Blackbutt? Just saying that we haven't heard back from them with their lease. Just on page 67, Leanne.
Oh, sure.
Have we heard back from...
No, we haven't,
those
but
guys?
we just have an opportunity today. They've actually just sent us a letter requesting for consent of their works under the Gambling Community Benefit Fund and a letter of consent. And we'll follow up with them now just to say, yep, certainly happy to work with them in getting that letter of support in place for their funding application. But if they were able to sign their lease agreement, we'll be able to get it over the line really quickly. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure why. I think the committee's just needed a little bit of time to work through the lease document. We have offered to go back down and meet with them. So, yeah, this will be an opportunity for us just to get this one over the line.
Thank you. Councillor Jones, did you have any updates on what's happening with the timber towners? Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just with that this morning, with that letter, I think that may be the junior rugby league that have asked them for that, not the actual community group that's taking that on. So I'll talk to you after the meeting offline, Leanne, and work through that process and make contact with them and follow that up. But if that's the case, I mentioned to them, we had a discussion a few weeks ago, and I mentioned it to them down there that they need to get back. So if we need to chase them up as far as signing that lease agreement, because as far as I'm aware, they're extremely happy with everything and happy to sign it, but it's just a matter there's a bit going on down there, and they're just trying, so we can follow that up, and I'm happy to talk on offline. But as far as the whole project down there, it's just enormous, absolutely fantastic, and that is a good news story. Yeah.
Yeah, and once we sign that release perhaps again. I don't want to make our media team too busy, but it is a great news story. The Timber Towners and Community Association. I probably haven't got the name, but that is one heck of a good story for our region, and Councillor Jones has been right at the centre of all that. So if we could get a media story around that, once that lease is signed, Leanne, with Councillor Jones, that would be great. Yeah, thank you. Sorry to give you more work. Just while we're going there, Manager, just the Earl Street Memorandum blocks, have they been listed with the agents at this stage? We got some for sale signs on those yet?
Not at this stage. We just remember last month we appointed the real estate agents, so we're just entering into those contracts at the moment. And as soon as those contracts are back and signed, then yeah, we'll certainly have these blocks listed with the agents.
Thank you. Further speakers? Okay. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to, with regards to, if I could, I talked to Manager Leanne about just putting some timelines around the Heisel project, because we haven't, the committee keep asking me when's something going to happen. So I just wanted, and I supported, spoke to Leanne about that the committee recommend to council. Is that okay if I move?
Yes, you can
around
put a
that?
motion forward, Councillor, yes.
That council advance arrangements. Sorry. Arrangements with DTMR. With DTMR and the Highsville Progress Association. Progress Association, with a view to finalising the proposed lease to take effect from August 2022.
Thanks, Bree. It's challenging when you're still learning all these acronyms, aren't you? DTMR and Progress Associations. It took me a good 12 months, but you're doing well. Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Duff, would you speak to your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I spoke to Manager Leanne. I was going to do July, but it's just to give them some timelines, because they're just so keen to get something happening, and they just waiting, and so that there's negotiations still to happen with Department of Transport and Main Roads, and they've had to submit plans, and they did send some plans through, and then there was a map that's been put together. It's just so that I can go back to them and say, well, we're looking now to have it finalised by August. So it's just to give it some timelines.
Thank you, Councillor. I think I'll go to Councillor Schumacher shortly, but Manager, I think probably the question that's in all of our minds is that's probably 3 months if we're going to start a lease on the 1st of August or something, the horse's birthday. It's probably 3 months. Probably the question for all of us is that, are there impediments to achieving that? If that is seen by council to be a priority, what are the impediments on those timeframes?
We would certainly need to bring a report back to council. I mean, I've just received this today. In their overview, very briefly, I mean, there are items in here that we'd have to bring back to council for council's consideration, because they're suggesting some items here that they support the idea that council constructs a walkway. They support the idea of council constructing a school bus stop. So there's a number of items. There's also bollards, a walking track. There's a number of items here that isn't clearly, and I have to read and understand this, and that's why we need to go back to the committee and just confirm, are these items that they are looking at funding? Yes, before we enter into a lease arrangement, just so we have a full understanding of what sort of costs are involved for council if you enter into this sort of agreement. I think it's all workable. We just need a little bit more time and then bring a report back to council rather than just go to that step. That's all.
So Councillor Duff, yeah, that's a really good point you raise. So, yeah, just before we say that though, that can cover the issues around DTMR as well, because I know this is a railway line, isn't it? Yeah, so you've got that to cover as well. So, Councillor Duff, your response to
Yeah,
managers?
happy to change it to with the council advance arrangements with DTMR and the Housing Progress Association with a view to a report coming back to could we bring it forward if it's just a report rather than a lease? Could it come?
So I think they're brief. You just backspace to the word association and bring a report to the Community Standing Committee in which month, Leanne, we think would be reasonable?
Well, look, I am going to suggest April, to be honest with you. August. There's just so much going on in this space at the moment. You can see all the reports here in front of us today from Jennifer from leasing. There are a large number of other groups that have written into council as well that we're not got on here that we're working on. So I'm just worried that there are other groups have to drop off for this group. So that's why I'm just asking, yes, to be fair, could we ask for August?
Councillor Duff, your response?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Happy to go with that.
Thank you. So you're happy with that motion? Councillor Potter, you happy to continue to support that motion? Thank you. Okay, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, absolutely. Supportive of the idea, but would certainly appreciate some more information in terms of the vision. I've only been out there and met with them once and it got quite dark and it was about another issue. So I think it would be really good to for all of council to really understand how we can collaborate and the outcomes that the Progress Association are desiring. And I just, in relation to those DTMR conversations, probably a question for Councillor Jones and even Councillor Henson through the TAC or your many relationships that you have. Is there an opportunity for you to sort of progress this conversation in some of your circles around the DTMR implications to support the team?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, look, thanks, Councillor Schumann, through you, Mr Mayor. Thanks for the question. But again, this would be a staff function, I think, and I'm happy if the staff ever come to me and ask me to continue the conversation or extend it further, more than happy with I'd go to the CEO and ask for permission. I would certainly take that question. But I think through the whole process of what they're trying to do and what they're trying to achieve and understanding the whole operational side of things, the staff need to lead that charge, speak to that. And if the offer is there and they all know it, that if they need any further conversation with my connections through DTMR and all that sort of stuff, they know that they can contact me. I'd go to the and seek permission from the CEO and the Mayor, and we would continue, and then I would take that further. So, yeah, more than happy the offer's there, and they, in my experiences working with the staff, they all know that opportunity is there, but more than happy to support.
Further speakers? Councillor Duff, right of reply. Closing comments before we go to the debate. There's no against. So.
No, I'm fine. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Good, thank you. So we'll go to the vote. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. 9.5 is the Fishing Infrastructure Grant Extend BP Dam Boat Ramp Report. That's at page 79, where it is recommended that the committee recommend to council that the Deputy Director General Fisheries and Forestry be advised that council unfortunately declines the funding offer to extend the public boat ramp at the Pajoggi-Peterson Dam, given an ability to deliver the project in the required timeframe, and that council reserves the right to reapply in the future, assuming water levels allow completion of the project. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter. Seconder? Councillor Henson, thank you. Speakers, Councillor Potter first. Anything from you, Councillor Potter?
Mr Mayor, I think the reasons are obvious.
Thank you. Councillor Duff?
It's a shame to give the money back. There's no other project we could put forward in its place, like that's something else that they might negotiate for. No.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, so there was probably an option to try some other fishing infrastructure. But the concern was if we put a second or third class project up, that when we go to reapply, it would hurt the chances. So we really want to get this funding when the dam gets down. So we just thought it was in the best spirit order to basically give the money back this time, and then we'd be pretty cranky if the next round it comes we put in and we didn't get it refunded. Whereas if we did put fish scale tables or something else in, then they might say, well, you had your opportunity. So it's probably just the need is for the boat ramps when it gets down. So that was probably a bit of the thought behind it, not just to try spend it on something because it was available. Save our gunpowder.
Thank you, Gentleman Germain. Just one question before I go to Councillor Shoemaker. Have we consulted with the BP Dam Fish Stockers Group in making this recommendation?
Yeah, I'll have to take that one on notice.
Take this to go public into the media and then find out that they weren't aware of it, as I know that they were the drivers behind the project. If we could just check that, Pete, that'd be great. Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, similar to Councillor Duff, I certainly know it's a bit bittersweet to have to give the money back. I just wondered, is there, any opportunities to stage the project with the level of the dam currently over time, or opportunity to negotiate the project timeframes, or have they been pretty hard and heavy in saying it has to be done by the September 23 deadline?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so that was where we went back to first of can we stretch it out, and that was they said no. They would certainly, it would come into future rounds. So yeah, we can't really do it till the water level does drop back, and the dam could drop down to 80%, fill next summer to 100. Like it could be. Well, hopefully, be 5-10 years before we get down needing this again, sort of thing. So. They certainly weren't willing to leave the money on the table for an indefinite point of time. So, we did. That was where we explored first, but that wasn't an option.
The feedback really is that, you only get one shot at applying to this. Like if we used it for something else and then apply again later, that's not within the guidelines, or are we thinking they're just going to claim that they've already given us some money and not give us any more money?
Yeah. I suppose that was probably a bit of the thought process behind it, is that if we just do use it for another project, then it could be seen that this wasn't our highest priority. So when we get back to those dam levels, we would be keen to put this in, and probably you'd use the fact that we were approved in a previous round. We weren't able to utilise the funding. It still was a priority 5 years ago. It's still a priority now. So it was that was probably the rationale behind that. We certainly didn't have another shovel-ready project ready to throw out. We have done the designs ready to go for this one, but it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. I suppose it doesn't mean you wouldn't necessarily get it in the future, but I just thought it adds to the case if you are reapplying.
Yeah, Councillor Duff.
I'm just thinking that we're talking 4 or 5 years. Things change considerably in that time. I'm just thinking I agree with Councillor Shoemaker. It's a real shame to not. Even if we did put another project up, I'm thinking in 5 years' time they're not going to. It'd be hard push to argue that we're not legitimate about wanting a boat ramp. It was just a set of circumstances. I'm just thinking, is it worth exploring? How much time have we got to actually declare? Like, what was the timelines with this? Would we have time to put together some other project opportunity?
Yeah, just off the top, we would have to look at it. I know they'd be keen for us to sign up to acceptance of the funding. I'm just not sure where that is. So, I'm probably just not completely familiar with the project. With them, acting manager's been dealing with this one. So
yeah, you've got. Thanks, GMMA. I'm wondering, colleagues, whether we are best to just let this lay on the table and come back and revisit it next month, if there's time to do that, GM, because I'd like to hear back from the BP fish stockers as to whether they've got any other projects, and maybe even get some correspondence from the department to say that is there scope under the guidelines to reapply the funding to another project. I just feel as though maybe we haven't got as much information today, Pete, that we need to make a decision here. So I'd like to move that as a procedural motion. And do we have a seconder for that? Yeah, Councillor Jones. Thank you. So we'll go to the vote on that one, don't we, Mr. CEO, straight away? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thanks, Jim. So we'll look to lift that off the table at the next community steering committee meeting, Mr. CEO. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Henson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, just, I hope we never see the bottom of that boat ramp again. But, you know, and I just looked at some statistics. Prior to this council coming into office, BP Dam's had at 5.7% in August 2019, remembering in 2013 it was bywashing. But can I just throw this out there, with funding on an extension of that boat ramp, could there be any opportunity to supply another boat ramp with that funding? Just throwing it out there, like we have 2 boat ramps there now. Would that be feasible? Could that be an avenue that be looked at with that funding?
It's a good point you raise, Councillor Henson. I know that where the cabins are, a lot of people keep their boats at the cabins and they run them down on the grass, and they've made a little dirt track like a boat ramp into the water with those smaller boats. So it's certainly worth doing some investigations with the community out there, I think, with the dam managers maybe, and also the fish group, as to whether that would be an option. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a suggestion, of course, and I know it's full, but maybe some other avenue could be explored with access into the water, some shape or form, whether that funding could be used for that, because honestly you're not going to see the bottom of that boat ramp for a long time. So yeah, just a suggestion.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. GM, we'll leave that on the table, and we'll look forward to that report coming back next month, if you could. Thank you. Give you some time just to get some more information together. Okay.
Sorry,
Councillor Duff, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. So as part of that, can we negotiate with the fish stocking group to look at priority projects?
Yeah, through Mr. Yeah, so we'll be catch up with the BP fish stocking group. We actually have got one of those, the barbecues out there, which the group are catering for, not this week, next week. So yeah, we'll catch up on site out there and have a talk through them with and the dam managers on what the priority projects. I'd be a bit wary of doing another boat ramp. You can get in the dam, yeah. So, but anyway, we'll look at what the group think and what we can do.
Yeah, worth having that conversation, see what comes out of it. Yeah, thanks, General Manager. Councillor Jones.
You can't put it into cabins.
It's just got to be fishing infrastructure, so stuff that supports the fishing infrastructure. So yeah, that's probably where we were looking at as some more, something else that can help support the fishermen out there.
There might be
not
options.
necessarily, yeah.
Sorry, Jim. Might be options to look at things like water supply, cleaning tables. You know, the big stainless steel cleaning tables where they can gut and fill it and do all that sort of thing that they do. I don't know. Let's see what they come up with. They might have some great ideas themselves. So, yeah, Councillor Schumacher.
Yeah, I know. Just when we've been out there with the boat, sometimes there's quite a few rocks and things around, and can be tricky to park your boat. Like whether there's options for pontoons or buoys or anything like that that might help in that regard, might be a good thing to float with them.
I think, Councillor, some good ideas there to take on board, GM, and your discussions with that group. Okay, so the next item then is 9.6, which is the realignment of the reserve boundary at the Nanango netball courts. Manager, would you be so kind as to give us an introduction? Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just a little bit of background. The Nanango Netball Association have held a lease for a long time over the reserve. However, that lease arrangement has come to an end, and unfortunately with COVID and some committee changeover, the club has actually remained dormant for a period of time, so they have not been in lease. The new committee that have formed and been elected are keen to take on a new lease arrangement over the Nango netball court. So we're happy, I would imagine, to progress with that. However, in our investigations, we did identify that the car park that council has constructed for the cemetery actually goes over the reserve for recreation. And also council has a sewage pump station located on this parcel of land as well. So what we are suggesting here today is that council, we do enter into a trustee permit, which is like a short-term permit that would give access to the club to start their season of 2022 here in April, because the netball season would kick off right now, while we undertake a survey and just adjust the reserve and the area that they would be responsible for, and therefore we would exclude the Nango Cemetery from their lease area and the actual sewage pump station. So just to tidy that site up, we would be keen to do a new survey. That will cost some funds and take a little bit of time with ONF, but in the short term we just enter into a short-term trustee permit, and then once we have all of that finalised, we would enter into a 10-year trustee lease over the reserve.
Thank you, Manager. So just to read the recommendation, it is that the committee recommend to council that 1, a short-term trustee permit is offered to the Nango Netball Association Incorporated for a term of 12 months for $75 plus GST per annum, on the condition that the Nango Netball Association Incorporated enter into a new trustee lease for Lot 212 on FY 2647, and 2, a portion of Lot 212 on FY 2647 be excised for the addition to the Nango Cemetery located on the neighbouring Lot 213 on FY 2647. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, absolutely, fully supportive of the approach, and yeah, thank you for the investigation that's gone into it to date. I think it's really great to see through the application to the community grants, the netball club really reinvigorating themselves. So look forward to what comes out of the work that they're doing, recognise the importance of sporting opportunities for young people across our region. I just had a question in relation to, on the bottom of page 82, it says that we've incorrectly charged rates when the club didn't hold a lease and they've requested a refund. I just wondered, is that something that will progress through other conversations once this is headed down, or what's the process with that?
Sure, councillors. We did decide to leave it in the report just so you're made aware of the club did ask for a refund. We've been talking to finance and looking at the rate policy, but really technically they should not have been charged the rates. They were not in lease. So it's really a technical matter. We will just reimburse them for those funds, as we shouldn't have probably charged them for those rates during that period. Look, I certainly appreciate that the clubhouse was still there. No one else utilised the site, but technically we shouldn't have charged them rates, so we'll just refund that. And
Thank you, Manager. Thank you, Councillor. I think this will ultimately be a matter for the Office of the CEO. Mr. CEO?
Yeah, it's not only technically, legally we don't have the right, so that's just an administrative action to refund. So once they asked, yeah, it's if it hasn't, it's processing through the system now. So yeah.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah. You know exactly where I'm going with this. I won't bring it up. I'll speak to the CEO and property manager off after the meeting. Yeah, sorry. Just in regards to exactly this with another situation. Yeah, and I'll be guided by the CEO before I bring it into a public meeting. Thank you.
But yeah, seek the counsel of the CEO directly would be my recommendation there, Councillor. Thank you. Okay. Right. Now, are we ready to go to the vote on this one? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you to Manager, you and your wonderful lease team who have done a great job in getting that process escalated quickly in advance of the start of the netball season, which will be great to see in the Nango, which has always been punched above its weight when it comes to netball. That little club down there, they do a great job. Okay, Councillor Shoemaker has left the room voluntarily on the basis of a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 9.7 as to the Bunya Mountains Community Association's request for support. It is at page 85. Manager, would you again provide us, if you could, with an introduction to the report? Thank you.
Certainly. Through you, Mr Mayor, I mean, we have been working, council have been working with the Bunya Mountains Community Association for several years now, trying to identify suitable land for this community to build a community centre. Unfortunately, unfortunately, the land that council has in the South Burnett Regional Division, we certainly don't have anything that's suitable for a community centre. So the association would like to actually undertake a feasibility study, and they have some land in mind in the Western Downs area. What they're looking for today is some support from this council to actually undertake their feasibility study and have some officers involved in those discussions with Western Downs to work through a feasibility study, to find the scope of works. They're not asking council at this stage to contribute to the cost of the feasibility study, but certainly just looking for our support to assist them. They're very keen to find a suitable parcel of land to build this community centre for the future. And unfortunately, the land holdings that are available up there just do not meet the size or the shape. Or in our case, we have a parkland up there that it's heavily vegetated, which is not suitable either for their needs at this stage. So, yeah, they're just looking for support.
Thank you, Manager. And again, for the community, the Bunya Mountains Community Association has not requested funding from council to undertake the study. What they have requested here in the recommendation is as follows, committee, that the committee recommend to council that council supports the Bunya Mountains Community Association Incorporated to undertake a feasibility study of their preferred location to develop a Bunya Mountains Community Centre located within the Western Downs Shire Council local government area. And 2, council supports the involvement of council officers to liaise with officers of Western Downs Council and the Bunya Mountains Community Association to assist with identifying the requirements of the feasibility study and define the scope of works. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Jones, seconded by Councillor Potter. Speakers, Councillor Jones, your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. As you said, there's no financial contribution requested by this group. They're trying to work with Manager Peterson there has just alluded to. We haven't got any suitable land in our South Burnett, which is a shame, but very close to our borders. There is some parcels of land that they're trying to work through with Western Downs, and I've been to meetings, and Mayor McVeigh and other councillors have come up from Western Downs at the same time, and certainly indicated that they're happy to try and work through with the Bunya Mountains organisation to try and secure a parcel of land, but there is a lot involved, and they're just trying to get a feasibility study done. So they're just asking for us to show support as a neighbouring council. I guess it'll go into the Western Downs Shire, but and it won't affect us as such, but they're just looking for support from us to because a majority of the Bunya Mountains is in our region. So they're just asking for support, and I fully support the recommendation.
Further speakers? Okay, if no one wishes to speak against, we'll go straight to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Can we bring Councillor Shoemaker back in? Thanks, Tim. So, right. So we move on now, Council, to committee to 9.8, which is the Proston Showgrounds realignment of boundaries. That's at page 111. We'll go back to you. Thanks, Manager Leanne.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, just this is quite a complicated matter at Proston. Certainly, you may like to refer to the attachment, which is the map. what we're proposing with this report is that there's a number of things that need to be done at Proston to look at the land parcels, because Proston Show Society, Proston Showgrounds Committee, you've got the Camp Draft Committee, you've got the Pony Club. There is a number of community organisations that do a lot of work over this site, but the actual facility itself, the showgrounds and the cattle yards, and also the cattle yards for the showing of cattle, as well as the camp draft yards, do not necessarily exist on the showground or within the showground boundary allotment. So over a long time, I would say over the last 100 years, Proston Showgrounds has expanded out over a number of parcels of land there. So what we're really wanting to do is to tidy this up for the Proston community, because as they're going forward in trying to apply for grants, it's very complicated to demonstrate in a grant application how they've got tenure and how they utilise the different parcels of land. At this stage, no groups actually hold a lease arrangement out there, so there's a lot of work occurring out there, always looking for consent and partnership approaches with council, but no one actually has a lease. So for us to sort out the lease arrangements, we're really keen to sort out the parcels of land. So
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm not on the board, I'm just a member of the Proston Show Society. Do I need to step out for this one?
Mr. CEO, your advice. Thank you. So you're not an office holder?
No.
You are a member?
Member.
Okay. Mr. CEO, thank you.
It's same as the Chamber of Commerce. Anyone who's a non-executive, who's not an executive, sorry, not a non-executive, but not an executive, just being a member of an association isn't necessarily, isn't a conflict.
No, okay. I just wanted to check. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Back to you. Thanks, Manager Leanne.
Thank you. So what we're asking today is we would like to look at all the parcels of land and then work through an arrangement where we expand the showgrounds lease area, or the area that they occupy, into one large parcel of land. So we would actually need to apply to the Department of Natural Resources to realign the boundaries of Lot 43, Lot 61 and Lot 67 and Lot 1 to become part of a community purpose reserve for showgrounds and recreation. And that area would take into consideration all the little different uses they have over the Proston showgrounds. The other item then would be to investigate the land tenure options for the remaining parcels of land and bring a report back to council. It could be that the department may suggest that that just all falls part of the recreation reserve and it's just one really large recreation reserve, and there's only a small portion that you actually lease out to the Proston Show Society, or they may have something else in mind that we can actually retain the other land and have that brought back to council for consideration. It could be that at this stage, some of that other land council is not the trustee of. You've got USL out there, you've got township area for township purposes. So a report would need to come back to council for your consideration of those other areas as well. The parcel that we have in our trusteeship is the Lot 79, and you may actually like to look at determining whether or not council would like that to turn to freehold. So if council holds a reserve for local government purposes, there is an arrangement there if council like to freehold that, and that it's at a reduced cost. So it might be time to explore that as well if you'd like to freehold that parcel of land. If not, you would leave that there for local government purposes as well. But there's lots of discussions that would need to occur. We're just looking for approval to start that process and have consent to apply for the trusteeship of Lot 1, which is that township reserve, and then consent to apply for the rest to be realigned.
Okay. Thanks, Manager. That's excellent. So the recommendation then to the committee is that the committee recommend to council to 1, consent to apply for trusteeship of Lot 1, SP 269740. 2, consent to apply for approval from the Department of Resources for the realignment of boundaries of Lot 43 on B0410, Lot 61 on B0425, Lot 67 on P697, and Lot 1 on SP 269740, and request the new community purpose to be showgrounds and recreation. 3, investigate the land tenure options for the remaining land of Lot 43 on B0410, Lot 61 on B0425, Lot 67 on P697, and Lot 1 on SP 269740, and bring a report back to Council. And 4, seek a departmental estimate to freehold Lot 79 on B0600. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Jones. Speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
It looks like there's a significant amount of land there. And through the process and conversations, like particularly Lot 1, it doesn't look like there's anything actually constructed on that to date. Or 63, is that right?
Lot 1 would be the cattle yards at the
they're
back
in
of the
there.
camp draft. And the other thing that's not shown on the map is when they have their show or their camp draft, how much space they actually use for all their camping and horses and extra cattle stored further out the back in additional holding yards. So that's probably not illustrated very well on the map.
Okay. So through the conversations that we're having though with all parties, we'll get a clearer understanding of exactly how much land's needed and what options there might be into the future. Yeah. No, great work. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a question in regards to when you made the comment that no group out there has an actual lease. Plenty of activities go on out there, camp draft shows and who knows what. Is everything operating, if there was to be any injuries or anything like that or accidents occurred, we are obviously covered, and are we right in allowing activities like that to take place on that ground? Like, I guess my question is, council is in a good position. Yeah, I guess if anything happens, because no one has a lease over any of the land.
Yes, thank you. General Manager, Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so council would have our public liability insurance. So the show societies or the camp draft societies, they would need their own to cover anything that occurs as part of their event. So yes, there would be level of risk for both organisations, but yeah, effectively, we're allowing their use of the facilities. The risk for us probably more so is we don't necessarily do prior inspections of events to see if there is any risk, so we're not doing those risk assessments and that. So it definitely is, I would say, a higher risk than if there was a lease where those sort of risks could be spelt out in that agreement. I think that's what you're alluding to.
Yes, thank you, General Manager, and thanks again, as Councillor Shoemaker said, for your work, Manager, on this. Clearly it needs to be cleared up. Are we ready to go to the vote on this one? Yep. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Councillor, it's 1 o'clock. I'd like to move a procedural motion, Mr. CEO, that we adjourn the meeting for a lunch break and resume at 1:30 if that's suitable. Councillor Henson has got me. Seconded. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We'll adjourn. Thank you. Everyone, I'll now move that we resume the meeting at 1:47 p.m. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We're up to 9.9, which is licence to occupy Blackbutt and District Pony Club at 116. Manager Leanne, thank you.
Councillor, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just working through with the Blackbutt and District Pony Club. This group are keen to have a lease. Yep, for the area that they are currently utilising. So this one's quite straightforward. The Pony Club have held a licence to occupy. They have a canteen there, storage facilities. They have a very active pony club, so we're keen to allow that to continue. They have had some flood damage with all the rain that has occurred through that community there. They have had some damage, and we're working through with the Lions and the Blackbutt Pony Club to address the damage that they've had through with that water. So, yeah, we're just requesting that council resolves that an exemption under the Local Government Act applies to council for the disposal waiver grant to lease the asset to the Pony Club for a term of 5 years commencing the 14th of May.
Thank you, Manager. So the recommendation is that the committee recommends to council that the South Bennett Regional Council resolve that the exception in Local Government Regulation 2012 Section 2361B2 applies to council for the disposal by way of grant of a lease to the valuable non-current asset, which is the land comprising part of 0 Crompton Drive, Blackbutt, RPD Lot 87 on SP 102660 to the Blackbutt and District Pony Club, a community organisation, other than by way of tender or auction, for a term of 5 years commencing at 14 May 2022 on terms agreed between Council and the Blackbutt and District Pony Club Incorporated. 2. South Bennett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the lease between Council and the Blackbutt and District Pony Club Incorporated on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers are satisfactory to Council. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Jones. Speakers? No? We go straight to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. The next item is 9.10, request to waive hall hire fees at Kingaroy and Wondai Town Halls. That's at page 119. Manager Leanne, thank you.
Just as per the report, councillors, we did receive a request from Life Flight. They are running some trauma training programs. There's an event or a training session in Kingaroy and Wondai. As part of their request for booking of the hall, they have just asked council, would council consider waiving the hall hire fees for these two workshops? It's just here for council's consideration. We in the fees and charges, we do have heavily discounted fees for not-for-profit organisations already, that a lot of our community organisations throughout the community would be under these sorts of fees and charges. So I've included them there in the report, so you can just see what sort of fees, if this group was to continue on with the hire, this is the sort of fees that they would incur.
Excuse me.
Yes, now I've got two councillors wishing to speak at the same time here, so we might just hear from Councillor Potter first, then Councillor Duff, and then we'll see where we go from there. Thanks, Councillor
Mr.
Potter.
Mayor, I think there needs to be a change in there because it actually is Life Flight according to the email. We've got Light Flight here. We've actually got the wrong name in the actual request.
It says Life Flight on the screen, Councillor. No, just teasing. Look, we did. Bree just quickly changed it. So, yeah, thanks. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Sorry, I'm being a little bit frivolous there. Yes, it did say Light Flight, didn't it?
Because that's what's online. That's the information.
Oh, is it? So it should be Life Flight. Is that correct?
Life Flight.
Life Flight.
According to that email.
Right, and is that the RACQ one? The RACQ Life Flight?
Well, see, that's.
I think it is, isn't it? Because I think the letter. Did the letter come from them?
It does say Life Flight, but I don't understand this because it should be RACQ Life Flight. So Excuse me, Mr Mayor, I would actually like to know a little bit more because Lifelight is RACQ Lifelight and this paperwork doesn't have the RACQ, the proper RACQ Lifelight logo.
No.
So
That's a very good question,
I would
councillor.
actually like to know a little bit more about this,
Yes.
please, because that is not the same Lifelight logo, RACQ Life. It should have RACQ on it above Lifelight.
Yes,
So
councillor, it's a
I'm
good
just
point.
sort of a bit curious. That's all, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. If we look at the letter on page 121, I think it's an email such, it says the person introduced themselves as the manager, training manager and flight paramedic for RACQ Life Flight Rescue. But the footer doesn't seem to have any of the RACQ letterhead on it, does it? Can we clarify? Oh, hang on, over the page. Mr. CEO?
It's certainly they're they're very aware of the organisation, but my understanding is this is whilst they've got it's very confusing, but Life Flight Org AU is the New South Wales variant, not our Life Flight. Again, it's one of the reasons, and so they thinking carefully how I say this, but they encroach into Queensland territory, and there has been redirection of funds where people are thinking they're giving it to RACQ Life Flight and Life Flight New South Wales, which is expanded out. Very worthy organisation, but it is not our RACQ Life Flight that we do. So they get it does get very vague sometimes when they approach organisations for assistance because whilst they are so similar, they are different. And I was quite supportive of the manager's recommendation that they get a very discounted rate anyway, and given they aren't the organisation that council collects fees for, collects through the rates, that it's just like any external not-for-profit organisation that comes in, we treat them the same. If it turned out to be the RACQ Life Flight down the track and we could see clarification, well then happy to reconsider and bring it back to council if we needed a resolution. But
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
yeah,
Thank you for clarifying Councillor Potter's question, Mr. CEO. It's a good observation from Councillor Potter. So the footer just says Life Flight, not RACQ Life Flight. So that's the New South Wales version. But I do notice, though, I would like to point out that this gentleman introduced himself as the manager of RACQ Life Flight in the first line of his email. So that's a bit concerning, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, General Manager O'May.
I was going to say, through you, Mr Mayor, so you have Life Flight has a couple of arms. So you have Life Flight, the RACQ rescue helicopter, so that rescue service, but Life Flight also have a training academy. So they still fit under the Life Flight banner, but you have the rescue service and the training. And I think so. This guy probably is part of the rescue service, but they do have a training academy. Just jumped onto their site. So yeah,
And the address seems to indicate they're in Brisbane. Is it?
And I suppose
East Brisbane.
Yeah, I suppose just to where we were looking at this one, it was more the principle of that we do have heavily discounted fees for not-for-profit groups, and so yeah, Life Flight, RSQ Rescue are a great organisation, as are the Cancer Council and every other not-for-profit group. So I suppose we were just trying to be consistent with this recommendation that we don't offer further discounts on the heavily discounted fee, because you get into a process there of are we trying to pick which is the best not-for-profit group and we give discounts to. So that's what our suggestion was, that you would stick with the council's policies, the fees that are set at the at our fees and charges, and they are heavily discounted and as it is. So it wasn't so much about the organisation that we were supporting or not supporting. It was more about the principle of that the fees are already heavily discounted, and that's where the recommendation is in line with that.
Thank you, General Manager. Now, Councillor Duff, your turn. Thank you.
So I just wondered if that's the case, are we able to then use our discretionary fund to waive those fees? Maybe that might be a better way forward. To councillors could, because I was going to move that we actually that we waive the fee, but given what's been said, I was just wondering whether that's an option to suggest in the response back that to them that councillors could waive the fee through their discretionary fund, like pay for the fee.
if that would be subject to the availability of funds, Councillor Duff. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, look, just to save the issue, I'm pretty confident that I have $100 and they're only asking between the two events 85, I think, if I'm right. I'm happy to, if that's the case, I'm happy to fully support the recommendation, and I offer my discretionary funds to them to cover those costs. So I'm pretty sure I've got that left, but I fully support the recommendation though.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. That'd be a good compromise, I guess. Much appreciated. So the recommendation is that that the council do not waive hall hire fees for life flight trauma training program at Kingaroy Town Hall and Wandai Town Hall. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded. Councillor Potter. Speakers, Councillor Duff.
So, Mr Mayor, is it possible just to we put and that something at the end of that we suggest about the discretionary fund, just so it doesn't look like we just haven't got a heart here? And
Okay, so we could probably extend that motion to say and suggest to the applicant that they may apply to have this fee paid through council's discretionary fund.
Can I just add to that, Mr Mayor, that on the proviso that it is definitely the Queensland-based life flight?
Yes, on the condition that the applicant is the Queensland-based life flight organisation. Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Shoemaker? Councillor Potter? Okay, very good. All right, well, we've got that there. Mr CEO?
Yeah, and the other bit is that council confirm the current hall hire fees, so it's not a negative resolution, just we'll phrase it into the positive, particularly with the application.
Yes.
So brief, we go up to do not waive. If we lose do not waive. And council confirms the hall hire fees for the current hall hire fees, so just after the current. And then we'll forward their application to the discretionary process.
Thanks, Mr CEO. We'll go. We'll let you tidy that up, Bria. While you're doing that, we'll go and go to the vote on this one. Then those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll just give you some time. Thanks, Brie. Very good. Okay, so the next one is council land investigations. Proposed divestment of land assets, Highsville and Wandai, at page 123. Manager Leanne, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, this report has come out of the Land Investigations report. I know that we haven't had our final workshop with councillors. That was postponed. However, this did fall out of that report, that there was 2 parcels of land there that we would like council to consider offering them on the market through the way of tender, so that we're just looking for council's approval to progress both Highsville and 9 Bar Street and 54 to 56 Burrow Street in Wandai. That's in the industrial land. This is probably the last parcel of industrial land that council owns in Wandai Industrial Estate. So, so it'd be good to get that moving as well.
Thank you, Manager. So it's recommended that the committee recommend to council to offer for sale on the open market by way of tender Lot 89 on RP 203393, 9 Bar Street, Highsville, and Lot 36 on SP 190438, 54 to 56 Burrow Street, Wandai. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded. Councillor Duff. Speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
I just had a question in terms of the value of the property. Do we put a price on it, or we open it up to offers? Is that, just wondering more about the process?
Yep, so just when it goes to tender, it's just open. Yep, we don't put a price on it, but we would be certainly, if we receive any offers, we would bring that forward with a report, and we would have some valuations in mind, that what it's worth, and then council need to consider the proposal then. Yeah, but you can you may decide that you may wish to sell it under the market value. That's entirely up to council when you look at the outcomes from the potential purchasers.
Thank you, Manager. Further speakers? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 9.12 is Ringsfield House at page 128. We'll stay with you. Thank you, Manager. Manager Leanne.
Councillors, we have received a request through on the 29th of March from the Nango Tourism Development Association on behalf of the Back to the Nango Reunion for Past and Present Residents Committee. They're really keen to have a major event over in the Nango and utilise Ringsfield House as part of that major event. So they're really keen to see, Ringsfield House open. I think the Back to the Nango Reunion and Past and Present, I'm just not sure what date that was.
I think that is the 11th of March.
Yes, sorry,
Leanne.
it's in the resolution on the 11th of March. So this committee is really keen to see it open. We've done a lot of work in this space to date, where we have our internal Ringsfield House Advisory Committee. We've investigated, the process which we thought would be a good outcome to move forward on. All of those position descriptions and key selection criteria have been developed up. So we're probably at a stage now where we can implement that and get that out and get going on that. And also at the same time, we have received a request from the U3A group, South Burnett group, to also lease Ringsfield House as well. So there's a number of requests coming forward, and we're probably just looking for council's guidance on how you want to go forward to get this facility open.
Yeah, thank you. Does council want to discuss this before we go to a motion? Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a great report. Certainly support the Back to Nanango reunion. I think Ringsfield House will be a perfect setting for that. I just wanted to confirm in the recommendation, the U3A team are actually looking to lease an office space. So they didn't want to lease and maintain the entire Ringsfield House precinct. Just wanted to make that clear. They're in the sort of early stages of development, and I know on the back of COVID it's been quite difficult to get the committee together. They felt to be a legitimate entity and to start taking applications for membership and these sorts of things, they needed a place to be based from. And so they were looking to lease on a short-term arrangement. They suggested 12 months to get sort of some feet under the ground, but they were open to a 6-month arrangement if that's what council were open to, using the office space on the veranda area. So just purely for the purpose of processing their applications and those sorts of things for membership. They also have a longer term vision around whether there's opportunity to host classes and things at Ringsfield House. So that might be to support the existing activities like Tai Chi and etc. at the facilities. But at the moment, they're still in those early phases of determining what those classes may be, what places they may hold them, who may be running them already, how they may be able to support existing sporting groups or community groups who are hosting craft groups or alike, and partner in some of those outcomes to run classes. So I think the longer term vision is there, and that would be after the U3A group is developed and it's got a membership base and it's moving forward. I can see how the opportunity to take a proposal forward to that committee for Ringsfield House around using some of the facilities for cooking classes or whatever may be very feasible. In the early stages, it's my understanding that they're only looking to investigate using that office space for a temporary period. And I know I've had conversations with one member of the committee who's not sure how much she can commit to. And I think not having a space is kind of causing some challenges for the group. So I think this would be a good starting point, but no means, the end. I think it's a supporting function while they get their feet under the ground. So I'd probably just recommend with the recommendation that it's to investigate the request from U3A to lease an office space at Ringsfield House, not the entire Ringsfield House facility at this point.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we just perhaps update that, just so we get on record what Councillor Shoemaker suggested there, to lease a single office space, at Ringsfield House, and we can flesh that out in terms of timeframes once we have a discussion, perhaps. So is the committee happy if we just continue to have a roundtable discussion on this? And see where we want to go with some of these issues. Councillor Duff, your thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm just really keen to progress. We went out. We have our advisory committee, that internal one, and we did some scoping as to what a management committee might look like, and then we did all the terms of reference and the just prescription of the positions and all of that stuff. The group that are managing for the 175 years, that group, they're really keen to get Ringsfield House open and to use the fact that they're having the 175 years as a catalyst to sort of not just have that one event there, but actually have Ringsfield House open. And there's a lot of interest from the Nanango community. I've had a lady approach me who wants to actually, she's prepared to sort of oversee and manage the whole, just in the last week, has said to me, Barry Green actually gave me her phone number and I gave her a call and she's really keen to get involved. So I'm just wondering why we can't just go out now and call for, call for expressions of interest and get this group up and running and get some action. Why wouldn't that be in this recommendation? I'm just curious
So,
to know.
Councillor Duff, can I just pop into that discussion? So I think I'd just like to break this down into some elements if we can first, because that's very much a bigger discussion. So we can come back to that discussion. But before we have a look at this whole process moving forward with Ringsfield House, and certainly acknowledge that Councillor Jones and myself and you were there have been approached by NATDA and their subcommittee for the 175 years, asking if it is possible to have Ringsfield House open and functioning by the 1st of January 2023 for the 175-year celebration. So NATDA, just so everyone's on the same page here, I just want everyone to know, all councillors, that they have made that approach verbally to us at a meeting we had in Nanango a couple of weeks ago with them. So just so councillors know, that's probably where that's coming from. But in terms of these matters here, Leanne, you've got a couple of matters here. One, the hall hire on the 11th of March now, for the Back to Nanango reunion. Leanne, if we just look at that first. So this is an unincorporated group, yeah? So they don't have any public liability insurance, as far as we know. We would almost need, though, to hire that to NATDA, wouldn't we? And they would have to then operate under NATDA's insurance coverage. Because you mentioned that in your report. What would be your recommendation there in terms of how we word the hire agreement for that particular day?
Certainly, it's complicated. I mean, the problem is we don't actually have a hire agreement process for Ringsfield because you don't actually have any fees or charges. So in this year's fees and charges, because we are getting a number of inquiries from community organisations and individuals where people are wanting to hire the gardens, hire the chapel, hire the house for all different purposes. So in the fees and charges for 2022-23, next financial year, we are proposing some fees and charges, and in and around those fees and charges will be a hires agreement. So that would be fantastic to have that in place. So then the hirer knows what they're responsible for, and also council is aware of what we're responsible for to get the site ready for that event for hiring the facility. And certainly we would like to hire it to a a incorporated body that does hold some insurance for that particular event. That is of it's a good governance for council. If this committee is not an incorporated group, but they are working underneath NACTA, well, we're happy to do the hire of Ringsfield House to NACTA for this event. That will be fine by us as well.
Stan, you just wanted to get your views on that in terms of your preference would be to hire it to an incorporated group. So we could hire it to NAT to do an agreement with them, and then if they want to obviously provide auspice that, well, that would be fine. Okay, so that's the first point. The second point then with Councillor Shoemaker's point here, and it is a good one, that the U3A people need a home if they're going to get any traction. At the moment, from what I'm hearing, they're just having trouble getting traction because they haven't got a home. They've got nowhere they can meet and bring people together. Then if they just want the single office space there, and we know that the 175-year committee want to see it up and running by the 1st of January. Would it be possible to enter into an arrangement with them where they could have a lease until the 31st of December this year? And so then they get it for, it could be 6, 7, 8 months, and then we can review it at that point in time. Is that something that would be feasible, just so that we don't cross over with the 175 years, and gives them an opportunity to get in and get started and then have a look at it later in the year? Keen to hear your views on that.
Look, it's something I would like to discuss with the group, to be honest with you. I certainly would be cautious in allowing a group to go into a facility, hire an office, and then we may actually need them to relocate while we actually then allow another group to utilise the house as a museum for the reunion of past and present. My understanding of the reunion is they really want to see the museum side of Ringsfield House functioning with guided tours and stuff, and I'll just be cautious in also having another group occupy some of the space as well, or you're asking them to temporary relocate.
I wasn't saying that. I was saying, what I was saying is that no one's going to be in there, are they, between now and Christmas? So why would we leave it empty where we could put the U3A people in there and at least let them have an office because NAT the 175-year people don't want it until next year. I'm just not sure, I understand there'll be a crossover time when we've got to move furniture in, but I mean, at least if we could give them 6, 7 months in there would be a start. Councillor Jones, yeah.
Sorry, through you, the understanding of that meeting that day, they want that open as soon as possible.
That's what I thought too.
So that's not what they conveyed to me. The clear message I got from the President was that, and the request was from Terry McElroy and Sharon, that the request was, can you go back to Council and ask if we can have it open on the 1st of January 2023? That was the specific request I got at the NATTA meeting, not the 175 committee meeting. That was at the NATTA meeting previously. So I confirmed that the other night when I went to the 175 committee and I said, what's your date? And they said 1 January 2023.
That's correct. I'm not arguing about that, Mr Mayor. They made the significant point that they wanted it open on the 1st of January, but without dropping names, there was a gentleman that said that passed on a name to Councillor Duff and they can have it and they want to go tomorrow. That was the comments that were made at that meeting, and Councillor Duff said that she would bring that back to council and talk to the property section and all that, but at the very worst, they wanted my understanding is that they wanted Ringsfield House up and operational by the 1st of January. You're 100% right on that, but I also believe that those comments and the feeling of that community, or that community group, was the fact that they wanted it open ASAP, and that it's really getting frustrating for them that it's not open and not being utilised, and work with the hiring and all that sort of fees and charges,
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jones. Certainly my discussion was only directly with the NATTA executive, whereas obviously yours is probably from the broader community, other people who are involved. So we've got, just clarifying that, thank you. Councillor Duff, yep.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, I agree with Councillor Jones, but my understanding, or what I think needs to happen, or what their hope is, that we would get this committee up and running, and that committee would then oversee whatever happens, the fees and charges and all of the, who goes into which space. All that needs to happen prior to it opening officially on that 1st of January next year. There's a whole heap of, once you get that committee formed, then they would start to oversee it. But that's what I think needs to happen ASAP, is get that committee up and running.
Thank you, councillor. Having said that, though, is there that reason why the U3A group couldn't be in there using an office space while that committee's doing that work? That's my point.
But the problem with that is as the manager has pointed out, that you put them in a room that the history group might want to go in. Wouldn't that be a decision of that group once they decide where everyone's going to go and how it's going to look? Just seems you're putting the horse before the cart, in my mind.
Back to Councillor Shoemaker for your thoughts in terms of those comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I strongly disagree. The resolution here is to hire Ringsfield House for 1 day for the purpose of Back to Nanango reunion, and to investigate the request to use the office space on the veranda. So, firstly, the office space in the veranda does not in any way impact on any historical significance of the house or any existing displays there. There's some photos of past councillors on the wall, but that's basically it. Like, I can't see how the use of that space is going to impact on the usage of the rest of the house. I would hope to and imagine and think that we would have some requirements around maintaining the bathroom if you're flushing the toilet, and, you know, keeping the kitchen clean if you make a cup of coffee or something like that. But this is a temporary arrangement. I was of the understanding all that work we did through the Ringsfield House working group, and we've met with NAPTA, we've met with the history room, was around trying to get a model where we could really see the future of Ringsfield House through the lens of a shared community usage, because rather than just nominating one area to use the whole house and control everything, it was about creating a space where if there was a community group that did want to run a cooking class or a pottery class in the garden, or to do you know, an author's visit or whatever, that this committee, you'd make an application to this committee to do such, and then that committee would approve through their meetings whether that was able to occur or not, and there would be fees and charges that would be agreed prior to that. So that was my understanding around all that work that fed into that community-based model, because we've been over the fact that we can't afford to employ a full-time person to coordinate and maintain the facility, and that the costs of maintaining the facility are enormous. The gardens in themselves are enormous. So to put that burden on a community group like NAPTA is actually not achievable. That was my understanding, and we've all been in those conversations, so please correct me if I'm wrong. I think we have to absolutely get started on that committee for Ringsfield House. I'm not willing to commit to opening a facility, or we're having two different conversations here. The one around opening the facility by the 1st of January, that's news to me. And there's no report or request from NAPTA around exactly what their expectations are around opening that facility from the 1st. Are they just storing historical items there? What does opening it look like through their eyes? I think there's a lot more work there. Like, I'd be comfortable to see in that recommendation that perhaps, you know, there's a third point that we're investigating exactly that inquiry further. But I'm not willing to commit to that at this point in time, when we've done all this work on this committee, and, you know, we're at a point where Jennifer's done a fabulous job on all those PDs. We're actually ready to send that out, get expressions of interest, and bring all people together. I'm not going to, and I know we've talked about, cherry pick which members of the community get involved in Ringsfield House. There's got to be some level of skill and qualification and interest and all of those things, and we can bring people from both inside and outside who have got a rich, you know, love for history and being a part of a community panel and donating their time and talent to something like Ringsfield House. So that's where I'm positioned at the moment. I'd really like to give the team some time to go and have a discussion with the U3A crew. They did make approach to me back in December, and I've shared that information. You know, if Ringsfield House is not the space, and that's what we come to the determination of, well, are there other options? Like, not locked in, but we do need to give them some sort of place where they can get started. And I think that Back to Nanango, I used to do the newsletter for Mrs. Fleming. I think that would be an amazing facility for that event, and fully supportive of that. But the Ringsfield House conversation is a much bigger conversation than these two items here. And perhaps if we need an update on the committee or where we're at with the EOI process, happy to go down that track. But yeah, I think we've got conflicting matters here. That's my understanding anyway. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Councillor Duff.
I've got to go, but just quickly, totally agree, fully support the U3A, and that comments of mine were just bringing back the conversations that I had and I heard over there with Ringsfield and all that sort of stuff. They're really wanting, the Mayor is right, their goal is to have it up and running by the 1st of January for their 175 years, but they also mentioned along, like I said, Councillor Duff had the information given to her. They want it open as yesterday. I totally agree with Councillor Schumer there. You guys have done a lot of work behind the scenes. It needs to be taken. The team need to have an opportunity to go over and speak and all that. There's a lot involved in getting this right, and we've experienced it in the past where we've gone out, it hasn't worked, and we keep going round and round in circles. So happy to, that conversation around the opening and running of Ringsfield is significant discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Yeah, we'll just acknowledge that Councillor Jones does need to leave the meeting. He gave advance notice of that, and if we can just, we'll note that shortly. Thanks, Councillor Jones. Have a good rest of day. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So, committee, just while we're discussing this, we'll come back to Councillor Duff and Councillor Potter shortly. Our CEO, as he often does, listens carefully and comes forward with some good compromises. So CEO Mark's just going to put something up on the screen for us to consider shortly. But while he's doing that, Councillor Potter, your thoughts?
I think Councillor Duff was first.
Councillor Duff, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to see then the third dot point in this recommendation, that we actually go out now and follow up with the expressions of interest to form the committee that we have planned to do so, like that, just go out and do that so that happens. I don't know what.
We'll just make a note of that, Councillor Duff. Thank you. Yeah, that we can integrate that if there's an appetite to do so. Councillor Potter, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I truly believe that, as Councillor Shoemaker said, that this is something we need to progress on. And I think we've worked so much in that space with Leanne and the team trying to get the committee together that we can't stop now. We need to keep going because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. So we need that committee in place to be able to oversee everything that is going to happen at Ringsfield House.
Councillor Potter. So I just want to bring councillors to attention to the fact that you've probably noticed that in the report it does say that council has already resolved to engage an advisory committee for the purpose of investigating the future use of Ringsfield House through the utilisation of volunteers in key positions. So we have had some delays in getting that going. I think that's probably where we're at this point. General Manager O'May, Manager Leanne, did you want to just give us an update as to what you see as the timeframes now moving forward in getting that advisory committee bedded down and starting its work? Because Councillor Shoemaker spoke about the fact that we've got some position descriptions and things being drafted. So can you give us an update as to what sort of timeframes you think we might be looking at?
Certainly, we're in a position to go out and start advertising those positions in the committee. I think, if I recall, we were talking about having some introductional sort of meetings or information sessions just to try to explain to the community that we did go through a process of assessing a number of models and how we actually got to this point, why this model was one of the best models for us to progress, and then give them the breakdown of what that model would look like. There's a number of positions. This is the process you would go through to apply for one of those positions. So I think we were talking about a couple of information sessions. And just with COVID there and Christmas, there was a period there where we just didn't think that that was going to work because we weren't having those community face-to-face meetings. So we actually just pulled up and stopped and got on with a whole heap of other work. But now that has all started to progress and we're all having face-to-face meetings and the community are quite happy to do that now. It's time to have those couple of information sessions. I assume what we need to do is have one during the day and then one during the evening sometime, just so those that at work would like to get to an information session after 5 p.m. And then from that, we would release the actual expressions of interest and people would put their nominations forward. So I suggest we progress with our original plan, have a couple of information sessions, then advertise the positions open and get people to nominate. Give them up to 3 to 4 weeks to submit their applications, because some people may need to come back and talk to us individually or talk to some of the councillors about some of those roles and responsibilities and the timeframes and all of that. And then, yeah, once we have those nominations, we would then work it through with the steering committee and bring a report back to council.
That's great. Thanks, Manager Leanne. So okay, that being the case then, Bree, if we can perhaps then add a third motion here, and we will deal with these one at a time. So Bree, if you could just maybe just, yeah, thank you. That the committee recommend to council. Okay, down we go. That council progress as a matter of priority the establishment of the advisory committee, for the purpose of investigating the future use of Ringsfield House as previously resolved, and incorporate community information sessions involving councillors and staff as, I'll keep it simple, part of the engagement process. Are you happy with that, Leanne, in terms of how I word it? Because feel free to change it if you think I haven't reflected your suggestion. You happy with that? Okay, so I'll just put that there. So we'll then deal with these items one at a time, Council, because I think, yeah, they are separate matters. And I don't want to see us muddy the water here too much and blur the three issues. So if we just look at them one at a time, first of all, we've got there a commitment to the Back to the Nango reunion. The only thing there, Manager Leanne, is that I'd probably like to see that we put NATTA in there for insurance purposes, that be available for hire by them through committee, through NATTA. So after the word committee, through, and then NATTA is just N-A, capital N-A-T-D-A. Yeah, that's fine. T-D-A, thanks. Through NATTA for, yeah, obviously that's subject to NATTA agreeing to such, but for that. So that's the first one. The second one then, CEO Mark has just put a suggestion there that we change that to progressing the request for U3A to lease a single office space for 6 months, so that we give officers the go ahead to progress those discussions. And that the third one is as presented. So I thought we might just, is the committee happy to work through those one at a time now? Yep. Treat them as three separate issues. So first of all, it's recommended that the committee recommend to council that Ringsfield House be available for hire by the Nanango reunion for past and present residents committee through NATTA for the 11 March 2023. We might just put, yeah, on 11 March 2023. Is that okay, Leanne? Yep. On, just take the word "the" out. Yeah, thanks, Bree. 11 March for the purpose of Back to Nanango reunion. So do we have a mover for that? Okay, Councillor Duff, second Councillor Potter. Speakers? Has anyone got concerns with that? Committing to that? Okay. It'll come back to council. So we'll go to the vote on that. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. And so then the second part of this is that it's recommended that the committee recommend to council that council officers progress the request from U3A South Burnett auspiced by U3A Dolby, to lease a single office space at Ringsfield House for a period of 6 months. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, can I talk to this? And
Yes, thank you.
sorry, look, I just don't know whether giving them a space for 6 months is quite suitable. I know it's great that we can do that, but 6 months and then basically it sounds like we're going to kick them out. That's what I'm reading as it is, because it looks like we're going to, yep, you can have this, but you only got it for 6 months and you've got to go. So and I just don't know whether that's a great idea.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. It's a good point. What if we were to just extend that, Bree, and say, for a period of 6 months, and then, and during this time, ensure that U3A are given the opportunity to engage with the advisory committee in relation to their future needs beyond the initial 6 month lease. Would that, so what we're saying then is that basically during that 6 months, they settle in, they have it there, and then once we get our advisory committee working, they can be one of the stakeholders that can come to the table and have discussions with the advisory committee about how it would look into the future and whether they then see themselves as being part of that new of what, you know, of the proposal that the advisory. Are you happy with that? Yeah, Councillor Shoemaker, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we don't nominate the period exactly of 6 months, like a period to be negotiated, like with U3A, because who knows? They said that, you know, ideally they're trying to establish themselves. I understand, you know, it's been some time since they've had a meeting. So, yeah, I'm sort of thinking maybe we give the officers an opportunity to negotiate a time period. Yeah, for a period to be negotiated, you know, pending their situation. I don't know. Thoughts, but...
Yeah, Councillor, unless we just keep it for the initial period of 6 month end. Yeah, so add initial in front of period for the, get rid of A, yep, and then for the initial period of 6 months. And that's, intent is that's the first 6 months. Yeah. Anyway, just a thought.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. Yeah, I like the idea of the initial period of 6 months because it gives them a chance to get started. And reality is it's probably going to take 6 months for all this work to happen with the advisory committee. Yeah, and you know, they could end up being a very useful asset to the Nanango community and to the facility. I mean, if they might be able to make a real contribution in their own right, as Councillor Shoemaker said, running training courses or running programs over there. And what a great thing to bring people to Nanango from across the South Burnett who would like to engage with the youth, with U3A activities. It's going to help the local Nanango economy and the community over there. So I think it's got real merit to at least give them an opportunity. Councillor Henson, your thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, that's all well and good, remembering that U3A have nowhere at the moment to go. I think in there as well, it should be noted or some suggestion that not only that they're given the opportunity to engage in the advisory committee, but also be noted that, you know, there will be expectations perhaps that they will have to look, or if we source somewhere else for them. Not necessarily be locked into Ringsfield House, or just noted that in the event that that agreement or lease runs out and their engagement with the advisory committee doesn't come to fruition with further tenure there, that they will be expected to find somewhere else.
Yeah, I think that's probably the role of the advisory committee, to have those discussions with them, to say that, you know, how do we shape up what it's going to look like into the future? Yeah, and Leanne, we can no doubt articulate that, can you not? When you have those discussions with them, your officers, to say, look, you know, it's initial lease, we're forming an advisory committee, there's no guarantees we can give you more than 6 months. We're going to have to try and bed something down by 1 January next year, and would, you know, and you know, go and engage with the advisory committee and see where that goes. Are we happy with that?
Yeah, we'd be happy to talk to them. We need to get a clearer understanding ourselves in exactly what they're looking for throughout the 6 months as well, in terms of additional equipment or space or IT capabilities. Yeah, what is it they're looking for going forward? I mean, I know ourselves, when we moved down to Ringsfield House as a temporary office space there for several weeks, the internet is extremely poor capabilities down there. So, yeah, so what are some of the needs that this group may have moving forward? And it might be that this site isn't necessarily suitable for them after 6 months as well. So, yeah, we're happy to talk through those sorts of things with them and future space requests.
Thank you, Magdalene. And can you please ensure that Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Duff as the facilities portfolio, and I suppose when the new councillor comes on board, that they're all involved in that process. So when the engagement happens with U3A, that Councillor Shoemaker's involved in those conversations if she's available, as would Councillor Duff and Councillor Frolof's replacement. Councillor Potter? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I don't know where our portfolios sit, but I've got the heritage portfolio. So, you know, if we're going to
Councillor
go
Potter.
with portfolios.
And Councillor Potter, sorry. I always miss Councillor Potter, I know. Sorry, Danita. Yeah. Or, you know, invite all councillors to engage with those conversations if you want to. And if councillors want to come along and listen in on those discussions with U3A, you know, it's probably important that we all get a better understanding as to what they're hoping to achieve. So would that make it easier, Leanne? Thanks. Thanks, Councillor. Yeah. You just tick all councillors on the email. Thanks, Councillor Potter. My apologies for overlooking your very important role in heritage tourism. And you do raise a good point that there is tremendous opportunity, as I know Councillor Shoemaker knows, heritage tourism in the Nango. You know, apparently third oldest town in Queensland. Some dispute that, some say it's earlier than that. But what a great opportunity, you know, to promote Nanango as one of those really great heritage tourism destinations. So, yeah. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, and I guess in thinking about the future of Ringsfield House, like I'd personally really like to see it a busy and active place. Like I'd love to see lots of people there enjoying different aspects of the gardens and the facilities that are on offer, because I know how hard, being an ex-Nanango Shire Council employee, the community really did work to build up that facility to what it is today. So, you know, I almost envisage it a bit like a Central Park, to be honest. I'd love to see families there with books and having families having young mums having sessions on the grass, and I'd love to see people reading in the gardens, and I'd love to see people on the deck drawing, and I'd love to see us embrace and share the story of our heritage, and not actually share the story, you know, not put, as we've learned with museums, you can put a whole lot of old things into a building and say, go have a look. But I think there's a much bigger story for Ringsfield, and being that so many people were born there, my father-in-law himself, you know, I think people have a rich connection to Ringsfield House, so we have to somehow share that and bring our community along. And I'm really excited about this next chapter for the facility and the opportunity to actually have our community really come together, create a real meeting place. But I know that's going to take a lot of work and a lot of collaboration, and all I hope is that our community and those many volunteers can see the value in working together.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duff, yeah, thank you for adding to this conversation in terms of the future of Ringsfield House and moving that forward, which takes us to the third proposed motion. Your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The wording, I'm just a bit, where it says advisory committee for the purpose of investigating the future use of Ringsfield House. I thought the advisory committee would be for the purpose of overseeing the use of Ringsfield House.
That's directly from the resolution.
I know, but I'm just thinking that the wording is...
Well, that resolution, that's what we've resolved, and we haven't rescinded that. So we have to honour that resolution. Absolutely, we have to honour that resolution. You can add, you could seek to move another resolution, but where we talk about the advisory committee, that was the purpose for which council resolved their establishment, to establish the committee. And you would find that would be recorded in the minutes. So if you want to do something different, Mr. CO, we would have to have another motion if you wanted to look at changing the intent of that advisory committee, I'd imagine, because we haven't got a terms of reference as such, have we yet? Have we got a terms of reference? So we'd need to go back and review the terms of reference then, councillor, which we could do, I suppose, Mr CEO, could we not?
Mayor, is the intent of this one, though, just to progress and report back as a matter of priority?
Yeah, we can probably trim that down.
Yeah. So if we save the discussion about language, it progresses the establishment and report back. Would that be simpler? Yeah.
You want to take those words out, councillor Duff?
Yes, I would like
But
to take those words
so we
out.
just briefly just backspace. So go back to the word as there, Bree. Just put your cursor before the word as, and then backspace. Oh no, one line up as previously. So just backspace out. Yeah, back to the word for. Yep, leave the word committee, Bree. Just yep. Oh, you're very good on that mouse. As previously resolved. You happy with that? And incorporate community information sessions. And then, Councillor Duff, if you wanted to review that terms of reference, to have another look at it as to whether it meets council's expectations. I'm sure, Mr CEO, there's no reason why we can't bring back the terms of reference for another review before that's finalised. Did you want to have another look at the terms of reference just to make sure it meets council's expectations?
I just thought that I don't know where that future use, I just thought it was all about whether that's just a play with words that we just didn't get quite right, I'm not sure, but it's just that's what it's, I'm happy with that wording there.
But my question still remains, do we want to review the terms of reference?
I don't think so. I think the terms of reference reflect what we've got in that motion.
They do? I can't remember what they said, but they do. Okay. Yep, all right. So we'll leave the terms of reference as is. So we're happy with that. All right, well, let's go back up to number 1 there, Bree. So we've got that moved. We've passed that, haven't we? So we're now back to 2. Thanks, Mr CEO. So number 2, the committee recommend to council that council officers progress the request from U3A South Bennett, auspiced by U3A Dalby, to lease a single office space at Ringsfield House for the initial period of 6 months, and during this time ensure that U3A are given the opportunity to engage with the advisory committee. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconder Councillor Henshin. Speakers? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. And the other element, third element, is that the committee recommend to council that council progress as a matter of priority the establishment of the advisory committee as previously resolved and incorporate community information sessions involving councillors and staff as part of the engagement process. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. A very good discussion, which I think demonstrates the value of our committee meetings, where we can have a good talk before we put resolutions up. Okay, 9.13, Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce and Industry, request for extension of lease at page 136. Thank you, Manager Leanne.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, just to give you a little bit of background, the Kingaroy Chambers of Commerce entered into a lease in September 2021 with the intention of developing the site for a business incubator. So certainly they are currently in lease. We have been doing a lot of work with this committee to remove the asbestos, improve the site. It's had a lot of water leaks over the period where we had all that rain. And we've been working with this group continuously to try to address those issues. So unfortunately, they probably haven't been able to deliver the actual works within the 12-month lease period. What they're after now is an extension for a longer lease term. And they're looking at leasing the building right through to August 2023.
Thanks, Manager. Now, Councillor Duff, you've got your light on, but before we go to any recommendations or motions on this, again, I'd like to probably take the liberty of using the standing orders for the committee to have a discussion around how councillors feel about the report and the extension of the lease. Let's go around the table. Councillors, thoughts? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'm fully comfortable with the committee's recommendation here. I absolutely value the time, energy and effort that many local businesses have contributed to this project. I really do believe in its essence, and I do believe that having an incubator in the centre of town, particularly with the transformation projects and things underway, will be a real asset to our community. I'm fully comfortable with the asset, the time frame, purely because we don't currently have the funding or capacity to develop a project. And to be honest, on the back of the transformation project, personally myself, I would be thinking we would want to prioritise the completion of Kingaroy Street before we'd look at a project like this. And yeah, I'm thinking that the committee, the Chamber of Commerce needs some more time to, with the extensive contribution they're contributing to the project, to really get value out of that. And I don't see any problems, being that council doesn't really have any projects in the wings at this point in time. Certainly we've talked about a broader vision about eventually creating a connection through that area. And I know from the conversations I've had with some businesses, they're fully supportive of that. Others have concerns. I know there's also some discussion around, you know, the purpose of that facility into the future, whether it could be a space for micro businesses to operate on a more permanent basis. But I think a lot of that will really come to fruition with the Chamber of Commerce actually occupying the space and allowing us to have a few more conversations with business around what they need. And certainly as the transformation project's completed, that broader vision of Kingaroy and the South Burnett from there. So I'm fully supportive of this. I think they've put a lot of blood, sweat and tears. I know they've reviewed their plans numerous times. I think they've finally gotten to a point where it is going to be a great asset to the town and to the business community. And to be honest, I think based on the investment that they've made, the extension and lease is warranted. So I don't have any concerns with this. I'm fully supportive of the recommendation.
Thank you, councillor. Might just go around. Councillor Henson, did you want to add anything on that? We'll come back to you shortly, councillor Duff. I'm just
you,
keen
Mr.
to hear
Mayor.
from all councillors in terms of what your thoughts are.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, fully understand and support Councillor Shoemaker. They've put a lot of work into this, the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce, not only just into what they do as far as being a Chamber of Commerce, but into that space as well. I think time will fly, and time certainly has. With that lease going to run out on the 1st of September 2023, that'll take them through until, I believe, September 2025. So, yeah, I think they're fully supportive of the recommendation here and look forward to them in that space. And as Councillor Shoemaker alluded to, I think that time frame that they're there will give them 2.5 years or almost that in securing and helping other businesses along the way.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Potter, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think what the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce are doing here is a wonderful collaboration of different businesses throughout Kingaroy. They've even got the support from the State Chamber of Commerce, and I think that's even been, they've actually even asked for that information to be disseminated amongst all Chamber of Commerce members, if I'm correct, Councillor Shoemaker, throughout Queensland. Look, and I just think what they're doing to bring small business and micro business back into our community, and this is a space for not only small businesses, but if you're in town, town for a day and you need an office space, this is where you will go. And I just think what they're doing is just an incredible job, and they are all working together really well in that space. And like, I congratulate council for working with them on this.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering about changing the recommendation to 10 months, which would take them through to the 30th of June 2024, which would give them a full 2 years and 1 month to operate their small business incubation centre. It was originally bought, the building was purchased as a walkthrough, as has been discussed by the councillors, for access. If we do this, if we support this today, we'll tie it up for 4 years. And so I've done some calculations. So the potential for rent is $3,000 a month for 4 years. That's $36,000 each year for 4 years. It's a potential rent of $144,000 that we're foregoing. And with the capital works, it's already been spent and is being spent on the building. will cost the ratepayers over $200,000 for that building. And when we talk about equity, and Councillor Jones is always talking about equity, none of the other business groups are being offered anything like that across in their towns. And I just think that if we gave them another 10 months, that would be, then it would be a decision of a new council team, what they wanted to do going forward. But if we tie it up for that extra time, I don't think it's fair to a new council team, and also just gives them, I think that's enough time to scope it out and see where it lands and how it looks. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everybody. And thanks for sharing that, because this is all completely new to me. I've got no knowledge about the history of this, having just coming in today, fresh to it all. I know, what I do know is, before I was elected, I do know that I think the rent was about $3,000 a month. I'm not sure if that's market value, Leanne, but that was, I can confirm that. I'd like to say, from what I've heard, that I think it's commendable that the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce have taken the initiative to do something like this. And I'd encourage all the business groups around the South Burnett to find the inspiration and the motivation to do something of this nature. It's great to hear that that's working real well, and that they've cooperated and they've been able to take a really united approach on bringing together the businesses in Kingaroy. Leanne, what's the arrangement? Is there actually a rental arrangement that we've got with the Chamber in terms of their monthly?
It's not. No, it's not a commercial rent arrangement. It's a lease with a not-for-profit community organisation of $75 per annum, like all other not-for-profit groups. I just wanted to highlight really the design concept that we've been working together with the Chambers of Commerce. The way that the fit out is occurring in the actual building is we've designed it in a way that if council did decide in the future to open this facility up as a walkthrough as originally purchased for, the way it's designed is some of the offices, the disabled toilet, the PWD that's going in there, that's quite a significant upgrade for the future that would be utilised in the walkthrough. So some of the way it's designed is to complement what you want to do in the future. So it's not just being purely fitted out and you won't be able to use that space as a walkthrough. So just keeping that in mind. It's a really great design for that sort of future vision, if that's where council goes in the future. But it's a serious investment for council. I mean, we have had to make some significant investments to clean up the asbestos, and the roof is in poor condition with the box gutters, and we've had to do some work on them, and we'll need to do further works in the future on them as well. If it's a walkthrough, we were up for those costs anyway to rectify those issues. If it goes as a walkthrough, there would be no commercial rental either, because people would be walking through there. But the way they've designed it is that there is some office space there. It may alter a little bit, but there is some space there that could be leased in the future if it was a walkthrough. So, yeah, just wanted to highlight that there's been some really innovative designs put in place there to sort of cater for the future.
Yeah, it'd be great if we could get a dual outcome, wouldn't it? I mean, I think it's wonderful what they're doing. My only concern is that locking ourselves into not having the opportunity to make that into an arcade, because I know there's probably mixed views, as Councillor Shoemaker said, in the businesses in Kingaroy Street as to whether they want that or not. And we're yet to really explore that as to really is that going to activate Kingaroy Street? Is it something that the businesses see as having value or not? Maybe the arcade doesn't. Leanne, is there an upstairs section? Or is it a different building? It's just one level, is it?
One level.
So if council wanted to create a thoroughfare through that, to try, if the businesses of Kingaroy Street felt that a thoroughfare through there connecting our Glendon Street development with Kingaroy Street and enabling people to park out the back of Glendon Street and then walk through, or connecting from Shopping World through to Kingaroy Street, if the business owners felt that had value, are you saying that there might could into the future still possibly be scope to provide a walkway yet and still have, a small business, office space where people could come and work from, or they could use as a startup location or something of that nature. Is the design able to cater for that if we wanted to get in that way in the past?
Yeah, there's certainly a design for office. There's offices. What occupies those offices may not necessarily be a person working in an office. It might be that they're little they're like shop fronts or pop-up stores, or if you've got local produce and you want to market that local produce or that new business that you're bringing to town, it would be an opportunity I could see. And they're discussions you'd have to have with Kingaroy Chambers of Commerce, because they've really got some ideas on how that may actually work in the future. But yes, the design was to allow it still to be utilised as a walkthrough. And look, we haven't got the designs to create the walkthrough. Okay, so we don't know what that entrance for the walkthrough and the exit would look like in terms of, are you suggesting it's open 24/7, or you're suggesting that the doors do close and they lock down at a certain time of night? No thought or design has gone into that, but just in terms of in the actual building itself, all of the items, I suppose, the structures are all put on one side of the building. So if you wanted to continue with the walkthrough and have those other structures there, some small offices, a PWD, it allows for that. So that's the sort of smart design that's gone in place, but certainly not what the entry and the exit looks like.
Thanks, Lee. And that, I'll come to Councillor Henson shortly, but that, I think, clarifies my question. I'm just probably throwing this around, listening to what everyone's saying, and I'm wondering whether it would be an option, the council prepared to consider saying, because I know it was 2 years originally, and I think we all know that what we thought might have been a couple of months to get them up and running is now taken 9 months for very good reasons, out of their control, which means they're only going to get 14, 15 months in there, aren't they, by the time all this is done? Which is nowhere near long enough to get things up and going. If we were to say to them, look, we'll give you another 10 months, we'll take you through the 30 June 2024, and in that period of time, we want to work with the Chamber of Commerce to look at what the future use of that facility looks like beyond 30 June 2024. And if we did feel, if the Kingaroy businesses came forward in that time and said, look, we'd like to see a thoroughfare there, could we work with the Chamber to perhaps to engage with those businesses, look at what a thoroughfare might look like, how that could work for all the parties concerned? That way we're not locking ourselves into a 4-year period without leaving an option open to maybe look at that thoroughfare. And that way we could perhaps still have the Chamber there long term, but maybe also then have a thoroughfare and not lock ourselves out of that option. I'm just trying to keep our options open. I'm probably just throwing that out there as another option for council at this stage. But anyway, Councillor Henson, your thoughts?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I can recall Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce coming in here with their proposed plans initially, and then coming back to us with that changed plan concept to allow for that walkway to ever go ahead with offices down the side, and it was designed to accommodate just that, to be able to be a walkway down the future. And I think Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce is obviously fairly confident and done their homework in wanting to extend that lease for another 2 years, which is 2025, which is not really 4 years, but 3 and something years. But yeah, I think that there's options there, even in the event of it, giving them that extension of 2 years, that we can still work within the guidelines. If that needed to be a walkway there, they could still continue on business as usual there with the way that's been designed. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I think they could. Yeah, it's probably a little bit challenging, and what that looks like, but yeah, I think that's the intent, is that that space could be utilised if it was going to be a walkthrough eventually. Yep.
Councillor Shoemaker?
Yeah, certainly I've heard the discussion. I'm prepared to remove the recommendation here on the table. I'm more than happy with the information that's been presented and the discussion had. So I'd like to move that South Burnett Regional Council, in accordance with section 236 1B2 of the local government regulation, enter into a lease with Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce and Industry for 195 Kingaroy Street, Kingaroy, being Lot 1 on RP 133329 for a term of 24 months commencing on the 1st of September 2023, and that South Burnett Regional Council delegates the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the lease between Council and the Chamber of Commerce on the terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers are satisfactory to Council.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Speakers. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've heard the discussion, and by all means, Councillor Duff, I respect your views, but I strongly disagree. A couple of months ago, you actually said in this chamber, sometimes you can be a penny wise and a pound foolish, and I actually think this is one of those cases where, yes, okay, we could offer it up on the open commercial market for rental, and yes, you could very well sign up an agreement, but you'd be competing with other private commercial property owners in the street who are already struggling to fill their premises. And yeah, I'm not really prepared to do that. I do think what the Chamber of Commerce has done is really admirable, and your point around the fact that we're favouring one group over others, I think, is unfounded, because certainly if the Mergen group came forward, we just talked about NATDA and their involvement in Ringsfield House, you know, I'm very mindful that for each business group, just like every community organisation and community group, their needs are different. It's not a one size fits all. Giving a shop premise to one group might work really well, but giving it to another's may not meet their needs. So I think it's got to be on an individualised system. I think what I really love about this project is the amount of people, the amount of small businesses who actually put their hands in their own pockets. They've turned up with their hammers and their tools, and they're doing the work at cost prices, often donating the materials and things to make this happen. And at the end of the day, we purchased a building knowing there was significant risk, because we really did not have the time to do a thorough investigation into the condition of the building. We've since found issues like water leaks and asbestos that we would have had to rectify anyhow. I think working with the Chamber of Commerce in this regard, they're actively seeking funding, and we'll have to pour a significant amount of money, time and effort into this building to bring it up to scratch. And at the end of the day, the people of the South Burnett will be the beneficiaries of that in the longer term, just like the work that happens on our showgrounds facilities, just like the work that happens in our community museums, our art galleries. There's so many places where community comes together, does the heavy lifting, and it benefits the quality of life of people in our region, not just for this generation, but the next generation. So I honestly do not have an issue at all with this. I think we are getting some rental. We've got a current lease payment received is $5,200 per annum. So I thought they were actually paying a weekly rental amount. They weren't just paying the $75. Yeah, I think there's a separate agreement where most not-for-profits pay a $75 fee for the year for the entire use of the facility. I think we're collecting an amount each week that equates to that $5,200 per annum. So by all means, I respect your views, Councillor Duff, but I think for the benefit and the investment that the Chamber of Commerce is making in this facility, they need to have longevity of that lease. So that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I thought that the purpose of the original purchase was to provide a walkthrough to Glennon Street. So if we tie the building up for 4 years, as is proposed here, that can't happen unless we put a condition in there that during that period that we negotiate with the chamber to actually look at providing a walkthrough as well. That's my understanding. Otherwise, it'll just be completely used by the chamber. Is that the plan? Yeah. So is it possible then to put in this recommendation that we negotiate with the chamber to investigate the options of utilising both options, like having this office space for their use, and also then having the option for a walkthrough. I'd like to
As
suggest
a
that.
point of order, I think that's what we've just discussed. The whole concept's been designed around a walkthrough.
It doesn't need to be, because the plan and the design has always been to maintain that functionality into the future. Because there'd be no point in refurbishing that facility. Everyone's time and effort would be wasted if we just tore it all out whenever they were done. They're designing with the functionality of a walkthrough and a community bathroom. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Manager Peterson, but that's my understanding of the concepts and the plans that we've seen.
A couple of things. There's options here are to seek the mover and seconder to amend, not to amend, to make minor changes to the motion. Secondly, to move an amendment. Councillor Duff, the option rests if you wanted to amend the motion. But before we consider those sorts of options, or we leave it as is and we vote on it, before we consider those options, though, Manager Leanne, is council in a position that should we at any time into the future, if this was resolved by council, and before the 23rd of August, before the 31st of August, is it 2025? Council, community, the businesses in Kingaroy Street Council wish to proceed with the creation of that pedestrian thoroughfare through that facility. What position, and the chamber but didn't want to progress that, have we got any legal rights to progress that matter? If there was, perhaps differing views, differing opinions on the use of the asset into the future under this lease agreement?
Mr Mayor, we'd have to have a look at the terms and conditions in the lease arrangement, just clarify that, but I don't believe so. I would suggest, if the intent is that you're leasing for the area to the Chambers of Commerce for them to occupy it for the purpose of a business hub, if the business hub was unsuccessful and they wanted to renegotiate and create something else, then that's probably where we would renegotiate those arrangements and say, okay, it's now time for the asset to become something else. But the purpose of the lease is with the intent that it's a business hub. So we just have to check the terms and conditions of the lease. But if you're suggesting that at some point in that term you want to alter the lease arrangements, that doesn't really protect them.
I guess I'm probably just trying to think down the track, and I'm certainly not want to be a fly in the ointment here. I want to support the chamber, but if we were to have a change of executive, and let's say that 2 years' time we have a new council, we have a change of executive. I mean, not that you can't really count what's going to happen in the future. I mean, that you could say that to any decision we make, I suppose. But if the Chamber of Commerce down the track decided that they didn't have appetite for a walkthrough, for a thoroughfare, but we had community who were asking for it, shoppers and shopkeepers, legally, even though we've got the plans that show a thoroughfare through it, those plans aren't part of the lease agreement. Is that correct? So there's no condition in the lease agreement that says that has to be considered. So legally, a future executive of the chamber could say, sorry, we just want to have it all as office space. I just want to be clear on that, because we've got the plans, yes, and the current appetite might be to do that, but in the future, do we have any rights to actually progress that if they chose not to?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, it was probably just a comment about we're talking about we have the plans. I think the design caters for if there was contemplation of a walkthrough later on, but we haven't got designs or construction plans of how that would unfold. So I think it was just basically, it has been incorporated into the designs that you could have a walkthrough there, but we certainly haven't gone to the way down the track of actually having design plans for a walkway. So that would definitely have to be contemplated by council. There'd need to be a budget, those design works done. So we haven't got anything in the capital works program for that yet. So that
But we would need the consent of the chamber as the lessee to do so, wouldn't we?
yeah, I
Because
think so.
they'd have rights to the property.
Yeah, I think if we terminated the lease early, essentially, I think we would be needing to provide an alternative venue or something generally. So I think, yeah, we'd be terminating the lease earlier if we were, basically putting them out.
And sorry to drag this out, but is there the opportunity to terminate the lease if there was if there wasn't a meeting of the minds in relation to the utilisation of the facility in a few years' time? Is there the scope to terminate the lease?
I think we would have to investigate that, but it could mean that if we were terminating the lease, then whether we would need to find alternative comparable accommodation for the remainder of the lease for them. That generally could be an outcome. So if we were breaching the tenancy agreement from the landlord's point of view, whether that would be the resolution, we'd need to find alternative accommodation for them.
And I understand with a group like them, that would be done collaboratively. It's not going to be a competitive arm wrestle, I'm sure. Councillor Henson, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just quickly, yeah, look, the Kangaroo Chamber of Commerce went to a lot of trouble to change their designs in that building to allow for a walkway to go through there at some later stage. And I'm sure with negotiations that in the event of a walkway was wanted to be put there, we could liaise with the Kangaroo Chamber of Commerce for them to still stay in that space. I would have thought that would be negotiable.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. And look, I don't disagree with you. It's more just me probably taking the legalistic approach that if we had a new executive and committee for some reason in a few years' time and they took a different approach, we would have no legal rights to enforce the creation of Leanne, correct me if I'm wrong, the creation of a thoroughfare, even if the community wanted it. So this could potentially lock us out of doing anything with that facility until I think it is August 2025. So I just wanted to clarify that. Yeah, look, I'm not wanting to be difficult, just wanted to clarify it. Councillor Duff.
So that being the case, is it possible to put can I put an amendment that, and during that period that we negotiate with the chamber to, or that we have the council has the option to progress a walkthrough, like as, I don't know, I'd have to have the CEO guide me with the wording, but that we would have that right to put a walkthrough during that time frame if council saw fit to do it.
So I think, Councillor, what you're asking for is that the extension of the lease includes a condition, a clause that includes a condition that should council seek to create a thoroughfare through those premises during the extension period, that we would have some legal rights to do so. We'd have to probably get the staff to obviously get some legal advice on how to construct that. But is that what you're really saying? That you want some conditions or rights attached to that for council?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Well, Mr CEO, how do we word that one? I can see you thinking deeply about that. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Good question. So it would be a condition of the lease. Would it be that if council's amenable to go through that this will have to come back to the ordinary meeting, that we actually bring a full report back to the ordinary in regard to the walkway and the design of the building? So then that can be just as a suggestion, because this won't have effect until 27th of April in any which case. But yeah, no, just we'll have a think on wording, Mayor, up until that point, if that's where council wishes to go.
So to make that happen, Mr CEO, would we be passing this, or would we voting on this, or would we be seeking to lay it on the table to the ordinary and get that report?
Well, this is your active resolution, so this one probably needs to be dealt with. The question of the conditions, it's a question of the conditions of the, if I'm hearing the councillor correctly, it's a question of the conditions in the extension of the lease. So it would really be probably part 2 is where it would be CEO reasonably considers a satisfactory to council, whether you would add, which would include, and this is badly worded, so please, but that would be which would include consideration of a future walkway during the lease period. or options for the future walkway.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. So Leanne, on that note, if Councillor Duff wants to move an amendment, I'm just trying to help you out here, Councillor Duff, if that's where you want to go, for a term of 24 months. So this is actually a new lease. Actually, sorry, it's not an extension. It's a new lease for 24 months. With consideration after the September 23, I'm just trying to help you out here, Councillor Duff, with consideration after the word 23 there, with consideration
It's an
given.
amendment.
Yes, it's an amendment, sorry. So we've got to copy and paste it, Bree. And I'm just going to put this up in Councillor Duff. You can change it if you want to, just to try and help you out with the wording. So if we cut and paste it as an amendment. Yeah, do you know how to do amendments, Bree? You cut and paste the whole thing, I think, don't you, Mark? Yeah. So with conditions which provide council with the right to create a suitable pedestrian thoroughfare thoroughfare, THO. Yeah, thoroughfare, THOROUGH. Yeah, ROUGH, FARE. Now, I'm just going to put that up to help you out, Councillor Duff. Is that what you're looking for in terms of your proposed amendment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we've got that amendment proposed. That's moved by Councillor Duff. Is there a seconder? No one's prepared to second it? Okay. Look, I am happy to second that, so we can have that debate. Councillor Duff, would you like to speak to your amendment? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just think that because it was the intention of the chamber to actually have that walkthrough was the reason why we actually purchased the building. That was my understanding. And now, if we go ahead with this resolution, we don't put that condition in, we're potentially locking it up for 4 years. And maybe that the chamber might think, oh, that's a great idea. But it just tidies it up and means that if anything turns pear-shaped and, the chamber has different executive or they have different views of what the purpose of the building, we still have that right to put that walkway through, because we're actually potentially tying this up for 4 years. So just thinking that a new council might have a different view, they might want to do it straight away, and the chamber might not agree with it. It just gives us that bit of just ensures it up for council that we still have that opportunity.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Schumacher.
I just had a couple of questions in terms of other leases that we offer. Do we condition other leases like this? And in terms of other leases that we offer, it's my understanding some leases over facilities are much longer than the period that we've got nominated here. I probably wanted to understand the period of time we often lease out community facilities like this, where a community group is making a significant investment in the facility. And do we condition other leases like this? I know we have conditions in the lease that say you're willing to, if you need to make changes to the building or whatever, you need to seek approval first. But do we actually condition leases down to the point of what council may or may not want and what council may or may not have funding to achieve?
Certainly, thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of our leases are for 10 years with community organisations, and that being the case, that's because those groups have been occupying that space for some period of time. There's not, it's not shared space, it's not conflicting with future use. I think the difference with this one is that you've got an understanding about a future use, and the intent of the facility was bought for something else initially. It was bought for a walkthrough, and then council's received a wonderful proposal from Kingaroy Chambers of Commerce to occupy the space and create something really quite exciting in that site, and you've allowed that to happen. But I think, from my understanding, you're still got that view of maybe having this as a walkthrough one day. So, yeah, you can certainly have conditions with leases, and in some cases we have got some special conditions with leases around when someone leaves a lease arrangement, a site of council, that we're not actually paying for those assets or those improvements that they have made, or in some cases we suggest that those assets need to go with them when they terminate a lease. So I would suggest some of these minor clauses here that you're talking about, these special conditions, it's sort of a little bit case by case.
Yeah, thank you for the clarity. I'm not supportive of this amendment because on the grounds that what the Chamber of Commerce is actually asking in line with their contribution is no different to what many other community groups ask of us. It's not a 10-year lease, it's a much shorter period, and they're investing a significant amount of funding into that facility. I also believe with the walkthrough, whilst it's a great idea for council, it hasn't been actually progressed any more than an idea. We purchased a building with an idea. We didn't really do any investigation into what that looks like. We didn't really do any investigation into whether the business houses in the street actually wanted it or didn't want it. And I've heard very mixed views about that. I've heard some people say if you put the walkway through, it'll actually kill CBD foot traffic because there'll be a much easier way to just walk straight through to the mall or back, or not walk around the CBD footprint and see all of the retail on offer, but just walk through, cut in and out. And I've heard other people say, oh, it's a wonderful idea because we're wearing out the carpet in Barry Lonsdale's chemist. So I've got mixed views from across the community. Some businesses are really passionate that it'd be great. Some businesses are not. And if I've learned anything through the KTP project, it's the importance of consultation and talking to each other and keeping that open line of communication. And I can't see in our forward budget, we're talking about renewing of assets. We're talking about a number of competing priorities. I know that long list of projects that we had in the making for LRC Ironworks for Queensland funding, and unfortunately the enormous disappointment there will be across the region because you just don't have the funding to fund them all. And for me, this is an idea and it's a great concept and something that I think by purchasing this building, we knew we were always giving the future council that opportunity. But for me, it was very opportunistic in that moment, and there's still a lot of work to be done. We don't really understand what the cost of a walkway would be. We don't understand if it's something that the CBD really wants. I've also had feedback from many of the business owners in the street that there's no toilet facilities in their shop fronts. Do they actually want to use that facility for a community public bathroom into the future? I don't have the answers to any of these questions, but my point is there's plenty of questions and plenty of discussion in the CBD about this project. And for me right now, I think based on the significant investment that the Chamber of Commerce is making and the opportunity to really support and incubate business, which is what we need to be thinking about. That's what the objective of this project is all about. It's about trying to grow our local business economy, to support them, to provide places where they can meet and greet and gather and work remotely, and in a digital economy, and with the QCN Fibre project, all of these things make sense. I'm really comfortable with extending this lease, as we've discussed, and we've discussed this project in depth many times before, and I'm not supportive of putting conditions like this on that with no real foundation that we're actually going to do any of that work. So I'm not supportive of the amendment, I'm supportive of the original motion. Thank you.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker in this chamber. The comment was made when council was going to purchase this from myself that it was an expensive walkway some 12 months ago. I think we have an opportunity to extend that lease to an organisation that's doing wonderful work within not just Kingaroy but the South Burnett And they're looking for some security there for another 2 years extension on their lease, so I'm fully supportive of it. Also was mentioned with foot traffic, we're going to have a wonderful new CBD in Kingaroy, and it will encourage people to perhaps walk past the shops rather than just straight through. So yeah, I'm fully supportive of the first motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Duff, you'll get the right of reply at the end. So any further speakers? No? Okay, look, this is a challenging one. Okay, so what I'm hearing is that council originally purchased this building with the intent of creating a pedestrian thoroughfare. Leanne, I believe they were your words. And that that was an idea or concept at the time. Okay, so in my view, as one of the voting councillors here, I don't think the amendment necessarily locks us into doing anything. It just gives us the scope to do it if the community... I'm hearing what Councillor Schumacher is saying. If we were to do anything with that building in that 2-year time frame, it would have to happen as a result of extensive community consultation with the business owners in Kingaroy Street particularly, because it might be a bad thing for them. Then again, they might like it and think it's a good thing. We would have to make sure that we consulted extensively. We would have to make, I'm just talking as I'm thinking, we would have to make sure that it's something that had value and benefit for the small businesses, I would have thought, and the community at large before we did it. What that clause gives us is the opportunity then, if there was community appetite in Kingaroy, to have that thoroughfare, to be able to then exercise the right to create that for the community. It doesn't, so we still give the Chamber of Commerce their 4 years, which means they get an extra 3 and a bit years now to operate the incubation, the startup centre. But it still gives us the right, if our community tell us into the future, our Kingaroy community tell us that they would like to see a pedestrian thoroughfare there, it gives us the right to actually act on that. But we don't have to unless the community want it, unless the businesses don't want it. Obviously, I wouldn't have thought that a future council would do it without properly engaging with their community. So I don't think that this necessarily waters down the opportunity for the Chamber to do what they want to do, but it just gives the community some rights over the future use of that asset. And I do feel it's a bit different to showgrounds and halls that have been, but people have had and occupied for years, and they just want a continuation of that. I am a little bit concerned with this, that in that if, for example, say we looked at Mergen, and let's say that the current Vic was into the future relocated, and I know there have been some discussions around this, would we then as a council, as Councillor Jones often says, to be fair and consistent, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here, would we then as a council be prepared to give the MBDA that building for a 4-year lease at $100 a week? And we may well be, but this is all I'm saying is we'd have to be fair and consistent in that regard, just as we're fair and consistent with the $75 a year on all of our halls, on all of our sporting grounds. We're consistent with those right across the region. If Nat to come forward and say to us that there's a building that council owns and they would like to take that building, it might be the energy centre into the future. Who knows where it could be? Will we be fair and consistent in doing the same for them? Are we prepared to sign up the future council for that without any rights in that 2-year period? I suppose as a business person who always looks at risk, entering into a lease, I would want to think that we could retain some rights that gives the communities the opportunity to, if they want to modify the design in the future, that they can do so, obviously through negotiation with the Chamber. But I don't think those rights necessarily water down the capacity of the Chamber to deliver what they're wanting to do there with their hub. And I think I'm feeling that I'm comfortable with this because I feel it creates a good compromise where council retains some rights, the Chamber still get that long-term certainty that they're looking for to occupy the building. So, look, anyway, that's my view. Councillor Duff, I've had my say. Right of reply, then we'll go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I can't see why any of the other councils have a problem with this. It's supporting absolutely 100% giving the chamber the full amount of time that they've asked for. But all it does is, then if all of those businesses suddenly say, you know, they think, well, after the transformation project and all this stuff happens, we'd really love this to be a walkway, it just gives the council that option. So it's just an option. And of course we would still and we would work with the chamber in any case. But it just gives council certainty that they've got an option, but it also gives the community that. It gives the other shopkeepers a chance to say, well, let's go out to the community and scope the possibility of having a walkway through there. Wouldn't that be something that we should be able to do without having it tied up for the full 4 years? That way, if I just can't see that it's an issue. I just think it just gives us, it ticks every box. It ticks the box for the chamber and it ticks the boxes for all the other businesses that might actually want that to be a walkway. So I'm absolutely supportive of this, and I think that if you were really fair dinkum about supporting all of the businesses in the CBD and Glendon Street, that you would be looking at that as an option.
Okay, that's the debate. Let's go to the vote on this amendment. The amendment as presented, Mr. CEO, we'll vote on that. Okay, those in favour of the amendment? Okay, Councillor Duff and Councillor Ottobury. Those against the amendment? Councillor Potter, Henson and Shoemaker. Okay, so that resolves that one. So, Mr. CEO, we now revert to the original motion. Okay, original motion from Councillor Shoemaker is as presented, seconded by Councillor Potter. So that the committee recommend to council that South Bennett Regional Council, in accordance with section 2361B2 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, enter into a lease with Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce and Industry for 195 Kingaroy Street, Kingaroy, being lot 1 on RP 1333329, for a term of 24 months commencing on 1 September 23, and as point 2 indicates, we delegate to the CEO the power to execute such. Okay. We have that there. We haven't moved in second, Mr. CEO. Can we proceed? Okay. Councillor Shoemaker, first opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fully supportive of this motion. I think the Chamber of Commerce has showed a real intent to collaborate with us, and certainly if the next council, we're talking about a period which will take us to the end of this council term and give them some certainty for the first few months of the 2025 year, 8 months of the 2025 year. So if the election happens in March 2024, then that gives them just over a year's certainty for the next council to make decisions about the future of that building. To be honest, with the number of priorities on our list, I can't see this council actually investing any significant funds into further investigations about establishing a walkway during this term of council. I'm not saying that it's never going to happen, but I just think to actually condition, if I was a business owner who was looking to lease a premises in the street and the owner of the building said to me, well, yes, you can do that, but I might change my mind and I might want to do things to the building and, you know, I want to have full right to do that. That would be a concern for me as a building owner, particularly if you're putting a significant amount of investment into actually the facility itself. I think we've all got to get in and back this business hub, this incubator. I've seen them work very, very well in other towns and areas, and I absolutely believe in consistency, and by all means I would encourage other business groups to think about how they can partner and be a part of this outcome. It should never be about competition, but by all means, if other areas in the region want to develop a project like this, I am absolutely all ears. I think it's really, really valuable, and I'm excited about the future of this arrangement. So I have no concerns based on the fact that this will take us out to the end of this term of council, give the new council up to 12 months to get their feet under the table and decide whether it is actually a project they want to progress or not. But I certainly can't see this council having the funds to invest in those sorts of investigations and concepts and plans by the end of this term, not with the significant spend we've already put into the transformation project and that forward scope for completing Kingaroy Street. I think that's still got to be our priority moving forward, and that's what I'll certainly be advocating strongly for. Thank you, and I commend this motion to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'm just really surprised that they couldn't get the support of the chamber for the amendment, because yeah, the original intention was, as I said, to a walkthrough, and there's no, how do we know that there's not going to be funding? It could be a shovel-ready project. Like it was, that's why in the first place we did it. So why would it not be something we should consider? I just think to lock it up to right through till beyond the next term of council is not fair to a new council team, and not fair to the business owners across Kingaroy who would like to see that as a potential walkway. So I'm against the motion. Thank you.
Okay, further speakers? Yeah, well, I think Councillor Potter, Councillor Henson, anything before we wrap up? No, look, I'd love to support this, but I am similarly concerned that we're locking this building up until September 25, which is close enough to 18 months after the new term of council, actually, because its election will be held in March 24. It does concern me that it takes out our capacity to engage with our community in Kingaroy as to their desire to see a thoroughfare or otherwise in that facility. I would be certainly more comfortable leaving that option there should our community tell us that they would like to see that happen, if there was majority support for that, and should there be funding become available, be it through from some external source into the future, to do that as a Works for Queensland or an LRCI. I do know, not that I've engaged in discussion on this, but I do know that there was certainly a real air of excitement in the community, and I can recall President Martu saying to me that his wife was jumping for joy when she heard that council was considering buying this building, because so many people in Kingaroy would love to see a thoroughfare connecting Glendon and Kingaroy streets. I can vividly recall Damien saying that. I hope that, it seems as though this will go through, I hope that remains into the future, so that if our community do want to see that happen, that level of enthusiasm from the chamber's there to make it happen, because yeah, I think it, it's something we anyway, I'd like to see that option left open for the community, I suppose. But anyway, nonetheless, that's my views. But Councillor Shoemaker, right of reply, and then we'll go to the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, but I guess direct this at Manager Leanne. There would be nothing stopping Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce from coming back to council and putting up a proposition to revise or alter that lease, or want to have a conversation with council in the event of a possible walkway going through there. That would be an option for them to approach council with in the future, wouldn't it?
Most definitely. Yep.
Okay, we've all had, so Councillor Shoemaker, right of reply. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to wrap up with the fact that I disagree with your statement, Councillor Duff, that it's beyond the next term of council. It's not. It will be in a time frame and a window when there will be new Works for Queensland LRCI funding to consider. We've also talked very across the council, we're all in agreement that we need to work toward a shovel-ready pipeline of projects, and projects like the master planning of Memorial Park and these other projects are going to take an enormous amount of time, effort and funds, and I just cannot see us having the funding available by the end of this term to be really focused on building that thoroughfare. And I do think in the beginning of the next term, if it's something that the council and the community are passionate about, then by all means there should be a collaborative conversation and a partnership in working forward to achieve those outcomes. And that will give that council some time to also consider the future use of that building, and it will give the Chamber of Commerce time to consider their future place in the community. So I think the relationship, that's been demonstrated and the ability to work together has been really promising, and I can't see that changing into the future. So I fully support this recommendation.
That concludes the debate. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Potter, Councillor Henson and Councillor Shoemaker. Those against? Councillor Duff and Councillor Otto. Thank you everyone for a productive debate. I think everyone's entitled to a cup of tea. Did you want to have a break? We've gone well past our 3 o'clock afternoon tea time.
Mayor, Manager Peterson needs to get to another meeting. So if we have a quick break, but then we'll Communications Officer Newbury too, or dispatch her to do a couple other things. We've got a late report, which would really appreciate Council's indulgence in dealing with, so we can tidy up some paperwork with another lease. But if we dealt with the questions on notice, so Jim can then leave too, and so then we can get to the closed session. So yeah, if you're having a break, that's not to say no to that, but just if we can do it in that sequence, Mayor, that would be terrific.
So, Mr. CEO, if we deal with the questions on notice, does that allow some of our staff to then go on, and then we can? Do we go? I think after that we go to the late item.
We would.
Item,
Yeah.
question notice, and then we have a break and then come back into closed.
Yeah, it would have normally picked up late now, but if we deal with the, and that's, you totally got it, Mayor, if we could deal with the questions on notice, and that'll free up the other staff, and then break, and then a late report, and then closed, that'd be terrific.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Mr. CEO. So if we move on, let's skip on to 10.1 and 10.2, if there's no objection, and 10.3. So questions on notice, 10.1, Councillor Henson's question in relation to the cat traps. Councillor, recommendation is that be received and noted. The response, are you comfortable with that and happy to move such?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the work that's gone into that and verifying just my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So the next one then is graffiti removal costs. A question from Councillor Potter. Councillor Potter, are you satisfied with the response provided? Thank you. And are you happy to move that it be received and noted? Very good. Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. And the final item there, Bree, is a question from Councillor Jones in relation to disability compliance on the Hyattsville toilets. And it's recommended that the question raised by Councillor Jones be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconder, Councillor Henson. Any speakers? Any questions on that in Councillor Jones' absence? No? Okay. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay. I'll now move a procedural motion that we adjourn for afternoon tea and resume the meeting at 4 p.m. Thank you, Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Resume the meeting at 4:01 p.m. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Shoemaker, those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we're now up to 9.14, which is a late item on the agenda, and it relates to a matter for which our CEO is probably the best person to address. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Mayor, given that it was so late by the time we got it out, if we could just have a procedural resolution that the matter be dealt with, and it just literally needs to be that simple, that 9.14 be dealt with.
Thank you.
If you would be appreciative.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Yes, if you could just tick that procedural box there, thank you. That 9.14 be dealt with. (9.14). Okay, so I'll just move a procedural motion that 19.14 be dealt with. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all.
Thanks, Mayor. All right, so councillors, I'll be as brief as I can. We had some dealings with, and last year we've attached the report from last year in October, talking about the potential, and there was a community engagement day before that where the then committee from the Merrigan Showgrounds were talking about future extensions. The resolutions from October, which were then also passed through the ordinary meeting that month, gave us the ability to transfer the assets to the association, but it was always, and it was tagged, and it probably wasn't, I should have possibly, in hindsight, from my own learnings, articulated it more clearly for the approval by council so that it always would come back. The intention, anyway, was always there would be a discussion and then come back to council. Through a range of circumstances and changes, there's a new committee now in the showground. They had a working bee last Sunday and they removed one of the old structures, which is known as the cattle stalls, which was in the schedule from the October report. The very last page of the report, on page 11, is a photograph of the actual structure as of Friday morning last week, which I don't think we can get on the big screen. But anyway, for those, for those that saw it, the structure was derelict. It is, as it turned out, when it was pulled down on Sunday. There was a significant, if you just go to the very last page, Bree, if you wouldn't mind. And just, I don't know if you can make that one bigger, Tar. There's, well, it actually broadens into, and it's not a discussion for today, but it broadens into the whole depreciation and what assets, and it has been in over a period of time that council hasn't had the, I won't say not the desire, but time, other business, where to take some of these things off our register. This is an exceptionally good case in point of a building that sits on our register, and it's insured value, which is okay, one thing, but it's also its book value for our depreciation. It would be nominally its replacement cost. It's written down replacement cost. You're looking at a $110,000 structure there on book value, which is academically, and actually it's not wrong. It's seriously, if there was a fire and council was of the mind to replace it, yes, you would want every cent of that, probably more. But it's one of those ones. Now the committee, there's been a changeover committee. There wasn't a clear line of communication. There was, I'll speak of me, I wasn't aware that the president had changed. So it was a communications breakdown through no fault of any individual or group. It just was one of those things that happened through a change of people. We had an issue was brought to our attention that this structure was being demolished by the committee on Sunday. Hence why last Friday was a meeting on site and we took our safety. Council has obligations on the Workplace Health and Safety Act and certainly sometimes community gets frustrated, but there's significant reasons why this, and particularly with the Workplace Health and Safety. As it turned out, there's been only 3 stumps that were salvageable, 3 clear stumps that were salvageable out of the structure. So it has no value to us. Now, as I said, forget the book value. It has actually no value to us. So the committee has worked with us. So once we got the communication difficulties cleared up, the committee worked with us extremely cooperatively. They were all inducted. Our safety officer went out there on Sunday morning and worked with them, and we inducted them all. Safe work method practices were put in place. They've cleared the site. This is the site of where they're going to have their rodeo, and they've been COVID affected as an organisation. Their show been put back. So long story short, we've actually ended up out of what could have been a very difficult circumstance and situation, an extremely, I believe, good outcome, both for the committee and ourselves. It's removed a structure that is that my language, not necessarily committing it to professional terms, but is derelict. They'll utilise this site now for the future rodeo, so there will be no replacement structure. I'm looking to we'll remove those the 2 lines out of, and that's after today we'll process the paperwork to clear these structures off our asset registers, depreciation schedules, and everything else. So literally today, and we've also established a clear protocol for future communication as far as what they want to do on site. Now, through a range of reasons, again, which is no fault of anyone's, sometimes circumstances conspire against us, there was to be a follow-up meeting from those last October's resolutions where council was going to sit down with the committee and talk about their future plans. There was a misunderstanding by some of the then committee members that they thought council, the South Burnett Online article, which talked about depreciation, and again, this book value versus real, that they were being transferred effectively a debt of, say, about 600,000, which isn't correct. Oh, Councillor Jones is back. So it's a great opportunity to sit down with the divisional portfolio councillors, mayor if he's available, council staff, the committee. We've all agreed we're going to go and have a cup of tea. We've nutted out a lot of the confusion that's surrounded this, and we can talk about what their future plans are for the site. How do we work together, and how do we collaborate with them, and how do we achieve what we want to achieve, as well as, and there's probably a couple other structures on that site. If you had a magic wand, you'd probably either replace or knock over. But anyway, yeah, and then certainly in the hands of the committee. So today is to, and I do apologise about the lateness, but given the circumstances of what transpired last week, the committee, and I want it on public record, once they were aware of some of our needs, pulled up, stopped work prior to. We had a meeting on site on Friday morning. We ended up having an extremely, well, again, I believe my words, a productive conversation. They got their working bee done on Friday. It's my intent to gift them the asset. Well, you can call that an asset. But the bits of material, so we don't own the stuff that was inside it. So please, ours is just the structure. But as I said, there was, once they started pulling her apart, one whole section of it, they only, even the timber that's stacked inside there, the base timber up until about the top third was totally white ant ridden. So, and I don't know, Leanne's gone, but it's probably if the amount of white ants that were in the structure, whether we do white ant treatment or someone does there, but it'd probably be a good thing for any of the wooden structures on site, just as an aside. So basically gift them, they're giving it, no one member of the community will gain any individual benefit out of any of the surplus or demolished or deconstructed materials. We issued a letter of consent on Friday, so we got our paperwork. All the workplace, every workplace health and safety box was ticked, which was terrific, and they had their working bee. And so now's just to follow up on the October resolution that we've negotiated with them. We're disposing of that particular asset, and that'll allow me to, well, it'll go through obviously to the ordinary meeting, and then we'll just tidy up whatever we need to do. If there's any other wording that I need to allow Susan and her team to amend the books to fix it. So sorry, Mayor, take a little bit of time, but just to give that background was important. The outcome is good for the committee and for their rodeo going forward, and also removes the derelict asset off of our books.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. So it's recommended that the committee recommends to council that for the purposes of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Section 236(2), council decides by resolution that the exception in the regulation, Section 236(1)(b), applies to council in the disposal of the building assets as identified as the old cattle stalls on lease area C within Lot 7 on SP 217287, other than by tender or auction, to the community organisation, Mergen Pastoral Agricultural and Horticultural Society Incorporated, because A, it is in the public interest to dispose of the assets without a tender or auction to the community organisation, Mergen Pastoral Agricultural and Horticultural Society Incorporated, and B, the disposal is otherwise in accordance with the sound contracting principles. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Henson. Speakers, Councillor Duff.
Just quickly, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to thank CEO Mark for acting so quickly on it. It could have, the committee are very, very happy with the outcome, and so thank you, CEO Mark, for going across there and working with the group.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Excellent work. Okay, any further speakers? No? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, I do believe I may have had my first kiss in those cattle stalls, Mr. CEO, but we won't go into those details. All right. Indeed. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, I thought it's been a long day. Okay. Right, so moving on then to the item 11. We have 4 items there, 11.1 to 11.4. And it's recommended that Council considers the confidential reports listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with Section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012. 11.1 SBRC Q 2122-26 cleaning contracts on public conveniences and matters considered to be confidential under Section 254J-G of the Local Government Regulation 2012. 11.2 combustible cladding, QBCC request for authority to prosecute. Matters considered to be confidential under Section 254J-E of the Local Government Regulation 2012. 11.3 request to rename the Mergen Showgrounds and Recreation Centre, currently known as the PCYC, and Recreation Centre being the PCYC. This matter is considered to be confidential under Section 254J-G of the Local Government Regulation 2012. And 11.4, development of master plan for 1 Pound Street, Kingaroy, considered to be confidential under Section 254J-G of the Local Government Regulation 2012. Do we have a mover for such? Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Henchen. Any speakers? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We will now close the meeting and go into committee to attend to the confidential section of the agenda. Thank you. Okay. Now move the council moves out of closed council into open council. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. First item on the agenda is 11.1. It relates to cleaning contracts for public conveniences across the region, and it's recommended that the committee recommends to council that pursuant to Section 228 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, council accept the tender from Restore All Queensland, trading as the Clean Man Family Trust for tender SBRCQ 2122-26 cleaning contracts public conveniences. 2, that the maximum term of the contract be 5 years, including 2 further options of 12 months. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, second, Councillor Henchen. Speakers? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.2, combustible cladding. QBBC request for authority to prosecute. It's recommended that the committee recommend to council that council approve authorisation for the QBCC to prosecute offences committed under Section 16. What's the X stand for? X1 of the Building Regulation 2006. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, second, Councillor Henchen. Speakers? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, now 11.3, request to rename the Mergen Showgrounds and Recreation Centre. It is recommended the committee recommend to council that council does not approve the renaming of the Mergen Showgrounds and Recreation Centre, as the facility is well known as the Mergen PCYC. Council acknowledges a significant contribution, former councillor Dermot Teenan efforts and commitment to making improvements in the Mergen community as part of the former Mergen Shire Council, noting former councillor Dermot Teenan is previously acknowledged on the Mergen Library as the Dermot Teenan Memorial Library, and the council relocate to a prominent position and refurbish the plaque at the entrance of the PCYC that recognised Councillor Dermot Teenan. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Henchen. Speakers? To the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.4, development of master plan for 1 Pound Street, Kingaroy. I hereby move that this matter lay on the table. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henchen. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll now call the meeting to a close at 5:12 p.m. Thank you all for your attendance and have a great rest of evening. Thank you.